7-6, yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be close, one in it.
Well, I have actually got you a present for later on, if in fact you do win. I did bring a little gift for you.
I know what it is as well, I'm sure.
I think you do. We've also got another cup race on 9:30. This is on dirt for the 3-year-olds. Some unexposed and quite exciting horses going to post in this.
Yeah, again, another really, really good race. I'm looking forward to the back end of the card especially. The start of the card's pretty tough. We start with a maiden and a normal is a 4 event, I think. And as we go through, we get to smaller fields, some races, opens and cup races where there's clear disparity between maybe the top 2. And then the rest of the field, there is quite a lot of dead wood in those big field contests. But yeah, I think if you can negotiate our way through the first part of the card, the first hour and a half, then we can start to get the winners on the board.
And race 11 as well, the open race that you touched on, the open races, that's for the 4-year-olds and older over the 600 metres. Again, that looks a pretty good race as well. Painter's Palette used to be in the UK. Yeah. Saudi Empire's been running well here. Yeah, Saudi Empire for FMQ stables. Los Andes as well, ridden by Camilo Ospina. Those two have great chances. And Painter's Palette at the top used to be with Rebecca Menzies. You don't see too many of her horses come over here, especially now owned by the Red stable. Could be a horse that I'm sure Rebecca's watching back from the UK. And Jimmy Jerkins announcing this week he's going to retire back to the... Well, not retire, shouldn't he? He's got to head back to the United States. What chance of a Jerkins winner today? He's got a couple of chances. He has got a couple of chances. I don't think I'm going to put one up, but I know he's got a leading chance in race 11, I think it is, with one of his stable stars. He has a horse called... I think it was Honky Tonk Man. Yeah, got a big chance in our 11th race, a little bit... 12th race, actually, a little bit... later on. You can get, of course, in touch with us today on the YouTube channel. Just use the comment section down the side of the screen. Any selections or thoughts or fashion tips for any of us as well? Maybe? Only for Callum. Only for Callum, of course. Our walking, talking fashionista is out and about for us. Anthony Ennis has got the calls for us as well through the course of the afternoon. But let's welcome along. I'm quite jealous today. It's a beautiful afternoon outside. Let's head out and join him. Good afternoon to you, Callum.
Afternoon, team. Yes, a little bit of an outfit change today. The chinos have gone and the blue trousers are in, but the trainers still remain. Now, I'm going to keep it nice and interesting, nice and early here, because although it is pretty much a low-key Saturday today, there's plenty to get excited about, but it's mainly going to be the jockeys. And when I see a jockey stood at the edge of the parade ring that I know speaks good English, who I know I always like to talk to, I'll always try and grab him. And Alex Moreno is just in front of me. He's going to pretend to ignore me. Now, Alex, here he is. How are you, my friend?
Very good. Good.
You've got a couple of nice rides today, but in the first race you're on Mortier, which is horse number 12. What do you make of this horse's chances? He's got plenty of experience.
Well, it's my first time riding her. I see how she run. I think she should have a chance to do it. Well, we'll see how she's coming, you know.
And we need a winner this week, Alex. We're missing you in the winners' enclosure. We all have to step it up a little bit now.
Well, I think like you say, I have a couple of good chances today, so we will see.
Hopefully, we will see winners' enclosure. Good to see you. Have a good day today. So that's Alex Moreno. He's aboard Mortier in our first race. He's got a couple of decent chances today as well. So we're looking forward to getting stuck into it with him. All the jockeys are already out, ready for rides. The horses have just entered the parade ring behind me. So it's about time we hand over to a man who loves a chicken tikka masala. It's Anthony Ennis. It's all yours.
Hi, Callum. Yeah, got that save for later on. Hello to everybody watching on YouTube and Martin and Tom as well. Right, here we go then. Race number 1, locally bred fillies made. Number 1 is Aysal Jurdan Mohammed Aldaham. Number 2, Al Masat Al Shark, is ridden by Musab Al Dafiri. 3 is Atayeb Rakan Al Obeid. 4, Awali Tahama Adel Al Faradi. 5 is Damana, ridden by Mohammed Al Yami. 6 has been scratched, by the way. The first reserve gets in. Fawagi is out. 7 is Ghana Al Shamal for jockey Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Moving on over the page to number 8, which is Hafla for Mohamed Al-Nassar. Number 9 is Lamayat Fida Ali Al-Mutib. 10 is Mark Marie for Salman Al-Rashid. 11 is the favourite, Mandabat Hillstone, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 12, Morhijar Alex Moreno, as we saw there, is on board in the purple and white colours. 13 is Mawasel for Mohamed Al-Hubail. 14 over the page is Nawishha for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 15 is going to be Noor Al-Sibar for Tariq Al-Mansur. 16, Saham Al-Hajaz, Abdullah Al-Kredis. 17 is Sarja for Nawaf Al-Fayruz. 18, Taymir for Rakan Al-Tuesh. Number 19, that's the reserve that runs, and the jockey is Fahad Al-Faradi for Bint Kaffa. It's quite well fancied actually, but the favourite here is going to be number 11. 20, 21 and 22 don't get in. Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you very much. And yes, looking forward to this opening contest. Our only maiden of the day, and we'll start with the 4. This is Awali Tahama. Really nice looker here on racecourse debut. Nice enough mover. Could have a little bit of a looser walk, just a little bit stiffer in behind, but a real eye catcher in the parade ring for sure. Horse making debut today. We've got Adel Al-Faradi in the saddle as well. That's not a bad booking, and hopefully he can run a big enough race on racecourse debut. A little bit pigeon-toed, but I wouldn't hold that against him. He's a horse that I quite like in this one. Let's go back to horse number 9 is the next one we'll look at. She's just coming towards me now. She's a nice little grey here. This is Le Matsida, who is, she's a little bit on her toes here. She's had the 1 start. That was a 9th place finish. She'll look to step forward here, but she'll come on from that experience. You can clearly see she is quite keen in the prelims, but she's a nice type as well. She's not carrying too much condition. I'll imagine she'll step forward from that debut effort and hopefully run a bigger race today. You can see her back, very short back, well put together, but you would like a little bit more development in the hindquarters. She could grow a little bit more on me. We'll drop back 2 more to the 11, Manabat Hillstone. I'm really intrigued by this one. She's got some decent form to her name, and she is your market leader, and there's no doubt about it. She looks good too. She's another well put together sort. You can just see the difference in her hindquarters to the horse we saw before. She's a little bit bigger, a little bit more mature, and she certainly looks like a type that should have been more precocious than she's probably been. She comes into this with great form, and there's no doubt she'll have to make the shortlist. If you like the international market favourite, I've got no issues with it so far. Certainly one that's well worth a look. Then we will drop all the way back to the final horse, who is horse number 18, the last one we'll look at. This is in the purple saddle cloth. We're just going to cut across here. A nice little chestnut filly here. She is Temia, who we're just going to have a quick peep at now. She's got the tongue strap on, and she's a little bit of an interesting one. She's quite leggy, but she's still quite immature physically. You'd imagine that she could come forward again physically in this. This is her 2nd career start, very similar to the horse we spoke about earlier, making the 2nd career start, which is why the paddock pick probably has to be the market leader here. Manabat Hillstone, just the most physically mature out of these, and looking to take advantage of what looks to be quite a good opportunity.
So there we go, the horse of the paddock underneath the glistening blue skies here in Riyadh, ahead of race 1 on this 12 race card, and away with a local bred fillies maiden. It's for 3-year-olds only on the dirt over the 1,200 metres. 6 of these are on their debuts. An international favourite, the international horse who tops the betting is horse number 11 in this. This is Manabat Hillstone, who's had 2 runs so far and finished 6th and 4th, wide berth today in 15.
Yeah, tough draw for this filly. I'm quite surprised she's so short in the international market at around 2 to 1, providing that's still the current price. I thought
15 to 8 in fact.
15 to 8. Okay. She shaped well on both her starts, including when she finished 6th on a conditions in a conditions event first time up. Last time she ran in open company and she finished 4th. That's probably the best piece of form on show. So, look, she deserves to be favourite on that basis. But has she done enough to warrant the current short price? I don't think so, especially from this draw. Abdullah Al Saidi, a 1 kilogram claimer, he's going to have to be at his very best to get her across.
Ayesal Jordan is the 2nd best on the international market. It's just in fact been overtaken by Tamir, horse number 18. They're similar prices, the 1 and the 18. The number 1 horse has got an official mark of 57 and has had a total of 4 runs so far, including a run over the course and distance a couple of runs back when finishing 2nd.
Yeah, Aysel Jordan has drawn much better. Gets a good pilot on board in Mohammed Al-Daham. She's had the 4 starts, as you say. She rated 57. Is that good enough to win a fillies maiden? Well, you'd argue that it's not way off, and she could easily take a step forward. She seemed to relish the cutback in trip when she finished 2nd in the conditions race on her penultimate outing back in November. She ran over further last time. I don't think she stayed, so maybe this trip will suit her better. And horse 18, who you mentioned, Tamir, draws slightly wider in 11. Rian Al Tuaish takes the mount. Gaith Al Gaith hasn't had a winner so far this week. There was relative encouragement, though, to be taken from her debut 9th. That came in open company. She's another filly that's stepping back down in grade, but that run came in time. She's had 5 months off since. Is she fit enough to do herself justice?
And also in the single figures on the international market, the only other one, I should say only the 2 at single figures, we bring in horse number 19, Bint Kaffa, who's had the 1 run so far, one of the reserves of Getson here, finished 5th on debut.
Well, I didn't have this horse in my top 4, but that's because she was a reserve. And obviously I have no idea if she's going to make the final field or not. But my notes say that she stayed on well from a terrible position. To run 5th over the course and distance on the debut would be a major player if she makes the final field. So I would not be writing off Bint Kaffa. I think she's probably going to finish in the top 3, as we just see horse number 12 go down or come out on the track. More Hijab, and she's a little bit feisty.
Yeah, Jockey's out getting mounted. Runners heading down to the 1,200 metre start for the first. Half Flies, horse number 8, 2 runs so far. Has gone 12th and 4th in a couple of runs here. Might the drop in trip elicit a bit of improvement from the 8?
Yeah, it was a notable step forward from the mediocre debut to run 4th last time, as you say. That came over 1,400 metres, so she drops down. She had a wide trip that day. She might get another wide trip today from stall 12. However, she's been off the track for 3 months, and as we've talked about plenty this week, I don't like those kind of breaks, especially for young horses at this stage of the season. I think they've kind of got to run every 2 or 3 weeks to get them fit, and therefore I would be putting her on the back burner here.
We touched on the one horse who's got a mark of 57. There's only 2 who've got better marks than that, given a lot of these haven't even been assigned marks as yet. The numbers 5, Demana, and also number 12, Mohija. They're both rated 58. The 12's quite exposed after 11 runs, and also that the 5's had 6 outings as well, 3 in Typhon, 3 here in Riyadh.
Yeah, the 12 Mohija was a horse we just saw go onto the track and be a bit fierce under Alex Moreno. Good jockey booking, nice post, obviously leading rating, but as you say, exposed, and I don't think she's probably going to get the job done here. She was actually my 4th in, but now that the reserve gets in the field, she would be out of my top 4. Which are usually pretty good with their limited string. So in a race where it was difficult to make a firm decision, I thought the 4 was interesting. Whether I stick with her as my leading pick or put the reserve on top, I'm not 100% sure. Do we know who's on the reserve? We can see the 19 just there, but I didn't see who was on board.
Well, we'll just wait for our expert producing team to, the millions of people working in the background here, can maybe come up.
Farhad Al-Faradi's on board. Okay, so that's a positive for me. I'm going to put the 19 on top in here. We'll break from stall 1 because the non-runner, the 6, was supposed to draw from 1. So Bint Kaffa gets the inside post, ran well on the debut, went way out the back and making late inroads. Yeah, the 19 is going to be my pick. She seems a fair price as well.
Okay, well, they are down at the start. Trying to see what sort of price. What was she before?
Horse 19, I don't know.
13 to 2.
13 to 2, yeah. That's a fair price for me. Maybe she was overlooked because she was a reserve and we didn't know if she was going to make the final field.
Okay, I speculatively go, given there's been a little bit of money, not cut a point, but I just thought Half Flower, not totally devoid of promise, and I do like horses that have had a run, step forward again. There may be more improvement to come, maybe the shorter trip. It's a bit of a guess.
Horse number 8, yeah.
But this race is a bit of a sort of stab in the dark, isn't it?
Exactly. I wouldn't want to be taking a short price on any of them. So we've gone for a couple of longer priced horses, you with the 8, me with the 19, and hopefully they can run well. I mean, this is a race where I know it doesn't help us in the Studio Challenge, but if one of our horses runs a place, I'd be pretty happy with that performance, just purely because we are kind of reading between the lines and guessing a bit.
So down at the start, first of 12 races here at King Abdulaziz this Saturday, meeting number 81 of the season, culminating with the big race later on today. The feature event on this King Khalid University Cup day is the King Khalid University Cup, and it sees Honky Tonk Man bidding to win again. Takes on a few of his old rivals as well. That's a little bit later. 2 cup races on the card. Either one of those comes up as race 9. If you went with us at the top of the programme, we're just saying race 9, the Asa Region Governorate Cup is the other feature event. We've got a couple of interesting open races, a maiden to kick us off, 6 opens, a handicap, and 2 cup races as well. Do get your comments onto the chat. Hello to Greg, one of our regular viewers. Never seems to be a show without Greg managing to make a comment.
Which is good. We do need these people to comment in. So I'm sure the likes of Cameron and maybe George will message in as well. They love to be in the comment section.
And Abdul Mahosad as well. He's got in touch to say hello. Good afternoon to you, sir, or good morning. And if you are getting in touch, do let us know from where in the world you are contacting us. Run us down at the start. Let's have a check on the market once again. Mandabat Hillstone 2 to 1. ASL Jordan 5 to 1. Same price as the 18. Tamir. Bint Kaffa at 6s. 15 to 2 for Awal Tamar. Mohija 11s. And Hafla's now gone 10 to 1. There's been a little bit more money for that.
Yeah, it's not surprising given you like her, I suppose. She could easily take another step forward as well. from our second to third outing. So you're with the 8 here, Hafler, and I'm with the 19, Bint Kafa.
Okay, that's our selections here in the studio. Let's get out to Callum and get his thoughts then on this local bred fillies maiden.
Yeah, thanks guys. Just a little bit of housekeeping here. A couple of late scratchings later on in the card. In race 3, horse number 9, Al Naran. That horse does not go. And for the same connections, horse number 13 in race number 8, Aziz Al Naba does not go. They've had travel difficulty, so will not be running today. My pick here is the 11. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. So Callum liking Mandabat Hillstone here. Runners are about to go behind here. And just looking at number 14 there, that's Nawisha. Yellow blinkers for that one. Red and white colours of number 17, that's Sarja. Who's about to load up as well. So it's the fillies maiden to get things underway here at Riyadh on this Saturday afternoon. And we are post time now, 3:15 local time on the dirt here, 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs. And we're getting set here. Mawasel, I think, is one of the last to go forward in a maroon jacket to the outside stall. Then we'll be ready to go for race number 1. Starter's poised, puts the flag up, drops it, and they're off. They're racing. One of them was very slowly away here. It was the newcomer, Awali Tahama, who missed it by many lengths. Breaking really well was Mohija, Alex Moreno in the purple and white. This one really knows her job and is out in front here. The experienced Mohija, leading by 2 lengths through the early part of the race. Atayeb is in second place, the white and blue colours, racing to the outside, and Al-Masat Al-Shark in maroon is trying to get a little bit closer as they get around the turn. Back towards the inside then to find Bint Kafa towards the rails, got a good spot, yellow colours. The leader, though, has kicked on here. Mohija sets a decent pace, and leads by about 4 lengths around the crown of the home turn as they head for the final 450 metres. Giving chase is Atayeb in second, the blue cap. And then to the outside, trying to get a little bit closer now. Here comes Haflar in the grey jacket, and then ridden along is Mandabat Hillstone, who's making up ground towards the outside, with Matt Moreas also making up ground. Mandabat Hillstone a lot to do from there. Down to the final 200. Can this leader see things out? More Hijar. Here on the outside is Bint Kafa, the reserve, who's absolutely thrusting home, and now the grey as well. Ayel Jerdan, number 1, is bursting through, and Ayel Jerdan goes forward. Aysal Jerdan to win it. Aysal Jerdan, number 1, the grey is clear to Bint Kafa in second place, and third in behind might have been Mohija, the long-time leader, who got a bit tired, but number 1 is first. Aysal Jerdan, the grey, Mohammed Aldaham, with an irresistible late challenge. Really quickened up from off the pace. Thought that Bint Kafa was going to win it for a while, but didn't quite see it out. The long-time leader in the purple and white got tired. Mohija under Moreno. The grey, too good. Aysal Jerdan has won. Burgundy colours in the first race. Win time for Aysal Jerdan was 1 minute 15.41. It's tight for second. Oh, far side Mohija, this side Bint Kafa. That's for the judge. Fourth home was Mawasel, who ran on for a long way back for a bad draw. Mandabat Hillstone never really looked like winning. Well done to the eventual winner. So we're waiting for the second to be called here. It is very tight for the runners-up spot. The winner was around 11-2, not unbacked on the international market. Sort of in the top 3. Mohammed Aldaham on board. They are still looking for seconds. Very tight between 12 and 19 for second and third here. There's the winner coming back. Aysal Jerdan has won. 1 minute 15.41 seconds is the time. Still waiting for that second and third photo to be sorted out. Aysal Jerdan has won. We'll clear up that full result with the boys in a few moments.
Mohammed Al-Ham had his first winner of the day from his first ride of the day aboard a Jcsa, who has used that experience of 4 starts to good use to win here at around 11-2 on the international market. In second was Mohija and Alex Moreno, who got an absolute flyer out the gates and nearly held on. And it was the 19 that ended up finishing third. Bink Carter was in third position. And we just see Mohammed coming through here. Another successful win for that young that rider there, who is doing exceptional things this season and is a genuine threat to the champion jockey crown. My favourite thing about these winning connections is there's a young girl in the middle here. You might see her. She's desperately close to the horse. She's even got her riding boots and riding cap with her, which is hugely amazing. She could ride it in the next race. That's what we're looking for. We've seen a future jockey in front of us right there. We're just waiting for one extra photo. There we go. Get in. There we go. Great work, team. And this is Jcsa. Now, did that for a rating of 57. I imagine won't go up, but has clearly used that experience to good use on this occasion. Has just come from a pretty breakneck early speed and just burst through the middle of beaten horses and got on to win in good style. Probably a handicapper to look forward to in the future. May find things tougher in a non-winners contest, but these handicaps that are now available to these 3-year-olds, especially in fillies only company, she could be quite dangerous. So looking forward to seeing what she does in the future. But the most important person we've got to speak to is Mohammed Al-Ham, who is the jockey of this runner. Just going to get himself weighed in. Colours we don't often see Mohammed in, or usually the sort of number 1 or 2 guy for Al Sabah Stables, and he's actually doing a bit of work for an outside ride here, which is good to see. His push for champion jockey continues. Mohammed, well done.
Alhamdulillah, first thanks to God and the winner and the trainer. Nice filly. I ride one time, finish 5. And after that I ride again, finish 3. One time lose, I think not good when come last time this race, but today, mashallah, very good.
She's got a little bit more experience than some of the other horses. When you were weaving through the beaten horses, you must have used that.
Yeah, the road not very good because, and me, I try to take some good road. I need to go outside, but I see the horse outside, no chance to go. Alhamdulillah, I have to, no horse inside, I go inside. Alhamdulillah, this is the luck,
And that continues your push to be champion jockey. Now you're in second place. You've passed Camillo Ospina, only a few behind Adele now.
I hope so. Inshallah, I ride with the championship jockey. I hope.
And hopefully we'll see you in this winners' enclosures again. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, so takes second place in the Jockeys Championship and with a rating of 57. You wondered if 57 was good enough to win a race like this. He said it probably wasn't, so it's proved.
Yeah, she's come through with a big late run. You can see at this point, the big grey filly in the middle, she's actually short of room at a key point of the race, but she had enough in the locker just to go again. Meanwhile, the leader, who eventually finishes second, I actually thought she got chin for second, but Mohija takes second in the end. She was out on her feet in the dying 200 metres. It looked like Jcsa was the only horse that really finished off the race well. We'll take it from the full race replay in just a second. And you'll see Mohammed Al-Ham's plan here. She's the only grey filly right in the middle of shot. Breaks really nicely. One horse was very slowly away, and that was the 4, Awali, Tahama on debut. She'll improve from here.
But Mohija away like a rocket.
Yeah, she goes straight to the front. Alex Moreno does like these aggressive kind of tactics, but he sets sail a long way from home. The eventual winners at the bottom of your screen right now, the big grey filly, just getting a little bit of cover, maybe 7-8 lengths off the leader, and she gets a beautiful toe through the race.
And we've already got almost 3 distinct groups. You've got the winner, the second group, and then the chasing pack. Yeah,
being in that second flight is always the place to be by the looks of things, especially over the 1,200 metres where that bend comes up quickly. She starts to move through now into around 5th place. I imagine Alex Moreno on the leader right now is pretty confident. He's got a healthy advantage over the remainder of the field, and his filly seems to be travelling well. But Jcsa relishes this distance, and she's about to extricate herself from the gap and find a clear run.
And the gaps do appear. She's not running out of turn either. It was a good run a couple of starts back and a winners of 1.
Yeah, her form's been solid. I mean, we discussed her as one of the leading players in here. She was 5-1 in the international market. She finished second in conditions race, so this is a lot easier than the contest that she ran her best race in. She finishes her race off with aplomb. I think she'll be better suited to 1,400 maybe, whereas quite clearly the runner-up wants the 1,200 metres. Just an out-and-out speedball.
Yeah. And she's done well to have held on to second, given the the pace she's put into the race.
She has, yeah. Obviously there is a speed bias at this track, not a major one, but a minor one. I thought she did get chinned for a second, I have to admit, by Bin Carfer in the yellow silks. But she just managed to put her nose down the line and hold on to that position. She'll have a race in her. There's no doubt about that.
She's starting to look exposed after 12.
Yeah, but when you come into races like this, you're going to meet a lot of exposed horses, especially in the back end of the season. And given she has so much natural early speed, that's going to stand her in good stead.
And the reserve, who did take third, we thought had got second, certainly builds on the debut run.
Yeah, I said pre-race I would be happy with a place because this is going to be quite a tricky race.
You're not though, are you?
In hindsight, no, I'm a bit
heartbroken.
gutted. I thought she was going to win actually with about 200, 250 metres to run, but it wasn't to be. But there will be a race in her as well. She has a lot of natural talent and she'll find a good spot towards the end of the campaign.
Okay, well, that was the first race of the day. It was a local bred fillies made in the first of 12 races, 11 more still to come, and we've got a couple of cup races a little bit later on. If anybody missed the very start of the programme, what is it you're looking forward to most later on today?
It's a good question. I mean, we've got lots of quality. Los Andes against Saudi Empire is one of them. Honky Tonk Mangoes in the last race. And I'd suggest maybe the Arabian, Lacey de Violettes, purely because she's not lost before. We don't know where her limit is. And she's a very short price. It looks like a pretty winnable spot for her. But she could be the one Arabian that really takes a step up to the next level.
And we needed something to come through and challenge Asfan and Tilal Kaladir, the dominant forces here.
Yeah.
I mean, has she got the profile that if she keeps on going that way, she could?
Well, you can't really fault a horse that's never lost before. Obviously, she's a filly and the other two are boys, but at the same time, maybe she could take that step forward. She's rated 100 and something already, and she only needs to improve maybe 10 to 15 pounds.
And she is very, very short on the international market. Around what we were saying, 8 to 1
1 to 8, yeah, 1 to 8.
Well, she comes up a little bit later on. Next up, though, we've got horses who've won between 1 and 3 races on the dirt. It's over the 1,200 metres, and with all the details, here's Enzo.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, looking forward to race 2. Here we go, our 340 on the dirt. Non-winners of 4 lifetime then, and the favourite is number 1 on the race card, Maroof. It was 7 to 4 last time I checked on the international betting. And I'm just going to go through them. 1, Maroof, is ridden by Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Number 2 is Mokdam, Muhannad Al Nassar. Number 3 is going to be Secret Bid for Jimmy Carrigan. Number 4 is Asna, Adel Al Faradi. 5, Bashawat, Abdullah Al Saidi. 6 is Get Stuck In, with Morales on board. 7 is Jasmine. Oh, here we go. We've got them now. So we've got the first 6. Morales on Get Stuck In. And 7, Jasmine, Ali Al-Matib. 8, Marmaduke Lemon, Alex Moreno. 9, Motarakia for Camille Ospina, currently around 7 to 2 international market-wise. 10 is Muabik for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 11, Sense of Power, Ahmed Al-Shrar. 12, Shamkat Tawake, Thard Al-Timyat. Stanley Street, used to race over the UK, Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 13 and 14 is Talentum in yellow and black for Abdullah Al-Qradis. They are the 14 runners for our second race, 340. Let's go to Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yes, let's start with the one here. Maroof is the first one we're going to check out. A nice-looking individual here who's been in incredible form this year. Not out the first 3 in the last 5 starts. Consistent, powerful individual. Have they found this one a race here? A strong sprinter who might just not be at the top level, but we're looking forward to seeing how he gets on in this sort of company. This looks like a winnable contest, and certainly I've got nothing against him in the parade ring. He's a very, very good looker. Stall 13 could be a little bit of a challenge for him, coming from a little bit of a wider gate, but certainly Ricardo Souza Ferreira and Sama Al-Dahani will be keen to continue the good form they've shown this week. In behind, we've got Mokdam. He's a real good looker. Very, very similar to a lot of the Abdullah Al-Manif runners, typical European type. This one's by Acclaim. Muhannad Al Nassar in the saddle. He's a very, very good 2-kilo claimer and well worth keeping on the right side of. This one's carrying very little condition. He's a 4-year-old now, gelded, which will probably mean he's a little bit easier to traverse than some of these in tyres that are still running a little bit older. I'd imagine he's going to put forward a decent effort here, but maybe this might just be a step too far. Certainly needs to bounce back from the last effort, but a nice looking type nonetheless. We'll drop back just a couple to number 4, Asna, who's just coming towards me now. A really good-looking type here in the parade ring. A winner last time out. Hugely strong, powerful individual. Looks like a cow, doesn't he? He's built like a bull. Really nice type. Carrying a bit of chunk, but he's a typical sprinter. He is all speed. And Jcsa, who's been having quietly half-decent season, will be looking for another bit of success here. He comes out of stall 2. Could be one to watch in this one. We drop all the way back, passing a couple of them to number 8. Marmaduke Lemon is the next one we're going to have a quick peep at. Very different look to what we've just seen before. This is Marmaduke Lemon. Sioux Nation, very typical of the Sioux Nation. Quite a light, delicate type. Clearly keen to get on with things here, but just about keeping a lid on it for the Red Stable and Sami Al-Harabi. Nice back end on this one. He's fully developed, like we saw previously with these fillies in our earlier contest. They still need the time to grow. This horse doesn't. But if we just let him go by and just watch his hind legs here, Mustafa, just going to let him go past, and he's just got this really, really exaggerated walk. He walks like an American footballer when they break, so it's all swinging in behind, and it's not the most attractive thing you'll ever see. So for me, he's not the greatest of movers, but he's got the pedigree to suggest he could be dangerous at this level. And then in behind, we've got the 9, Motorakaya. This is the last one we'll take a peep at, the last of the paddock eye catchers here. Typical for the connections, always going to be seeing support on the international market, but the form has been pretty low-key this season, and there's no way I'm going to say that she's blowing anyone away here. She's a 5-year-old now. She's a bit woolly under the belly, and I'd be looking elsewhere, but I know people will like her because of the connections. If I had to make a paddock pick, it would be the 4, Asna, a pure ball of speed.
So Asna has had the 5 starts so far, rated 70. The paddock pick for Callum, but the international favourite is Maroof, goes for Tamar Al-Dahani. 3 winners early on the card yesterday, and this horse, Tom, top rated here off 83.
Just a really consistent performer who's placed on 7 of his 8 starts this season. He drops out of handicap company, which you can see him running in here on this piece of footage, and he drops into a non-winners of 4 event, which is probably, well, usually you'd expect a non-winners of 4 to be trickier than handicap company, but this isn't the best conditions race you'll ever see today. He has natural early speed. The one problem with Maroof is his finishing effort, but he may just be able to blitz these from the outside gate and make all.
And how big of a gulf is it between that 0 to 90 was in last time, dropping down to horses that won between 1 and 3? Is there a big difference in class and competition?
Well, yeah, as I was saying, like the conditions races usually are pretty tough. They're much tougher than handicap company. However, this race in particular isn't. It's not drawn the best of fields. There are quite a few exposed horses in here. If you look on official ratings, he's rated 83. There is one horse number 9, Motorakaya, who's rated 80, but the remainder are all in the 70s or even lower. So you would suggest this is a good piece of placing from Tamar Al-Dahani, and the draw's a problem. He's drawn widest of all, or well, one from the outside, but that natural early speed is going to allow him to get into a great position. And as we keep talking about, over this 1,200 metres, if you get behind, it's very hard to make up ground. Maroof is going to be in the firing line early. He's going to have every chance of winning.
Well, he's just under 2 to 1. I mean, just over 2 to 1. Easy enough to back to 3.5 to 1 is horse number 3, Motorakaya. He's got the mark of 80. On official figures, the main danger. 2 wins from 12 starts. They've been wins over 1,200 and 1,400. Wasn't beaten too far last time out, despite only finishing 5th.
Yeah, she rallied under pressure that day to finish 5th in a course and distance conditions event. This looks trickier, I think, than the race she ran in last time. She does hold clear claims on the ratings, as already talked about. She's rated 80, but she gets 4 kilos from Maroof.
Yeah.
So at the weights, she is the best treated in here. But she just doesn't win very often. She's 2 from 12. Her recent efforts have all been quite middling, and she's a 5-year-old now. It's not like she's improving. So I was willing to take her on. I did think she was obviously a horse you want to have on your shortlist, Motorakaya, but I had her 3rd in.
Well, 3rd in the international market. In fact, just changing slightly, there's been money for the 4, Callum's selection down at the paddock. Just give us a quick word on that.
Yeah.
1 win from 5 so far, and that was a win last time out.
I had Asna as my 2nd pick in here, so I don't mind the money for her. I think that's for him, that's probably legit. Adel Al-Faradi rides. He was successful last time up. He draws well. Dropping back in trip should be absolutely perfect because he shows lots of speed. I think the 4 will probably lead inside, grab the rail, with Maroof just on the outside of him. That's how I imagine it. And whoever's going to stay best out of the 1 and the 4, I think will win.
We'll get into your comments on YouTube in a second because there's a groundswell of positivity for the market leader. We just have to mention, though, Marmaduke Lemon, horse number 8 in here, has got a mark of 75. Debut in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, formerly trained in the UK by Ed Bethel.
Yeah, our producer will like this one because it's got the word Duke in it, and he likes horses with Duke. Off the mark at the 9th attempt in the UK, over 1,400 metres. That was onto Peter. Switches to dirt now and cuts back in trip on the local debut. So there are question marks, surface and distance, but equally this horse has shown enough ability in the UK to warrant some support.
It's just helpfully told us it was formerly trained by Ed Bethel its first time out here.
Did you tell us that? Did I tell you that?
I think we might. I think we might have mentioned it as well.
Right, yeah.
It's good to see us paying attention. The producer.
Of course.
Yeah. Thanks to those getting in touch on YouTube as well. We've got Black Type TV. Maroof, my nap for today. George, I agree. Maroof should handle this group with ease. And Jose, good morning, guys. Let's see how today's racing goes. In this one, I like the horse ridden by
Ricardo Ferreira.
Maroof. He's got quite an outside draw, which can be pretty tricky over a short distance, but he does like him. 13 of 14, but it's not a massive field, is it?
Usually I'd say it's a big negative, but in this race I don't think it is. He has so much natural speed that he can easily cut across. He's unlikely to get to the fence, but that's not a major issue. You don't need to ride the rail here. Being wide on the track's fine. You obviously don't want to be too wide. There are limits, but if he's 2 or 3 wide, I don't see that as a problem. He should have every chance. Already talked about the one problem with Maroof, which is that he does tend to find one to beat him purely because he doesn't have a finishing kick. He goes as fast as he can for as long as he can. Now that may be good enough, and I think it could be in this spot. But if he does finish 2nd or 3rd, it wouldn't be a surprise, just purely because there are other speed horses in here and he may tire late.
And just before the producer points out, there's another horse in here who's come across from the United Kingdom making his debut here today. Secret Bid, formerly trained by Archie Watson. He was sold for 20,000 quid at the Horses and Trading sales. A couple of wins at Lingfield and Wolverhampton, both though over 200 metres further.
Yeah, a dual 1,400 metre winner in the UK. The form just tailed off in the autumn last year. He now makes his local debut. That would be a concern. He didn't show his best on his last few runs. Connections decided to get rid of him. He's come here. Is he really going to fire again? Not first time up, I don't think. There is one horse at a big price that I would like to mention, which is horse number 7, Jasmine. She's a mare that I've had a sort of soft spot for really since the start of last year when we came over here. She doesn't win very often. I don't think she'll be winning today. But if they do go extremely hard up front, which is likely with the 1, the 4 and a couple of others in here, Jasmine's going to be the one horse that stays on from the back of the pack. She could easily get a place at a big price, around 18 to 1 in the international market. I highly doubt she'll win, but in some races like this, you maybe just want to find a horse that will place up. I had her as my 4th pick, but I wouldn't be surprised if she ran 3rd or maybe even 2nd. Maroof, though, will be my number 1 selection.
Jasmine was 18, now 14 to 1, so there has been money for that. So we've got Black Type, we've got George, we've got Jose, we've got myself, we've got Tom, all on board Maroof, who is, of course, trained by the legendary
Aldahani.
Just the 3 winners on the board. Yes, did he have a 2nd as well, I think?
He did, yeah, a narrow 2nd as well. So he's had a very good week already, and well, just a great season. He's leading the trainer title by a long way, not only in the whole season, Taifan Riyadh, but Riyadh alone as well. So he's the guy that everyone should be following. If you don't have an opinion, then sway towards Aldahani. It's usually the right way to go.
Yeah, these colours have been omnipresent through the season. And Aldahani with the winner as well on Thursday, 3 on the board yesterday, and every chance of success here with Maroof, who's the winner of 3 of his 19 starts. Good 2nd over the course and distance on the last couple of runs, including a 0 to 90 handicap last time. And has got winning form this season as well. That was back in September at Taif in an apprentice jockey's handicap. So good luck to Black Type, good luck to George, good luck to Jose, good luck to Tom, good luck to me.
Yep.
Over to you, Callum.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, Asna, the pick for me, horse number 4, an absolute barrel in the parade ring, and certainly a horse I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on here. Hopefully he can continue the good form he's shown with that win last time out. Interesting scenes down here in the parade ring before we went out. Stanley Street, horse number 13, the Mount of Khalid Al Mamoni, was circling around in the naughty corner, and I had a look and I thought, well, he's not been very naughty, so what's happened here? Khalid Al Mamoni comes running out. He was wearing the wrong coloured cap, so he had to do a quick change and come back out. So Stanley Street, you'll see Khalid Al Mamoni in the white cap. Hopefully he'll be the last one to get down to the start, but hopefully he'll be the first one to cross the line for connections. looking forward to this contest. Modrakaya is the 9 here, well supported, but for me personally, I'd be looking elsewhere. Not really the pick for Callum. I just thought she was just having a little bit of fur under the belly and probably just turning, and I think this is a more competitive race than it initially looks on paper. Secret Bid, exciting newcomer coming over here as well that we'll look forward to. Jasmine, we know how that horse is going to run, that's a 7. She will come from the clouds. Interesting that she changed ownership. Clearly, someone thinks they can get the best out of Jasmine. You could just see walking around shot there. Blue, mainly blue colours with the yellow wrap around the middle. The same with Marmaduke Lemon again making Sandy debut. Quite interesting to see these Sioux Nations. I think they thrive on the dirt over here. Sioux Nation, obviously a horse that spent most of his career on turf, but actually if you look at his pedigree, he's dirt all the way through, so hopefully Marmaduke Lemon can take a step forward from here. But the pick for me is Asna. Hopefully Gaith Algaith can continue his good strong season, and that's the pick for me. Anthony Ennis, the loading process is nearly halfway through as they do it rapidly here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the loading up process getting underway here. Yeah, Asna I thought was interesting as well. 8-1 into 13-2 international market. So a little nibble for the one you mentioned there, Asna. Very orangey colours for that one. 6-1 now, in fact. Maroof is also well back though. 13-8 from 9-4. So strong favourite to Maroof. And let's see if we can get a victory after those placed efforts. Right, they're loading. Not too many more to go forward here. They're loading up very quickly for this our second race. Nominals of 4 lifetime these are. They're going on the dirt over the 6 furlongs. This is Get Stuck In, the grey. I think it'll be the last one in. Just about ready for a start. Race 2 here at Riyadh on the dirt. Set. And they're off. They break away. Pretty good start towards the inside. Asna in the white blinkers is up there and also showing good speed is Motarakia, the green cap. And to the outside, Maroof wants a piece of the action as well. Jockey glancing across there, Ricardo Ferreira, to see if he can just ease towards the fence. Meanwhile, Asna's going to hold them out with the running round, the orange colours. Asna going on. Motarakia now in the 2 path. In the 3 path, that's the red colours of Marmaduke Lemon and Alex Moreno. Wider out then is Maroof, who's caught a bit deep on the track. He's racing on the outside of Stanley Street and then further back to find Shamkat to wake. The light blue of Mokdam is further back in the field. The grey Get Stuck In is back on the pegs but quite far back. Jasmine is towards the tail of the field. The leader is going sweetly, Asna, around the turn. But here comes Maroof now, taking dead aim at this leader as they go past the 400 metre from home marker. Asna in front, but Maroof is making stealthy headway down. The outside is moving well. To the outside, though, Mokdam also might have a say in this. And here comes Mokdam, who's going home strongly. On the outside, and Mokdam has raced past Maroof, who looks set to be placed again because it's Mokdam who's got that powerful finish that takes him clear. And Mokdam, number 2, is the winner. Second, Maroof. Third, close in the end. Running on with Murbik. Might have just tipped out Asna for a place. But we'll leave the judge to confirm that for us. To the winner, Mokdam. Mohamed Al Nassar came with an irresistible run down the outside. That's what price he was in the betting. He was around a 20-1 chance last time I checked. So could be a bit of a turn up here. Second place, Maroof. Well, he's second again. The boys were talking about how he's always in the money, and I'm afraid it's happened again to him here. 1 minute 13.99, the winning time. 2 Mokdam, the winner. 1 Maroof for second. It's very close for third. Maroof, second best, green sleeves and cap. Just think the yellow blinkers on the outside might have got third there. That was Murbik's yellow blinkers, so I think 10 will be third. Yes, he is. 2.5 lengths to winning margin. 2-1-10 then. Mokdam, Maroof, Murbik. Your 1, 2, 3.
live TV always is. As soon as I say I can get the winning trainer, he jumps straight on the phone. So we'll just wait for it to finish, but Abdullah Manif has trained the winner here, Moqdam, to success in this contest. It was a bit of a pace collapse in front. Asda set a rocket fast pace, but this runner came and swept home late. A very good performance from Moqdam.
This is his third win this season. He already secured 2 in Taif. I've been placing in Riyadh, been competitive enough. The past 2 runs wasn't happy. One of them was a mile. He couldn't handle it. The other one, not good at all since of the transition that we went through, changing the yards and so on. So he's back to track. Everything is settled, and alhamdulillah, he got it in a proper way.
You talk about transition. Is that talking about Jcsa and the stable transition from there? Have you felt a lot of your horses have struggled with that change?
Yeah, a lot of. To be honest, I have tried to maintain the best environment for all of them. But unfortunately, I didn't have that spaces for all of the horses. It's been like I have more than 30 horses in training. I have to keep only the 10, the best of the best. So Moqdam, he's a competitive, he's a good horse, but I have to leave him, to be honest. There is more like better form with than him. So he went back somewhere, Ramah, like 100 kilo away, and then he came back again. So alhamdulillah, now my horses are here. So alhamdulillah, I'm happy for him.
They're settled, you're settled. Go and enjoy the trophy.
Thank you so much.
Abdullah Manif there with a really lovely piece there, trying to get the kids in too, which is great to see. Look at these youngsters, they're all going to get involved in the photo as well. I think this is a really interesting point there. The Jcsa stabling issues have been well publicised here, and we won't dig too deep into them, but a lot of these horses have had a lot of turmoil early on in their early careers, so they'll be much better shape now to go forward. Now everybody is settled. Mohamed Al Nasser as well, the young rider who's won here, he's an apprentice to follow as well. We saw Sultan Al Mamoni, Abdullah Al Saidi as well, Osama Al Shahani as well. They're all very talented riders, and this young lad is no different here. Mohamed Al Nasser riding full of confidence, a 2 kilo claim. This son of a claim has done the business here, a 2-time winner in Taif boys, and now a winner in Riyadh.
He is indeed at a big price at the international markets as well. Moqdam has come through to deny the international favourite Maroof into 2nd place. A horse who was last seen winning a similar race, winners of 2 races at Taif over this trip back in August, was over a little bit further last time, ran over the 1400, Tom. Back in trip today is Randan Maroof, who looked at this stage to be the most likely winner.
Yeah, the race panned out as expected, albeit Maroof was a little bit wide on the turn, wider than we wanted really. It was 5 wide, not 3 wide. He loomed into the race like the winner, but as talked about in the preview, he doesn't find much under pressure. So once Ricardo was asking for everything, it was a matter of whether he was going to go by Asna and whether there was a closer. Moqdam was the closer. I didn't foresee this result, I have to admit. Connections have just said that there were reasons why he's been underperforming of late. We can see him break from stall 5, and he breaks from really well on top actually, and then just takes back. Our selection, Maroof, is also up there from the outset, sits wide on the...
It's away very well, almost quite keen early.
Yeah, I think Ricardo probably wanted to move across, but then he realised there was so much pace inside that he couldn't get across, and he has to sit a 5 wide trip. This is not ideal. He'd rather be in kind of that 2nd position right now, where he's 1 off the rail or 2 off the rail. Asna blazes the trail as expected. And Ricardo just kind of has to sit and suffer out in that 5 wide passage. The horse moves lovely through the race, and he comes there to win. And you know, if you were looking at in running prices, he would be favourite, but he doesn't have that finishing kick, which is why he's placed so often and doesn't win that regularly. But at this stage, it did look like it was his race at his mercy, didn't it? It's just a Moqdam behind, moves out to follow him through, going into 3rd place now, and he's just got a better finishing turn of foot.
Has it cost the eventual 2nd, the wide draw and the wide trip, do you think? Maybe,
but it was a 2.5 length difference at the line between the winner and the 2nd. Obviously, it did cost him a little bit of energy because he had to cover more ground and whatnot. But I think he was ridden efficiently. Ricardo didn't ask for too much too soon, and he just didn't have enough to win. Moqdam finished behind Honky Tonk Man last time up, and that's why he's dropping back in trip. Maybe Honky Tonk Man can win later and boost the form further.
Yeah, that was over the 1400 metres. Beaten last time behind Honky Tonk Man. That's a boost for the great horse who goes in our 12th and final race a little bit later on. Honky Tonk Man 4. Jimmy Jerkins and the King Khalid University Cup. And Ricardo, watching the overhead shot, has almost accepted defeat once the eventual winner's gone past. And maybe that winning margin of 2.5 does flatter the winner slightly. It
could do, but Marouf's stride is really shortening here. You can see he's not stretching out with his front two legs. 1,200 metres is too far. He wants 1,100. That would be absolutely perfect for him, but you can't obviously run over that distance here. He will find a race, Marouf, but he kind of needs an inside draw and the race to go to plan. No closer coming out of the pack. And look, there was one today. It was Mokdam. He was very hard to fancy based on recent efforts and handicap rating and everything, really. But he's managed to get the job done. It's a third career success for him.
And Asnar's given a good go from the front, but understandably is wilted late.
Yeah, he ran well. That's kind of how he races. He's an out-and-out speedball, dropping back in trip today, and just didn't have what it takes to win. He just got chinned for third as well by Merbik, which isn't ideal for connections, but he still picks up 12,500 Saudi Riyal, and he might find a race in this company soon.
And to get Merbik home in, to get Marouf home in front, I mean, we're looking at, if we can't get a race over 1,100 metres, just hold on as late as possible, produce him as late as possible?
Probably that, or find a weak race where there's not enough speed and he can go and dictate matters. He basically needs an inside draw. He needs everything to go to plan and no closer with a stronger turn of foot to pass him. He's a horse that's always going to be there or thereabouts, but he just finds winning tough.
Yeah, even the master, Al-Dahani, hasn't really managed to find the key to him as yet. Well, that was our second race. Horses have won between 1 and 3. Next up, we've got a local bred open. This is, again, on the dirt, as all of our races are today, again over the 1,200 metres. And this, Enzo, looks a shootout between the Red Stable.
It does, Marty, but Fighter's very short now, 1-2, I think, last time I checked, over at Ajzal, who does head the runners. Number 1, Ajzal, Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board him. Number 2 is Besht Al Hakem, Abdullah Al Khamis. 3 is Fanar for Khalid Al Mamoni. 4 is Ayan Al Yaqeen, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 5, the hot favourite, then Fighter, Radel Al Faraidi. 6, Kalastafe for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 7 is Motakar, Ayad Al Tarisi over the page, and number 8 is Dawai for Mohammed Al Habail. 9's a scratching, as we heard earlier on. 8 runners. Let's go back to Tom and Martin.
Yeah, it's a matchup between the Red Stable runners. Basically, this between number 5 Fighter and number 1 Ajzal. Rated 85 and 95. There's £10 between them on official ratings. Yet Fighter gets the weight differential today. I guess that's why the international market's got Fighter so short, but I don't think the form really entitles Fighter to be as short. As we'll see, we'll pick up a bit of form for Fighter. He's a 5 times winner from 35 career starts. So we can have a look back at his run on January the 4th. He's been in Cup company the last couple of starts.
Yeah, it's been in Cup company. This horse was never previously owned by the Red Stable. The Red Stable have just picked him up this year as a 7-year-old, which is...
It's a strange purchase, I thought.
Very strange. You know, he had solid form coming into this season, but he didn't have great form. He was regularly beaten in Cup competitions, and we can see him now in the Red Stable silks down the outside, and he finishes off well. But if you go back to last year, he was being stuffed in opens over this trip, over 1,400 as well. He was only rated 87. This year, he dropped all the way down to 84 until he won the Jockey Club Cup back in December. And then this time was last time up in the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup, where he finishes 4th. He's a strong stayer at the trip, but does he really have the ability to warrant a mark of 95? I'm not so sure.
And I know they were onto turf yesterday, but Rustam Basha and Emir were both in front of him that day, and they were both turned over yesterday.
Yeah, and Rustam Basha was a very similar type as well, that was purchased from the purchased by the Red Stable to go into the latter part of the season just to boost their form. Meanwhile, Ajzal has been with the Red Stable throughout, and we can see him in shot right now. He's a slow developing type. He's won 4 of his 12 outings, very prolific. He gallops strongly to the line over this trip. He's a smooth traveller. Okay, he has to give weight to Fighter, and maybe Fighter should be favourite because of that, but Fighter shouldn't be 1-2, and Ajzal shouldn't be 11-4. They should be a lot closer. Maybe 8-11, 7-4. It looks between the two. It looks like a match race between the Red Stable horses, and it depends what kind of trip they're going to get in this contest to determine who's going to win the race.
And I love the way he won last time. Best part of 3 lengths, coming from the back of the field, well on top in the closing stages. He's coming here on a roll, Callum. He's won his last 2. Can he complete the hat-trick?
Well, by the looks of him, I wouldn't say no. He certainly, he looks in really fine fettle, Ajdal, walking out very nicely. The handlers have just put the brakes on, so we've got a better chance to capture him, which is very polite of them. He's in good shape. He's got a bit of a dip in the back. You can see he's a typical 5-year-old. He's just growing into that frame. Gelded, he's got plenty to like about him, and he's just in such great form right now, and physically, you wouldn't say the hat-trick is not on the agenda. In behind, we've got Best Alakem, who was a very smart juvenile back in the day, won a couple of valuable races, including a valuable selling contest. I think that was in Thai for all last season, deepest, darkest last season. Not quite been able to maintain that same form now, the 4-year-old down at a mark of 65. They're back in trip with him today. That might help, but I say he's one that is a little bit hard to fancy. In behind, we've got Fanar. This is horse number 3. Very different build. Another one, very rotund, strong, but I say he's carrying a bit of condition. I would be looking elsewhere. I think Fanar, not for me in this one. He's got a nice bit of dappling, but I think he could be a little tighter. Let's pull our way back to the 5. This is Fighter, who we're coming to see now. Again, a strange purchase from the Red Stable at this big age of 7. I don't know. He's a good mover. He's got a beautiful walk to him. Look how he covers the ground as he walks. And you know what they say about horses that walk well? They tend to gallop quickly too. So certainly worth noting how he goes. Well fancied here. He's in fairly good form. He's been running in decent races. And as a local bred sprinter, he has to be well regarded. Certainly a nice type, and certainly more of a typical sprinter build than we saw with Ajzal. In behind, we've got the 6th, Calastify, another very, very smart juvenile back in the day. You can see with a fitness line just on the hindquarters here, not carrying too much condition at all, but needs to step forward after 2 pretty negative runs. In behind is the 7, this is Motkar, a very typical local bred type. Look at the head on him, he's not got a very unattractive head, very typical local bred. Short enough back, but just he's very short-legged and he's quite a short boy. I'd be looking elsewhere, but he does shine up well in the coat. So he comes here, had a winner on penultimate start, but was well beaten last time. And then another typical local bred in the 8, Duray. This is the last one we'll look at, but we will look at the 4 who came in late as well. So he's another one who I'd say typical local bred, got plenty of fitness on side, not carrying any condition, but I would be looking elsewhere. Mustafa, if you just follow me, we'll catch the 4 as it comes around the other side. This is Ain Ali Yaqeen is the next one we'll look at. He came into the parade ring just a little bit late, isn't a non-runner, and will be fancied by some people. Look, the form of late has been pretty disappointing, but he was a winner 5 starts ago, and if I remember rightly, that was quite a decent win. He's quite a fine type, as you can see, narrow build in front, quite a light type. He lacks a little bit of bone, but for me, better looking than some of the other typical local breds that you see. But team, if I did have to pick a paddock eye catcher, it would be the one. Adzal looks primed and ready to make it 3 from 3.
So positive words from Callum about I keep doing this. Ajzal.
Yeah.
Ajzal, a nice winner. Last time out, won the last couple of starts, looking to complete the hat-trick, taking on Fighter, who with the weights and measures should come out on top there. In shot is number 8.
Doei.
Yeah, I've got that down as a scratch.
Oh, the 9's a scratch. The 9's a scratch.
Yeah. That's why I paused. I think, how's the non-runner in the paddock?
I thought the apostrophes threw you off.
No, not the name. It was the fact it wasn't meant to be there. It's like the ghost of. That's one of the outsiders of the field. We can see him back there again. 3 wins from 46 starts, but needs to find more in recent form.
Yeah, he's a front runner, the 8, so he'll be up there early on. Generally finds open company too strong. Hasn't won for over 2 years, and it's just hard to make a case for Doei. There are quite a few like that in here, the big price horses, the likes of Best Alhakem, very similar type, horse number 2. Trails home last of 20 last time. Used to be a speed bull, they tried to stretch him out, going 1600, and it just didn't work, and now he seems to have lost his speed. So they're very similar, the 2 and the 8. They're both speed, forward-going types that probably aren't at their best anymore.
And we saw the pink colours of Fanar as well. That was horse number 3, a 3-times winner. Did place on a couple of occasions, 2 and 3 starts back.
I actually have Fanar down as my 3rd choice in here. I'm quite surprised he's not 3rd favourite. I think 3rd favourite is the 6, Calastify, but I prefer the 3 when it comes to the long shots. Only rated 74, so has a lot of work to find with the 2 market leaders, but wasn't that disgraced when behind Ajzal on a couple of occasions so far this year. He's not going to reverse that form with the 1, but he could still run a good third in this. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, it's the red stable matchup. 2's on for Fighter. Ajsal is been backed just under 3-1 to just over 2-1. There's also money for horse number 6, Calastafe. 10s.
I don't know about that.
Hey?
I don't know about that.
10 into 9s?
He doesn't appeal to me at all. He returned from 9 months off last time with a really quiet display. He was right out the back of the pack over the course and distance. I just don't see where he's suddenly going to find his form from. Second off the long layoff, only rated 75. See, I would prefer the 3 to him. The 3 should beat the 6. I would also prefer the 4. A.N. Ali Keen, despite the fact that horse has a lot to find on figures.
Calastafe has got £20. He's £20 wrong with Fighter.
Yeah, Calastafe? Yeah, absolutely. I just don't see him having winning claims at all.
And he won over the course and distance than winners have won back in January, but since then he's done nothing.
Yeah, that's 12 months ago. Came off a long absence as well. Like, as we've already talked about on numerous occasions, it's so hard to win off the absence. And yeah, he has had 1 run, but he showed nothing in that 1 start last time up. He's not for me.
Given the run styles of Ajsal and Fighter, which one of those 2 could be most favourably favoured by the way this is going to be set up? You say the pace is going to come from the 2 and the 8?
Yeah, well, they've kind of got the same run style, Ajsal and Fighter. They come from off the pace. Ajsal's a more stronger traveller than Fighter, but Fighter's probably a better stayer. You'd want to see, if you like Ajsal, like many people do, you'd want to see him in front of Fighter in the early part of the race, just purely because he'll travel into it and he doesn't have the best turn of foot, whereas turns off foot, whereas Fighter does have a good turn of foot in the latter part of the contest. So I'd want the 1 to be ahead of the 5, and then we'll get a good race between the 2. If Fighter's ahead of Ajsal, Fighter will probably beat him, but I don't think that'll be the case. I think Ricardo's going to be a little bit more aggressive than Adel Alfredi in the early part. Maybe Ajsal sits 3rd or 4th and Fighter sits 4th or 5th in this contest. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
And what do you think the red stable saw in Fighter to buy him at this sort of late stage of his career?
That's a great question. I don't know. He obviously won very well on his penultimate outing in the Jockey Club Cup, but was that enough to warrant a purchase? I'm not sure. He was formerly trained by the father of the stable manager of the white stable.
Okay.
So the fact it's been purchased by the red stable is interesting. It feels like the white stable could have had him if they wanted.
Yeah. You just wonder, he's had 35 or 34 starts before he was bought. He's a 7-year-old.
Mm-hmm. He's surely reached his limit.
Yeah.
He has. And if you look on official ratings, you go back through his career. In 2022, he was rated 90. And then he dropped down to 81. And then he went up to 90. And then he dropped back down to 84. And now he's up to 95. Like, he's between a 90 and 80 rated horse. I don't think his current rating suggests is legit. I think he should be dropped a few pounds, and look, maybe the red stable have found some improvement out of him, and if that's the case, then Fighter will win this. He has every chance of winning anyway, but Ajsal doesn't have that much to find. The £10 difference on the ratings isn't the actual realistic difference between the 2 horses.
No, a 5-year-old who's in the form of his life, won his last 2, a 3 times course and distance winner, an authoritative winner last time out, and he's been backed as well. He did touch 9-4, back out to 5-2 for Ajsal. Fighter 2's on currently. 9-1 for Calastafe. Fana on the international markets, 10s from 12, 14 and bigger the remainder. And nothing else been backed at bigger prices. They are arriving down at the start. This is a matchup for the red stable. Number 1, Ajsal against number 5, Fighter. The youngster against the elder. The elder better favoured by the weights, but maybe, well, not maybe, certainly is further down his career path than Ajsal. Your selection, Tom?
See, I could be really tactical here, and I could go for Fighter just for our competition, but I did put down Ajsal as my number 1 pick, so I'll stick with it.
Have you also been tactical as well? By staying with me, you can maintain that one advantage.
Yeah, you could go tactical and pick Fighter now that I've chosen Ajsal, but...
I'm going to pick the winners. I'm going to go 1.
Okay, good. I'm with the 1 as well.
Okay, we were in agreement before, Callum. It didn't work. Hopefully this time it's Ajsal who can come out on top.
Yeah, triple kiss of death here. I'm going for the Ajsal as well. I thought this horse looked in really good shape in the parade ring. Certainly shaping as if the runs weren't catching up with him. I'd be surprised if it was a disappointing effort. So Ajzal is the pick for me. Thought Best Alakem looked great in the prelims, but that horse tends to do that very often. Kalastify, a very similar shape. Both 2 and 6 were both really top-level juveniles, especially early on in the Thai season, but they found it much, much tougher taking on the older horses now for a bit of a long time. The Best Alakem looks fairly tripless now at this point as well. Fanar was one I can understand why Tom mentioned third in, and surprisingly not third favourite of these local bred types. He's one of the better looking ones in this field. I just thought he was carrying a bit too much condition for me. It's very different to the horse we saw previously in the shape of Asna, who, although was big and strong and quite heavy, it was all muscle. It wasn't wiggling around. It was certainly a horse which is built powerfully. This boy here, Fanar, seems to just be carrying a little bit of Christmas dinner on him. So I'd be looking elsewhere with him. I think you can put a line through the 7 and the 8 as well, because they just, sometimes in these local bred contests, you can find horses that just, when they, the difference in quality between some of them and others is really keen to see. You've got Byron and Mr. Speaker in the pedigrees of the 7 and 8. Meanwhile, you've got Frozen Power, Finest Artisan, and 2 Frozen Powers in this field with some of the other better bred types. So I'd be looking at the better bred types who just look a bit more like our typical race horses. But yeah, the pick for me will be Ajzal. We're all sticking with the one here. They circle down at the start. Kalastify would be a nice performance. It'd be nice to see him bounce back to some level of form, but I can't take on this top one here. Ajzal, the whole team is with you. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, 1-2 and 9-4 now in the international market. So Ajzal, who was 3-1 not so long ago. Interesting shout against the favourite then. Red cap, of course, for Ajzal. The white cap for Fighter. Did it well on the way down. Was a noseband as well for Adel Al Faradi. The stable lads getting ready to cheer home their pride and joy as the runners load up. Pink colours of Fanar is in. Khalid Al Mamoni. It's locally bred open here. 6 furlongs on the dirt. 1,200 metres. The grey Besht Alakem is going in there to stall number 3. There is Fighter, white cap. He's coming out of gate 5. His big rival Ajzal, much wider out. Maroon and green, that's Motorcar. Rider number 9 doesn't go here. Alan Warren, as we heard, travel issues for that stable today. So we're almost set for our third here at Riyadh this afternoon. Just about ready for a start now. Starters ready for them. And they're off. Starter caught with a pretty good line. A step slow, maybe, Ajzal and also Fighter. The 2 big guns just dropping behind early. Plenty of speed on towards the inside here. Motorcar is up there, green cap, leading up to an extreme outside Kilastife in the yellow and white jacket. Then the grey Besht Alakem is in between those 2. Going quite keenly hard up against the inside is Doai. And then they're being followed by Fanar. And the big guns are side by side. White cap Fighter and red cap Ajzal. Ricardo Ferreira has just got that rival on his outside. So making the run towards the home turn and the halfway point then. Heading inside the 600 and up front on the inside, Motorcar leads by a neck. But here around the outside goes Kilastife, who's on the move with Besht Alakem. Towards the inside, moving up to is Doai, and Doai now goes on. Here comes the moving line, though, led by Fighter down the centre, and Fighter is going much better than Ajzal at this stage, and Fighter, well, you can probably already put his number in the frame here, because he's now streaking clear, and it's Fighter, and Adel Al Faradi is going to have a very easy ride here on board this horse. It's a class act, and Fighter is far too good, and will win this with any mount in hand. Oh, he's routed them, Fighter. Second place, Doai. Third was tight, maybe just Besht Alakem. Ajzal didn't really fire today. I think he's finished 4th in the end. But this was easy. He took the very short price, never a moment's concern. Fighter. Didn't have to fight today, he just cruised home. Completely different league to these rivals. And Adel Al Faradi there. Pose for the photo, because he has absolutely coasted home on board this horse, winning for the 6th time. This was impressive in the end. He made their move wide. 1 minute 13.81. That's pretty quick considering he was hard on the snaff in the final 100 yards. 6 1/4 lengths. Second was number 8, Doai, and third will be number 2, Besht Alakem. So it's 5, 8 and 2 the numbers. 6 1/4 lengths. 5, Doai, Besht Alakem. That was impressive.
Well, Anthony Ennis said it best. Fighter did not have to fight today to land this local bred open, and he's done it in an absolute canter. Allowed to let the others make the pace early on in this contest, and then very, very smoothly swept around, forcing Ajzal widest of all, and never really looked in danger. By the time he hit the front, it was all but over, bar the shouting, and Adel Al-Faredi gets his name on the board. Good performance here from a horse that needed to bounce back to form, but this looked like a winnable contest. He ends up going 2-1 on the international market, and that will be a good victory. Really, in all honesty, when you get 47.5 grand in the bank, you'd be happy. As Prince Faisal bin Khalid and the Red Stable can enjoy this success with a horse they purchased a little bit later on in the career. Fighter, another one to add to the block of local bred sprinters that includes the likes of Sayodad and many others. So looking forward to see what happens with this one. He wore the tug strap, but it would never hold him back whatsoever, and he's done it well. Boys, we're all on Ajzal, and we've all come out with egg on our faces.
Yeah, victory here for fighter Adel Al-Faredi. You know, the short price, but we kind of anticipated he was going to go close. He was just too short in the international
Did more than that,
market.
didn't he?
Well, yeah, he did. He won head in chest, but that's just purely because Ajzal underperformed. He didn't even get in the first three in the end. Fighter just dominated from start to finish, really. He moved up on the home turn, never really looked in danger once they moved into the straight, and ended up winning virtually on the bridle.
Let's just say his main market rival has underperformed, so as much as though he's absolutely bolted up here, he's beaten horses rated 70 and 65 for the minors, so he's 25, 2 stone in hand with the pair of them.
Yeah, and you know, it was supposed to be a match. One horse underperformed, so the other one ended up winning head in chest. That's kind of the brief synopsis. We can watch it from the start in a second, and we can see where maybe Ajzal didn't perform and why Fighter won. Fighter was actually the slowest away. Ajzal also not quickly away. Those two in the Red Stable Silks at the back.
And Fanar paceless at this stage.
Yeah, paceless. It looked like he briefly stumbled on his second stride, but that's not enough to be that far back. He is paceless. In front was the 7, Motakar, Doi on the inside. Besht Al Hakem in the yellow and black. He showed more speed than he has recently. And on the outside is Kalastafe, who we didn't like at all, and he did underperform. He finished back in the pack in 6th place, beaten a long way. Just at this point, you can see Ajzal and Fighter starting to make their move on the outside in the red silks. Fighter has been niggled along just to hold this position inside Ajzal at this point. But now as they swing into the home straight, he gains half a length on Ajzal, a length on Ajzal, and from here it always looks like he's going to get up on top under Adel Al-Faredi, who is probably desperate for a winner or two given the successes of Mohamed Al-Daham and Camilo Ospina over the last couple of days. This will be one of his easiest victories of the whole season.
And we wondered why the Red Stable had stepped in to buy him. Well, I know he's only beaten lowly rated rivals, but they've managed to get a win under the belt with him as well, and you can start, I guess, maybe planning better targets in the future. Yeah, potentially. He's rated 95, so he could easily run in an open or a cup race, and he wouldn't be completely out of place. In an open contest, definitely not. Obviously, this was an open, but this was just for the local breds. He could go in against the imported horses and hold his own in there as well. He would fall short against the best, there's no doubt about that, but he's obviously a very talented horse, and maybe at the age of 7 he's putting everything together. Regarding Ajzal, it just feels like he underperformed. Maybe, I don't really know why, to be honest, because, okay, he suffered a wide trip, but he should easily still be beating the remainder of the field. He's won his last 2 starts from his 3rd prior to that, so he came into the race in fantastic form. He didn't switch his lead in the latter part, which is probably why he lost 3rd and maybe even 2nd, but still, he was bitterly disappointing and definitely didn't run to a mark of 85 today. Turning out the back straight, he was there with every chance. Just when Fighter started to quicker, there was just no response. Yeah, no response at all from him, which is unusual because he's usually one of the horses that finds plenty in the home straight and finishes off his race as well, and that just wasn't the case today. Due runs pretty well as well at his international prize, given his rating as well. He was a likely pace angler. The race has been up there all the way and held on for it. Yeah, he ran nicely. Position as well. He ran nicely. He always had a good spot. He was drawn 1, so it was against the rail. It was hard to like him considering he was rated 70, but he's run potentially a career best, or definitely a season's best, to finish 2nd here. We've just missed a trick here. Both missed an odds-on winner. Should have been
We
easy
have.
to find.
I did say we could have been tactical, but yeah, we went for the price, which was fair, and we just came out on the wrong end, wrong end of things here. Yeah.
I fancy, though, as brains trust as you are, that you might get the winner in the next.
Yeah, I think you might as well.
Yeah, I think you might as well, Enzo. Runners and riders for race 4.
Yeah, we could have back-to-back odds-on winners, couldn't we? Lacey de Violette, unbeaten record on the line here. Right, here we go. Raving Horses Open, race 4. Number 1, Mubaraz Al Shahanaya for Mohammed Al Yami. 2 is Slick Tariq Al Mansur. 3 is Sari Thab Al Timyat. 4 is Garar for Jockey Abdullah Al Khamis. 5 is going to be Renad for Nawef Al Mudiani, about 14 to 1 on the international market, that one. And then the hot favourite, Lacey de Violette, Khalid Al Mimoni, unbeaten 3 from 3, and Shalfa Al Harkan makes up the list for Ayad Al Tarisi. So 7 runners here, smallish field this one, 6 furlongs for the Arabian breds, 4-year-olds only on the dirt track, 1,200 metres. Hot favourite though, number 6, Lacey de Violette, around 1 to 8 international market. Number 1 is the second favourite as we go across to Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Let's start with the one who will be coming round to us on the wrong side of the parade ring, as per usual. Typical horses, but this is Merba Al Shahania. This is the first one we'll look at. Mohammed Al Yami doing the steering on this one. Of these horses, has the most experience of the group. This is the 11th career start. Typical for these 4-year-olds, are all growing into their frame, but I must admit, Merba Al Shahania looks in fantastic nick coming towards us now. Nice looking individual, has a very correct walk, and we're going to get this beautiful shot that Mustafa's got here as this horse is walking. It's a very, very correct mover. It's a little bit turned out on the off-hind, but on the off-4, but nothing to be too concerned about. Obviously, not the biggest and most imposing of individuals, but a nice mover, very correct walk, and again, just needs to show more form than we've seen recently. But back in 4-year-old company could be one to watch as an each-way player. The next horse we'll look at is Slick, a more precocious type. Look at the back end on Slick, a much stronger individual. Has improved with each career start. This is a tough ask against a really good rival, but certainly a very nice demeanour about this one. A nice bonny sort that's really taking it all in. Slick certainly will hope to be slick around this course. Next one we'll look at is Sari. Connections have had a bit of a nightmare so far this weekend. They've had 2 nice priced horses who have both been quite disappointing. One of them unseating, one of them finishing down the field after a layoff. Sari's another one who looks in great shape, doesn't he? Really looking forward to seeing how he gets on. But again, it'll be hard to see him winning this contest considering he's shown very little form. But he's got a gorgeous neck, a nice back end, and is a well put together sort. Probably the type on looks who should have shown more than he's shown so far in the career. In behind the 4, this is Gara. Goes for the same colours of Besh Alakem, who we saw on a decent enough race in our last contest. This is again a much more immature type, still has plenty of growing to do. Looks quite light to frame, but is handling the prelims really well, walking out nicely, with a nice swing to the hips as well. It wouldn't surprise me if Gara could run a good race. She'll get a little bit of weight from these as well, considering she's a filly, which will help. She looks fit enough. Pull back, this is Renad. Another one that we see, who is another one who's not carrying too much condition. She will also get some weight from the boys too, but for me, she's probably just a little bit behind these physically. We'll pull back one more. So one of the prettier ones in this field. This is your short price favourite, Lacey de Violette. She's a gorgeous individual. She's not the most striking or the most imposing, which is frightening for some of her rivals who certainly look a little bit better in the prelims, with a more physically impressive, but she's just done nothing wrong on the racecourse. 3 from 3 under Jcsa rules. Those wins have come at Taif, changed ownership, and is a very, very short price on the international market. I'm not going to lie though, if I was looking at a physical model, Slick would impress me more. Let's pull back to the final one here. This is Shalfa Al Hakran, who is another one who probably, this is the most immature of the lot. This one still looks like a yearling. Probably going to find this quite hard here. Have had the one start, didn't pull up any trees on that occasion. Will need to show a little bit more here. Again, getting weight from the boys, but hard to see her.
Maybe that's all they were looking at when they coached her.
Potentially. She's won this race really well as a Group 3 King Faisal Prep. Prior to this, she was successful in an Open and very impressive maiden winner. It's all about whether she can transfer the form, as you say, over to Riyadh. But this is a very, very winnable spot. And okay, she was tired at the line there, but she's not going to be that tired today, I don't think. I think she'll cruise over the line, much like we saw with Fighter in the previous race.
And we say transfer the form. How different is the surface here in Riyadh to Taif?
Well, Taif is particularly deep. If we were there right now, which we will be in the summer, hopefully, fingers crossed, and you stood on that surface, your shoes would go under the dirt. That's how thick it is and deep it is. Here, if you stood on the surface, you would be on top because it's very compact, much more compact. So this surface is deeper, but if you have a little bit of speed, you should prefer Riyadh to Taif, and I think she has that asset.
And how big a gap has she got to make? She's 106, the very top Arabians, Talal Khalidi, Afsan Al Khalidi. You're looking at sort of late 120s, aren't you?
Yeah.
She's still got a bit to go to get there.
It is unlikely she's going to get to the high 120s, but she has a lot of potential where she can easily make 110, 115, and then you're thinking about fighting the best Arabians around.
Well, the best Arabians will be on show on Saudi Cup night. We've got the Manifa, the Abaya, and 3 Group 1s. We've got the Jockey's Challenge as well. It all takes place here on the 21st and 22nd of next month.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Esposito, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Well, to look forward to 21st, 22nd of February here in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Cup, the world's richest race. So we'll have some key clues for that next weekend, not just here in Riyadh, but all of the trials for Saudi Cup weekend. But we've got Laurel River. He's going to be back out against Romantic Warrior, all being well in a round of the Al Maktoum Challenge over at Meydan. And, of course, Romantic Warrior, who won the 3rd consecutive time at the international meeting in Hong Kong, in the Hong Kong Cup in early December. He's won a Cox Plate, he's won down in Japan. And Peter Lau, his owner, has got his eyes set on both the Saudi Cup here and the Dubai World Cup. It's an ambitious campaign.
It is. I've got a question for you in a second about that. But the owner and trainer actually were here when I was last here. They were just checking the track here and the facilities. Yeah, Danny Shum. Yeah, and Hannah, who was taking Callum's role as a roving reporter, she interviewed him and he was very impressed. So it looks like they've got a couple of missions to conquer. I think he'll be very good here when he comes to the Saudi Cup. But obviously, it depends what happens in Dubai. Do you think he'll beat Laurel River next week? Because I know you love Laurel River.
I don't particularly love Laurel River.
Well, you think he's very good?
I just like winding him up by saying it's the best. Okay. The fact he's the highest rated horse in the world, I just think it's they're not nonsense. I can see why on the figures they've done it, because that one run was exceptional.
Yeah.
And they've got to put it through that. I honestly have got no strong opinion. I think Romantic Warrior is fantastic. Whether he can do it on the dirt again is different. Yeah. They've trained him, and you'll know much more about this with an American expert. They've trained him on the all-weather. But Danny was saying when he won in Hong Kong last time, he's watched a lot of racing out here and in America, and he was talking about pacifiers, and they use pacifiers and don't use pacifiers, and he just couldn't get his head around what Romantic Warrior would need applied to him to be at his very best. Yeah, I mean, it depends what kind of tactics they're going to adopt, I suppose, with him. You saw him in He's normally quite patient. Yeah, which would suggest he's mid-div in the run. Going to get quite a lot of kickback. Maybe they do go for a pacifier. It'd be interesting to see. Well, the most fascinating thing with him was that Peter Lau set this out quite early on. We want to go out to the Saudi Cup. He's achieved all he can do. Ambitious campaigning from him. Yeah. And Danny always kind of said, well, we'll see. And he almost sounded reluctant to do it. But a week after he won in Hong Kong, he was in Dubai. He's got to go through quarantine for a month to be able to run there to come here. Exactly, yeah. So he was there, and it's game on. I mean, it's kind of... They're talking about going Meydan here for the Saudi Cup and Dubai. Bupat Seema's talking about going Dubai next weekend here at Dubai World Cup. I mean, you're potentially facing 3 rounds of those 2 horses taking each other on. Yeah, which I think is brilliant when it actually happens. Absolutely, and it's not even like it will be 2-horse race here or 2-horse race at Dubai. There are loads of others as well. The Americans, especially Sierra Leone, is coming here. Factor Cheval as well, French. They're going to give him a go on the dirt next weekend with a view to coming here. Yeah, I mean it's so very exciting. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Very exciting. And of course, then Sierra Leone, as you say, coming over from America. The whole picture is just. You know, what links Sierra Leone, Factor Cheval, Romantic Warrior they're all closers. Yeah. And who isn't a closer? Laurel River. Maybe he steals it off the front. Who knows?
it'll be interesting to see what happens.
You want to see him come out and do what he did, though, in the Dubai World Cup.
Well, yeah, because he's a complete...
a freakish performance.
He was never that good in America, Laurel River.
No.
So, yeah, we need to see it again.
Well, it's going to be an exciting few weeks.
It really will. Yeah, this is the best time of year for Middle East racing. There's no doubt about it. Dubai and Saudi, of course. And I think the Saudi Cup, my personal opinion is that the Saudi Cup's going to be a little bit better than Dubai World Cup, but we'll see who turns up for both races and watch with a lot of interest.
And Senor Buscador's in the mix again after his
Another
closer, yeah. The setup him
what
last
about the
year.
Japanese as well? Do you know if they're coming over? Ushibetazora?
I can't remember. I can double check it.
Yeah.
That's just kind of been, there's those names that just forefront of the mind because they've been running and been talked about an awful lot. But a really good entry for the Saudi Cup. The entries for that came out just over a week ago. And of course, we've got the Al Khaladias, Tisfan and Tilal.
Yeah. We need to see that again, that duel, because of what we saw last week when they had that big bumping match right before the line. Asfan was actually on top of Tilal that day, but in Dubai last year, Tilal smashed Asfan. So again, it's a good match between two horses that are closely matched, but also you never know which one's going to be their day. You never know who's going to turn up.
Well, of course, they both won alternate races, the same race, different years on Saudi Cup night. And
indeed.
When they went to Dubai, and which one won again? I was getting confused with the two.
In Dubai, Tilal
won.
Yeah.
I saw it was Saad who had the training license at the time. So afterwards, he said, I told you this one would win here.
Yeah.
So it's almost like...
It's the plan.
Yeah, that'd been the plan. And Asfan was disappointing, I thought.
He was. Yeah,
I've got a soft spot for Asfan.
I prefer Asfan, I have to admit. He was the first very good Arabian horse that I saw in Taif last year when I came over. So I have a soft spot for him as well. Also, he's white. And Tilal looks more like a thoroughbred, and Asfan looks like an Arabian. So yeah, I've got a soft spot for Asfan. Just a quick word back on the Saudi Cup before we go back to this and say our thoughts. Forever Young is currently the favourite. So
of course, yeah.
So
big runs in the Breeders' Cup, Kentucky Derby, and he's got the course form here.
Exactly. He won the Saudi Derby here last year, beating Buckham Dano and Bentonato. Sierra Leone is currently the second favourite. Fierceness, I think that's up in the air whether Fierceness is actually going to come across for Top Lecture and Mike Rapoli. Laurel River, Romantic Warrior, and then you get down to the other Americans, Locked, White Avario, and Ushibetazora. So, I mean, it's an exciting race, isn't it? Kaburkan's in there as well, trained by Doug Watson in the UAE. Buckham Dano, around here in the Saudi Derby. So many good horses. Saudi Crown as well for FMQ Stables.
Yeah.
Going to be a great race.
And you touched on Bentonato, third here in the Derby last year.
Yep.
Fair play to Jose D'Angelo. I saw him after the race, said, what are your thoughts? He went, didn't really stay. So this is February of last year. He said, Breeders' Cup Sprint, we'll go there. And he nearly pulled it off a bend. You thought he was going to win.
Yeah, I love Jose D'Angelo. He's got a good social media presence, which most trainers don't. And he's willing to say what he thinks, which is very similar to Jimmy Jerkins over here. And I love that.
He's a really good guy. Okay, right, 8's on for this international favourite. The main danger would be?
The main danger would be the one, Mubaraz Al Shahania. That horse is yet to record a victory. Rated 95, which would suggest that he's way the second best horse in this race, but he needs much further than this. So he'll be completely outpaced, I imagine, by Lacey de Violettes when she kicks off the home turn. But he'll probably stay on into second. Maybe the 5, Renad, will be third. The market kind of has it right, I believe.
And again, but that's another one who's been over further.
Yeah, exactly. She's going to be lacking a gear. She was beating a considerable margin over 2,000 last time, but that was a career best. And then in fourth, I would have the 2, Slick. I'll be Slick for Tariq Al Mansour. Again, ran okay last time over this course and distance, but it's just completely outclassed by Lacey de Violettes, who we're both going for.
Yeah, she won on her debut. She won a prep race for the King Faisal Cup. She won the King Faisal Cup back on September the 20th. It's her first start since then. She's 8's on in the international market. Tom's with it, I'm with it, and we're just hoping, Callum, for a brilliant performance.
Hopefully she can show everyone what she's made of. She's been a star so far in her career. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. She's not the pick for the paddock. That goes to Slick, who was certainly the best looker in here, handled the prelims well and looked in really fine fettle, but it'll be hard to turn around the form with Lacey de Violettes. Anthony Ellis, it's all yours. She could be a star.
Yeah, thank you, FGD, Callum. They are loading up. Let's see how good this horse is. The grey, Lacey de Violette in their very dark blue colours. Looking to remain unbeaten here as they go in. 24. Slick to go forward in the light blue and white. So yeah, all eyes on this grey horse here, looking to win again. And the last one is in for our 4th race. We're set. 6 furlongs, the Arabian breds, 4-year-olds, and they're off. All got off to a pretty good start there. Just rousted to gather stride is Renard in the blue and red colours, but he's up there. Towards the outside going forward is Sal, and towards the inside in the light blue, that is Slick. So it's RB Slick on the inside, joined now by Renard. Renard going on now, looking for the favourite, very dark jacket, but he's up there. It's another grey, Lacey de Violette, and she's prominent towards the outside, 3 deep around the turn. Wider out of those is Sal in the light green colours, and the white and red further back, that's Mubaraz Al-Shahanaya. Going keenly, head to one side is Garar in the yellow and black check colours. The back mark with the gold is Shalfa Al-Harkan, black sleeves and cap. Around the crown of the home turn they go, inside the 600, and the leader, still on the inside, is Slick, but here she goes, Lacey. Now pouncing on the outsider very quickly, this favourite has gone on. Lacey de Violette, and Khalid Al-Mamoni has now gone for home. Leads by 2 lengths to Slick on the inside. Down the outside, Mubarez Al-Shahanai running on. Should get second from there in the white and red colours. Lacey de Violette in front by 4 lengths, and surely home free now. Entering the final 200 metres, and the further she goes, the better she looks. Lacey de Violette is now opening up to make it 4 from 4, will remain unbeaten and win emphatically in the end. Lacey de Violette is a class apart. Mubarez Al-Shahanaya was second, Slick home in 3rd place, and then Garar in 4th. Straightforward then for Khalid Al-Mamoni and Lacey de Violette. 4 from 4 now, this Arabian bred horse. Never looked in danger really once he pressed the buttons turning in. Was able to coast home. Second was the second favourite, number 1, Mubarez Al-Shahanaya. And number 2, RB Slick in 3rd place. What's the time? 1 minute 21.86. This horse is recorded here. Lacey de Violette wins again this King Khalid University Cup race meeting. Wins by 7.5 lengths. Second, number 1, Mubarez Al-Shahanaya. Third, number 2, RB Slick. So it's 6-1-2. That was easy for the favourite, Lacey de Violette.
Only one way to describe this performance. Wow. Hugely impressive. She has absolutely routed them over 1,200 metres. Lacey de Violette, Khalid Al-Mamoni, both teaming up with huge success there. And it wasn't the easiest of spins for her. She had to go a little bit wide on the turn, but eventually she got a good run on things, and away she went in fairly impressive, imperious style. Slick made the early running, couldn't maintain that gallop, and then we had a really good run from Mubarez Al-Shahania with all the experience. And lovely to see everyone young and old getting involved in the winning photo. There'll be some very happy connections. More connections coming through. Keep the camera there. Keep going. Also, I love we're all matching. Let's make sure everyone's matching. Great stuff all the way through. Lovely stuff for this really exciting filly who is a bit of a star here in Saudi Arabia, and she's done the job once again in good style. Looking forward to seeing her future prospects and what she's going to do going forward. But my big thing about this race was just the turn of foot was quite frightening, because Slick wasn't hanging around and she made Slick look like she was standing still. So hugely impressive, and yeah. I think we did a smart one, boys. Good pick. I mean, she went off 8-1 on, so there's no surprise she's gone on 1. But my goodness, boys, that was visually hugely impressive.
It was impressive, yeah. Exactly what we're expecting to see from Lacey de Violette. Those 3 wins over in Taif has come here, transfer the form to Riyadh, and wins this Arabian Horses Open. It was all over off the final turn. She was away and gone.
Yeah, she showed a really good turn of foot, and look, we can talk about how impressive she was. It was expected that she was going to win today, but she's a very good filly, especially considering she's an Arabian. She doesn't run like an Arabian. Well, from an aesthetic point of view, she does, but in terms of her talent. She's won by 7.5 at the line, beating the obvious second choice, Mibraz Al-Shahania, who stayed on as expected at the 1 speed. Back in third was Slick, who I put down as my 4th in, but ran nicely at a big price as well for third. So it was kind of a predictable result. We'll take it from the start here. She breaks from stall 7. Right on the outside, and she breaks lovely. She's obviously not the biggest of fillies, is she? She's quite diminutive, but it doesn't stop her from running pretty fast. She settles in mid-division, right here behind Sari, and there was never really a moment's doubt, Martin. I mean, she was dominant throughout this contest, as expected, and now she's 4 from 4, 3 victories in Taif, 1 here in Riyadh, and she'll go on to bigger and better things.
What do you expect those bigger and better things to be? Is it going to be a slow rise through the ranks, or is it going to be trying to pitch up all the big Group 1s here on Saudi Cup weekend, the Gahela in Dubai maybe on the World Cup night? Is that going to come too soon?
I think that'll come a bit too soon. It feels like they're treading a little bit carefully with her anyway. This is her first start in Riyadh since the Taif performances. If I'm being completely upfront, I don't know what the programme is for fillies, Arabian fillies. She could run against the best boys, but she wouldn't beat them. So it would feel like a wasted kind of tilt. I think if there's a fillies Arabian contest for her, a cup race or maybe even just a richer open, then that would be the target. But I don't really know. She wouldn't be able to compete with the best around. The older horses, she kind of either needs to stick to the 4-year-old division and run in a cup race if there is one of those, or just run against the fillies and she'll have a good chance.
Okay, well, she's been dominant as well. I mean, we can't get carried away. She's done what she was entitled to do on the figures and what the market told her she was going to do.
Exactly, yeah. She clocked a time of 1:21.86, which is obviously about 8 seconds slower than the thoroughbreds in the previous contest. But it was still a decent time for her, and yeah, I'm excited to see where we see her next. She won this race decisively, but it was as expected, as you say, and that short price was justified.
Yeah, she's done nicely, Lacey de Violette. One of the shortest priced winners on the international market, Callum, here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, team. Yes, Lacey de Violette is owned by Al Qanun Stables, and Al Qanun means the law, and we're joined by one of the owners who is also a lawyer here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Marcel. Thank you so much. No, it's good or not, but I think, alhamdulillah, it's good.
Well, she certainly does look very good. Would you know where she could go next? Would she come Saudi Cup, maybe Dubai?
We hope that. We talk with the trainer, and we know where the next station for this filly.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all your time, and very well done.
Thank you for you.
Yeah, so big targets ahead, but we're not any further clear as to what they might be yet.
No, we're not clued up as to where we'll see her, but they've obviously got lofty targets. They've got lofty aspirations for her, and why not? You know, she's very talented. I hope we see her again soon. I presume we will, maybe in our stint as well. We're here for another 3 weeks, so hopefully she runs again towards the end of that period of time. To be fair, she could, if they wanted to, come out and run next week, because that's just a bit of work, really. But I don't think that'll be the plan. Obviously, they don't even know the plan yet.
I mean, she's only a 4-year-old, so her best days are ahead of her.
Definitely. She's only had the 4 starts as well. Like she would have been a 3-year-old a month ago. So she's young. She's still racing right now and improving, and the sky's the limit.
And as regards distance, is she going to be a 1,200-metre horse, or can she stretch her? Sprinter.
She's a sprinter. Yeah, I mean, with these Arabians, they can run any number of distances. We've seen it with all the best horses, but she has a lot of speed. I wouldn't want to send her any further than 1,400, that's for sure.
Okay, well, that's the first of our 2 Arabian races here on the programme today. The next one is race 5. This is an Arabian Horses Open. We're heading into a slightly better category. She was very, very good, Enzo, but we've got horses in this who've got slightly higher ratings taking each other on.
Yeah, a bit more competitive, this one, isn't it, after that pretty easy display for Lacey de Violette. This is our 5th race for Arabian horses. Number 1, Asaf Al-Khaladiya for Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for a quick double. 2, Bayrak Al-Hazam, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 3, Fahad Al-Mawad for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 4, Good de Violette is written by Ali Al-Mamoni. Number 5, Hamas Al-Khaladi is written by Abdullah Al-Hussein. 6, Hammarabi for Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 7 is Ishan de Bozour, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 8, Kasab Al-Ham for Adel Al-Faradi, looking for a double. Number 9, Katia Al-Khaladiya, Abdullah Al-Fradis is on board this one. 10 is Massanisa, Victor Gutierrez now rides. 11 is Own, the international market favourite, Camille Ospina. 12, Shibal Gudar for Ahmed Al-Rashid. And Tuhamiat Al-Khaladiya from Muhannad Al-Nassar, who won our 2nd race. Let's go back to Martin and Tom in the studio.
Yes, a better rated horses taking each other on for this race over the 1600. We've got up in distance to the mile. Got a field of 13 to go to post here. And number 11, Ohm, heads the international markets. The 2nd top rated in the field of 110. Shibi Gudar is the official top rated horse in the field of 111. We can have a look at this horse in action. Was 4th last time out. Only had the 3 starts. Camilo Ospina is on board, and this is the run back on the 7th of December.
Yeah, and you can see the horse is stuck in traffic, and that's never ideal for an Arabian. They can't just quicken. I know, well, they can obviously quicken, but not in the same way as a thoroughbred.
That last one could.
Yeah, she was pretty good, but they don't just pick up immediately. It's not like push-button rides. They tend to increase their speed with a few strides, and Own got stuck in traffic there. You can see Katir Al-Khaladi on the inside, the grey horse in the red, also reopposes today. If Own got a clear run, Own would have won that race, and therefore he has to be the horse to beat.
Should he have done better last time out?
It was behind Talal, so it was a tough race. Maybe he could have finished a place or 2 better, yeah.
Okay, but undoubtedly the best still to come when you consider the top rated horse in the field. Shibi Gudar is 111. It's only a pound behind, but that horse has had a fair bit more racing so far. What, 18?
Yeah. I'll come back to Shibal Gudar in 2 seconds. Here's Farhat Al Nawad in 4th, the grey horse. Scraped home in a course into his handicap in December. This effort didn't really inspire me, finishing 4th. I have to admit, he's not for me.
Okay, just go back to Shibi Gudar.
Yeah.
18 starts and the 3 wins, beaten over the course and distance the last 3 starts. Just to correct that, Own has had 24 starts with the 3 wins.
Yeah, Shibal Gudar finished ahead of Own last time, finishing 5th. Own was 7th. There was about a length separating the 2, but I think he got the better ride that day. Own didn't get a great ride. I imagine Own will reverse that form with Shibal Gudar, but those 2 would be the 2 major players in this race for me.
Okay, Own heads to international markets at 11 to 4. Shibal Gudar is at 9 to 2. As we head back down to the paddock, and Callum.
Having a look at a couple of these purebred Arabians, we'll start with Bayrak Al-Hazam, French-bred runner here who is still adjusting to life in Saudi. I just thought this horse just caught my eye in the parade ring, walking out nicely, well put together individual, nice short back, good hip flexes on show too. I've got no negatives about the way this one moves. They're not carrying too much condition. You can give these purebred Arabians a little bit of slack, and certainly well worth following. We'll pull back to the horse number 8, aren't we? I think it's horse number 8, but the next one we're going to look at here, just coming towards us now. She's passing there, just got to remember to counter these horses now. Kasab Al-Dam is the next one we'll look at, who is just getting checked over by the vet. So they're just doing a little check on the equipment of Kasab Al-Dam. So we'll move back to the 10 here, who we can just see in shot now. This is Massanisa, who is just coming towards us. She's gorgeous. Massanisa, I said he is gorgeous, I should say. Nice, well-built individual, looking really well in the coat. Just a little bit warm just between the hind quarters. If you're just going to look behind, he's just going to get a little bit warm between his back 2 legs. That wouldn't be too much of a concern for me, but certainly he looks well-built and a strong individual. slightly less exposed than a couple of these and has been in the money in the last 2 starts, but others will be more appealing on paper. We'll drop back to Own, who's the 11 in this field. He was a little bit disappointing last time out, but this is a far easier contest. As the boys have mentioned, you've got a little bit of dappling on the hindquarters as well, which is nice to see. A horse clearly in good heart. Yes, carries a little condition, but again, I wouldn't hold that against Own, and hopefully this horse can take advantage of what looks to be a good opportunity under Camillo Ospina. In behind is the 12, Shibble Gooder, on ratings the best of these by £1. However, just a little bit plain looking Shibble Gooder. I'm not a fan of these long unkept manes. I know it's traditional for the purebred Arabians to have it, but it just doesn't do much for me. So I'll be looking elsewhere from Shibble Gooder and probably treading towards Own. We will get a look at the 8, who's just coming back into shot now. Has just had a bit of an equipment change. Mustafa, if we just go across to the 8, is the next one we'll look at here, who has reappeared out of the gloom. And we'll just come towards us now. I think it was just equipment that they were looking at rather than anything medical, and it's worth keeping up with the 8, the Aldam horse, Kassab Aldam, I should say, purely because he's just one of the better looking ones in this field. Here he comes. A nice entire horse here. We just mind our backs as we nearly get run over by another. But yeah, this is the 8 who's just had that equipment adjustment, got the blinkers on, shouldn't be too much of a concern for anyone liking it, walks out well, has a pretty weak shoulder is the only concern for me, not too much in front, it's all happening in the back half. So for me, the pick has to be Own.
So they are Callum's thoughts in the paddock. This Arabian Horse Open on the dirt over the 1,600 metres. We touched on Own and Shibble Gooder. Where do you want to head to next? Maybe Fahad Al Muad, horse number 3, who is... Oh, we did have a bit of form for that, which we actually saw, didn't we? Course and distance handicap winner back on December the 6th. Has had 2 starts since. Yeah,
he's more unexposed than the 2 market leaders, so I suppose you've got that kind of in your favour if you do like the 3. But he has plenty to find on figures. £3 and £4 respectively with Own and Shibble Gooder, rated 107 compared to their 110 and 111. I just wasn't taken by that piece of video footage when he was 4th last time. He has won over the course and distance, so I suppose you could suggest that this is the right spot for him. But
well, I thought that was the tick, given he's been over 1,400 and 1,800 the last 2 starts. He's coming back to his preferred.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But that victory did come in a 90 to 105 handicap, and this is an open race, so he's facing much better opposition. For example, Own and Shibble Gooder wouldn't be able to run in that race because they're too highly rated. Of the remainder, maybe people would look at the 3, but I wouldn't. I think the 3 and the 8, who are relatively short prices, I believe, are around 6 and 4 to 1 respectively. I think that both of those are too short in the market, and they're both beatable.
Which 2? The 3 and
the 3 and the 8.
Yeah, that's 6 to 1 and 8 4 to 1. We've got the 9 Katia Al Khaladir at 5 to 1.
Again, he's very beatable. He's a 9-year-old. He was behind Own in that footage that we saw. I actually really liked him when I was here last time. It was about 3 weeks ago. He ran in a 1,200 metre contest, which was perfect for him, and he ran dismally. He was top rated and was way out the back. He steps up and tripped at the 1,600 today, but I think he's a sprinter, so I can't have the 9.
That's what I've got. Stamina question mark. Best form 12 and 14.
Yeah, and now he runs over the 1,600. It's just not ideal. I'm also just watching him go down to post over our shoulder, and he's taking a fierce tug.
Well, do get your comments in on the YouTube page, the comment section down the right-hand side. If you fancy anything particularly strongly of this Arabian Horse is Open, do let us know. Hamid Ali goes with horse number 6. I'm hoping that's this race. Ham Uabi, who's a massive price. Maybe that's still left over from the race before, maybe.
Must be.
Which was the red hot favourite, the 8. So well done, Hamid. You got the. I'm going to give you the win. Well done.
Yeah. I was going to say I'll give you a little word on Hammurabi, but probably not worthwhile. He's an 80 to 1 shot, rate 54. He has upwards of £50 to find with the protagonist. So yeah, I imagine it must be the race before.
If it was a true handicap, how many lengths ahead would he have to start to be able to dead heat with Shibby Gooder?
At least 250 metres. That's how many lengths. Yeah, he has very little ability. He's a 10-year-old now, and the leg have gone.
Okay, you 1, 2, 3.
My 1, 2, 3 will be Own, number 11, horse on top. Shibble Gooder, horse number 12 in second. The horse in third, I'll have Good de Violette's the 4. I'll give you a quick word on that one. It was readily beaten in a 1,200 metre open last time, but The previous outings over this distance were a lot better. I don't think he'll win, but good the Violets could run third. So 11, 12, 4.
Okay, I'm going to go 3, just purely on the fact it's bang there on the figures, not been disgraced the last couple of runs and comes back down to its preferred distance, albeit, as you say, in a better race than when winning in handicap company here back on the 6th of December. Maybe just a quick word on the 8 as well, who we've got in here as... What price for the 8?
Short price, 4 to 1 maybe?
Yeah, 4 to 1, yeah, exactly right, yeah.
Yeah, Kasab Aldham. Good recent form, I suppose. 4-4, 5-1-3 in terms of the form figures. Been solid. Gets a Del Alfaredi, so we'll be short enough in the market. Draws well. I don't know about the 8. I've watched this horse several times on the track when I've been here. Just tends to find winning tough. He's also, and the crucial thing about the 8 here that is not factored into the prices, he's not been seen on the track for 8 months.
Yeah, been off the track since March, but before that his form was quite good. He was 5th in the Al Manifa qualifier to Tilal.
Yeah, I've done my maths terribly. That's definitely 10 months, not 8 months. Yeah, he was behind a good horse, but so was Own and Shibble Gouda when they ran behind Tilal last time. So,
and he might want further as well.
Yeah, he wants further. He needs fitness on his side. He's got neither of those things. So horse number 11, Own, is going to be my pick. Favourite, but worthy. Okay.
Jolly. I'll go Fahad Al-Muwad, coming back down to his favourite distance, hopefully. So Tom's with the 11 Own. So we're picks of 11 and 3 as we get the final thoughts and a selection from Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Own is the pick for me in this one, the 11. I thought there was a nice bit of dappling on the coat, a horse that was just looking in really good nick in the parade ring. I do think Kasab Aldam looks very well coming back off an 8-month layoff or a 10-month layoff, however long he was off the track for. I thought that horse looked good for the layoff. Just a little bit weak in front. You can imagine just may need this run a little bit. Hammurabi, well mentioned there, has very little chance here. Baraik Aldaham, I thought arguably one of the better looking ones in this field. They're looking for a 4th career victory, but I think has struggled here since coming to Saudi Arabia. Owned by the same owner and trained by the same trainer who had Al Mottahed, last year's very talented youngster who unfortunately passed away in the off-season this season, and they had a full-on funeral and the full works for him. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame there because he was a bit of a superstar over here. But those connections will be hoping that Baraik Al-Zaham can run a big race here. Of the others of note, I still think Shibble Gouda holds some half-decent form, but just for me, it's just one of the plainer-looking purebred Arabians in here and doesn't look particularly racy. Looks just quite weak and backwards. Some of the 4-year-olds we saw in our previous contest were bigger than Shibble Gouda, so you'd be a little bit concerned about that one's chances. Just circling down at the start here, a couple getting tack adjustments. I think that might be Owned in the middle getting a tack adjustment. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking from very far away and I've not got the advantage of the mini map, but they continue to circle down at the start. And remember, if you're in the middle of the circle, you're getting a tack adjustment. If you're behind the white tape, you are getting a vet check, and I am going for horse number 11. Anthony Ennis, have you put a couple of quid in the meter to get that internet sorted? If not, I'll have to call this race myself, and nobody wants that.
I'm sure you do a great job. Yeah, I think I'm back at full peak once again. Interesting races, isn't it? Tom and Callum like Owen, Martin talking about Fahad Al-Muwad. Yeah, it's an interesting race. More competitive than our previous race, obviously. Shibble Gouda always looks well. And whenever I see that horse running, and the grey catches the eye again there, the yellow noseband on for Ahmad Al Rashid. See, they start just before the run down the back straight there. Fabulous setting here at Riyadh on the dirt track. It's been money for Own, by the way. Money for Own here. And they are loading. Own is now 9-4 from 11-4 the international market. So we're getting set. Last couple. And then we'll be ready to go. Shibble Gouda striking grey in. Ready for a start. Here we go. Race 5. Set. lined up, and they're off. Starter hits the button. One was a bit slow there in the orange. I think that was Good de Violette who missed the kick. No, it was Ikander Bazul actually who missed the kick quite badly early on, but it's making up the lost ground pretty quickly as they go for the first 200. Up there early on to Hamiat Al Khaladir in the red colours. Own is also very handy as well in the blue with the yellow spots. And then racing a bit wider out in the light colours, Asaf Al Khaladir. The gold hoop is up there too. Advancing towards the inside, one of the greys, Katir Al Khaladir, is getting a bit closer to the speed as well. But the leader, as they settle down, is number 13, to Hamiat Al Khaladir. Own is in second place out in the two path in the royal blue and yellow colours. To the outside, Ikander Bazul has made up that lost ground after blowing the start. Further back then to find towards the outside, Shibble Gudar is trying to get a bit closer too as they head around the crown of the home turn. The leader on the inside is still just about to Hamiat Al Khaladir, red and black. Owens come under pressure in the two path. 3 wide is number 7, Ikander Bazul, advancing too, but it's done lots of work to get there. Creeping up the inside then, we have Katir Al Khaladir getting much closer in the red and black as they come around the home turn. But up front, the red cap of Tahamiat Al Khaladir still has the call to Ikander Bazul, who's racing in second. Own is in fourth place, but under pressure. Katir Al Khaladir still going well. Here comes Fahad Al Muad on the outside, now emerging with the yellow noseband as a big player too, the white cap. And here comes Fawad Al Muad right down the outside to come and try and tackle Katir Al Khaladir, who has got a kick. Katir Al Khaladir. The second horse is drifting towards the centre, doing himself no chances. It's Katir Al Khaladir who leads them deep inside the final 150 now. Katir Al Khaladir has seen them off. Katir Al Khaladir with a rail to help. Own rallies to get second. Third horse threw it away. Fahad Al Muad came there but drifted right-handed under pressure and was well beaten. 9 the winner, Katir Al Khaladir. It's a double for the it's a win for the rider, I should say. Abdullah Al Kradis there. Good performance too on number 9. Really good effort, wasn't it, from Katir Al Khaladir. Did drift towards the left, but with that rail to help, it wasn't a bad move. Whereas Fahad Al Muad drifted right into the middle of the track under pressure. 1 minute 50.71 seconds, 2 3/4 lengths the winning margin. Own, who looked like he was going to drop away, did finish second in the end. Third, number 3, the rather errant Fahad Al Muad. 2 3/4 lengths, 1 minute 50.71. 9-11-3, it's Katir Al Khaladir who wins.
Kadir Al Khalidiyah is a son of Laith Al Khalidiyah, but is not in the Al Khalidiyah Racing silks at all. This one in the colours of Hassan Ali Fahad Al Magni. This is a big result for this horse, who has been struggling to get the head in front of late, but now earns an 11th career win from 32 career starts. Not a bad strike rate for this one, Kadir Al Khalidiyah, and has got the head in front here under Abdullah Al Credis. Always travelled incredibly well, far better than Own, who hit a bad flat spot on the crown of the bend and really struggled to get back into the race. The boys will look over what happened to Farhad Al Muad, who looked to be coming there with a winning effort, only to drift and throw his chance away. But boys, a thrilling contest, no luck for Own though.
Well, we thought that Kadir Al Khalidiyah would be better suited by a longer trip. Stamina was a question mark, but sixth over the course and distance last time out. Best form had been over further, but strikes here, Tom, over the 1600. Sorry, been over shorter.
Yeah.
Sorry, the way around.
He's an interesting horse, isn't he? He's definitely a sprinter, but he obviously gets his trip. He's been very prolific in his career, but he's been hard to catch right. This is his 11th success from 31 starts, so he's won more than a third of his races, but he seems to be best over much shorter, 1200 especially.
Does that suggest they've not gone hard today?
I'd say so. I mean, he did get the perfect rail riding trip, we should say that. We'll take it from the start. You'll be able to see the eventual winner break from stall one in the red silks, the big grey on the inside. And he just holds this position the whole way through, basically, just in behind the leaders on the fence, not wasting any ground, just travelling within himself, and gets the job done well. My selection, Own, is just ahead of him in the blue, in second right now. He drifts back at a crucial stage of the race, and I actually think that could be the deciding factor from him winning and not, because there was interference, he had to stop his momentum. But I'll cover that in a second. Shibble Gouda on the outside, joint second, and yeah, I suppose those three were kind of always in the right spot. Your pick looked like he was coming with a good run to win. Farhad Al Muad.
Right down the outside.
Yeah, but he just gets tired late in the day. Maybe he needs a cut back in trip as well. But he seems a little bit tripless based on what we've seen recently.
Yeah, they've gone 1400, they've gone 1800, back to the 1600. Maybe just found one today has had that superior turn of foot in the closing stages.
Maybe, yeah. This is where Own gets short of run, by the way. Blue Silk's in third. He tries to go between the horses. Camilo tries to hold that spot and then just has to sit up second when Kadir Al Khalidiyah comes up the inside. Just about now, and then has to slam the brakes on there. And that loses him some valuable momentum. For an Arabian horse, it's very hard to pick that up again. Meanwhile, Kadir Al Khalidiyah has just got the dream run. Couldn't be any better for him. Just scoots up the inside, gets a run between the two front runners, and it's game over from there.
I wonder if the horse on the outside there, if the rider of Farhad Al Muad, if it kept that gap, kept him in, he wouldn't have been able to get through. He's peeled off and allowed him through.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Own has come back and passed Farhad Al Muad at the line, so I don't know. Maybe I think Own is the unlucky horse here, and if Kadir Al Khalidiyah was kept in a pocket, maybe he wouldn't have won, but equally he had that turn of foot that the others didn't possess. In my opinion, if they ran this race again, I would still put up Own as my selection. I think he's the best horse in the race. And this part here, just let Blue Silks, that's where Camilo gets short of room. He has to sit there for a little bit and switch out. And it's not that he's just been extremely unlucky in terms of actually what happened in the race. It's more the lack of momentum that he was carrying into the home straight that probably cost him. Own has been beaten, I think, just over 2 lengths at the line. If they ran this again, I'd take him on top. But yeah, it's a good race, and both of our horses ran well. They just bumped into a horse with a better turn of foot.
And if you were to own Kadir Al Khalidiyah, great horse to have in the yard. 11 wins from 32 career starts, wins about a third of its outings.
Yeah, brilliant horse to have in the yard. Another 47,500 Saudi Riyal picked up today. He's probably one of Laith Al Khalidiyah's best horses, especially if you take out the equation Tilal and Asfan. He's just been a complete money earner over the years.
Well, he proves his stamina, or not.
Or not, yeah.
But he still manages to win over this 1,600 metre trip. Kalal Al Khalidiyah winning his 11th race of his life on his 32nd career start. Beat into second, Own, and back in third place was Farhad Al Muad, who just couldn't quite see it out in the closing stages of the weekend, back into third place. So we're approaching the halfway point of the card. Next we've got a race 6. The horses have won between 1 and 3, but still loads to look forward to in the back end of the card. 2 cup races to come.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the remainder. We've got a couple of opens, non-winners of 4 coming up next, as you say, and Yeah, we're about to get to the midway point, but this is where the action starts to heat up.
Okay, next up then, it's for the local breds, for the 4-year-olds. We're racing here, Enzo, over the 1,800 metres, and we've got a field of 14 to go to post.
Through them for you, Martin. Yes, here we go. Runners and riders then for, as you say, race number 6. No winners of 4. These are number 1 is Fonda, Alex Moreno on board. Number 2 is Ale Wagi for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 3, Mohammadi, Adel Al Furedi, looking for another winner. 4 is Til Al Fard, Mohammed Al Yami on board. 5 is Ayad Al Riyadh for Abdullah Alofi. 6, Al Harf Al Hamar, Abdullah Al Saidi on that one. Over the page to find 7, Alar Al Badi, Victor Gutierrez. 8 is Dars, Wigberto Ramos. 9 is Flywing, Fahad Al Faredi. 10 is Ramal Al Mokhtar, Ricardo Ferreira. 11 is Bidawar, Selman Al Rashid. 12 Moscow, Tariq Al Mansour. Over the page to find 13, Nawan, Rayan Al Toesh. And 14, Zahara Taham for Camillo Ospina on board there in those white colours with the green cap. Let's go back to the lads once again in the studio.
For our next horses who've won between 1 and 3 races, 4-year-olds on the dirt over the 1,800 metres, field of 14. And on the early prices we saw, we'll check it on the international market in a second, but the main focus maybe here will be Fly Wing, who's one of the top rated in the field, but has been well held on the last couple of starts.
Yes, horse number 9, that is. Promising type, actually, Fly Wing, but if you look at his recent form figures, you can't really take him on top, I don't think. 0-0-5-0-0. It's not overly appealing. He was promising back in 2023, but this campaign he's yet to really prove that he trains on. What price is he?
He was 15-2, not 5-2.
Okay, I was going to say that would have been a ludicrous market move.
But it's wide open, 2-11-14 of 4-1 the field.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you could take numerous roads. I presume we're going to go different routes, and we'll find out before the race. But I found this very difficult to assess when I was writing the race comments and studying the form for this one. If I'm being honest, I thought the white stable horse would be favourite. Zahala Taham at the bottom, horse number 14, easy for you to say. She's rated 66. Her recent 3 efforts have been very solid, and she's by premium tap, so this trip's no problem. She could be open to bundles of improvement, and usually with white stable horses, the traders tend to just default on them as the jolly, but that's not the case this time.
No, I think she's got a big chance. We'll have a look at her in a second. We can start off there with a couple of visual clues. First off, number 3, Mohammadi, who's currently around 13-2, a 4th pick on the international markets. This horse rated 73, last thing finishing 3rd at a course and distance handicap.
Yeah, Mohammadi and Das up front. They had a duel from a long way out. At the top of the turn, they started to stretch clear of the remainder of the field. They got embroiled in the speed battle. They were 7 lengths clear turning in, and they'd just been reeled in by more efficiently ridden rivals. I think this is the best piece of form on offer, personally. You can mark up both of their performances. They finished 3rd and 4th in the end, but they were probably the 1st and 2nd best horse in that race. If they're just held on to a little bit longer today, they're going to have winning chances.
And here is the filly you were talking about on the bottom there for the white stable. Camilo on board for Zahala Taham.
Yeah, in this race runs respectively. Of course, she gets beaten a fair margin, but you know, she's still young, she's improving. She's only rated 66, so on figures, she has quite a lot to find, but equally, with these white stable horses, you never know, they could easily take big jumps forward. Camilo Ospina gets on board today, and she relishes the battle. It looked like she was wilting. As soon as that horse came alongside her, she starts picking up again and closing the gap on the winner. So I'm interested in her. She was my 3rd selection on the shortlist, but she's got winning claims in here. She should be favourite, really.
Yeah, now to get tied 3 starts here over the 1600 initially to win a Phyllis Maiden. She was then 3rd over the longer distance, dropped back in that bit of video that we saw there, challenged wide, switched towards the inner, stayed on well, and she had been drawn wide as well. But it's 4-1 3 times over at the head of the market on the international prices, 2, 11 and 14 as we go back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, this is a good racing beginning to kick off now. Fonda, first one we're going to have a look at. Knife type, always looks in really good shape, but has struggled for form of late. Goes for the Hashim Al-Dabuaha team and Alex Moreno on board. Looks in great shape, but yeah, hard to fancy on the back of recent form efforts. Alawaji is the next one, another horse who was a very, very smart juvenile last term and has struggled to step up into open company since. 2 wins from the 13 starts. And again, just struggled to find his feet in this sort of year, and you can see the big old frame of a horse. He probably looked quite precocious as a youngster, but is yet to kind of figure out where to get his legs now with an older horse. Maybe a horse that will need handicaps mainly and to work down from a rating of 83, which seems very, very harsh. In behind we've got Mohammadi. He's gorgeous. He was in that form with Dars, who we'll talk about in just a second, running a good race there. He's the best looking of them, ones I've seen so far. That run last time out was a blooming good effort. Hopefully he can take another step forward today, and I really, really like him. He's a well-muscled individual. He's got an absolutely gorgeous walk, and he handles everything incredibly well. Good poverty line, good fitness line. He's looking just magic. Hopefully he will run a big race. Let's drop back through a couple of them, and we'll go all the way back to the 8, who is the next one we'll take a look at. This is Dars, just coming towards me now in the purple colours with the purple noseband. Gorgeous chestnut. Now he's got a gorgeous walk, and he also has that form behind Mohammadi. I wouldn't worry about the tongue. He's just having to play with his bit. He's got a bit of a. He's not got the ring bit on, which we see quite a little bit of, but he's just got a D-ring snaffle, so no concerns there whatsoever. I don't mind the way he moves himself. I like the way he's an active walker. He leans into that wall. You can see him working with his shoulders. He's a nice enough type. Again, is it hard to see him with the form of Mohammadi? Can he turn that form around? If I was to judge them on looks, I'd probably take Mohammadi over Dars, but that's no knock on Dars. I just think Mohammadi looks in really good shape. Let's look at a couple more. We'll start with the 9 Flywing, who is growing up before our eyes, getting more and more mature in the parade ring. But when he was a bit of a nutcase as a juvenile, he was probably a better horse. He's calmed down and lost some ability. I don't think he's one to follow here today, and I would be looking elsewhere. The 10 is Ramal Al Mokhtar, typical of the type, typical of the stable, well put together, strong type with a good round belly. He's a bit barrel-chested, but I wouldn't hold that against him. I should say. Al-Qatani, trained individual here, who she's not got the best of walks either. I mean, I think there are better options out there, but she's holding her coat well and a little bit of dabbling around the middle. So maybe there's more to offer, but for me, probably looking elsewhere. And then finally, we'll look at the 13 and 14. Nawan is the 13. Now, Nawan is absolutely gorgeous. She's a lovely filly, deep black individual, but she's still quite weak in behind. She'd be partnered by Rayan Altarez, who had some success yesterday, and he'll be looking for another winner today, but she's got some growing to do. That would be my only concern for her. And finally, we've got Zara Lataham, who is another filly in here, getting weight from some of the boys. She's a nice looking type, and as you can see, she's more developed than the horse we just looked at previously. Look at her back end. She's certainly got more about her in behind. She's got a nice poverty line on show. But for me, she's still no Mohammadi, and Mohammadi is going to be the pick of the yard.
It's a bit of a price on the international market, around 13 to 2. It was 4 to 1 3 times over, the 2, 11 and the 14. So we've touched on the 14. Let's move on to the 11 horse here, is also towards the top of the international markets. Number 11, Bidawar, but only 1 win from 22 starts. Often places though.
Yes, is a stalker. Has been pitched into a variety of different class types. It feels like Connections just run this horse when they possibly can. She's drawn well today. She doesn't seem to be progressing, but she is what she is. She's rated 70. I think there's at least 1 or 2 that will beat her in this contest. She shouldn't be as short as she is, for my money.
Top of the ratings, one of those towards the top of the market on the international figures as well. That's number 2, Alawaji, who's been decent on his day. This might be an easier assignment for him.
His main asset is stamina. He'll be staying on strongly late on, but he's drawn out in 13, and that's not ideal. The trip is probably on the short side for him as well. He gets a good young rider on who had a winner, was it yesterday or Thursday? And yeah, I think it was Thursday. And you know, he can't be written off. He'll be plugging on, and if the pace collapses, Alawaji will be right there at the finish. But again, I prefer a handful of others over him.
Okay, 4 to 1 3 times over. Mohammadi 11 to 2. Fly we touched on at 8 to 1. There has been a little bit of money around for the 8. That is Dars, who's 1 from 5, not from 3 so far this campaign. 69 leaves a little bit to 5, but the potential's there. Yeah,
I'm with Dars. He's my pick. I think it's between Dars and Mohammadi in this contest. They were the 2 that I really came down on. The White Stable horse should be favourite, but I thought the other 2 were slightly more appealing at their predicted pricing. Dars is just open to a little bit more improvement than Mohammadi. I would prefer Adele Alfredo on mine rather than Roberto Ramos. Nothing against Wiggy, of course, but Adele is the leading rider here.
And this is Wiggy swinging back into action for the week.
It is. He's got a good ride later as well.
He has,
on a horse he's got a nice connection with. So hopefully Wiggy can have a good day. Das, I just need Wiggy to not ride the horse like he did last time, because he won't win if he does that. He should just sit off the speed rather than really press it. The horse has a lot of talent, and hopefully Das can go close at a good price.
And Kairama, the horse you're touching on, goes in the feature race 12.
Yeah, a winning chance in my opinion. He's a big price, I think, 6 or 7 to 1 maybe.
Fives, I think we saw.
5, okay. Yeah.
Won the race last year.
Yeah, exactly. He's back for another tilt at him. We've already seen yesterday a horse come back in Almabeer and win a race that he won 12 months ago.
Okay, coming out onto the track then, Tom's got Das on top. If you like that horse at the international market, around 7 to 1. I know 13 to 2. Remal Al Mokhtar is horse number 10. That's the next best in. That's at 9 to 1. The only horse at single figure prices. 2 from 13 so far. Good jockey booking.
Yeah, he beat a good field as well. Beat a good field 2 runs back. The Maiden Company. Obviously, this is a lot tougher, but from as maidens go, it was a pretty decent field over the 1400. Subsequent 6th last time suggested maybe she's not progressing as quickly as connections would hope. Now she's up in grade. She's only rated 63, so I feel like it's a bit of a stretch to suggest she has winning claims, but Ricardo Souza Ferreira can do no wrong at the moment.
And if you've got a strong view on this or any of our later races, do get your comments onto the chat section on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, give us your thoughts and selections. Any questions for Tom? I don't know what we could call that. Collins' questions?
Yeah, I'll take that. Collins' questions, yeah. Bit of branding.
Yeah, Collins' questions on YouTube. Anything you want to ask Tom as the sun sets, lights will be on. In fact, the lights are on. It'll be dark here shortly.
The producer's giving me grief.
If only he could just come up with a good joke for us or something instead.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
I'm just trying to think of any more we had since Thursday. Right, they're heading down the start. I'm going to go for Zala Hala Taham. I think the progressions there. And one thing we didn't see on the bit of form that we saw for that filly, that she was drawn awfully wide last time as well.
She was, yeah. She got into a nice prominent position. I wonder if that will be the plan today, because there are a lot of forces that want to go forward. I found it very difficult to split the 3 and the 8, I have to admit. And I've done this a number of times already this week. I've gone with the horse that actually ended up finishing second and the other horse that I would have been tempted by winning. But I'll go with Das as my final selection. If the 3 wins, then I wouldn't be surprised one bit. I think Adele Alfredi's going to grab the rail, go straight to the front and try to dominate. And from there, he will be dangerous. But Das just has that more upside. Callum went for the 3, so if 3 does win, I'll let him have that winner.
In terms of our tipping competition, we could give him 2, couldn't we? And it still wouldn't make any difference.
Well, exactly. Yeah, he's out of the picture at the moment, so he'll have to come back fighting next week.
Well, we're here for a 4-week stint, so he's got plenty of time to redeem himself.
He has. Yeah, this is just a warm-up for Callum, I imagine. And next week he'll come firing with some winners. But he's doing a stellar job down in the paddock.
He's doing a brilliant job, yeah, getting on the interviews outside. And he's come prepared today with a jacket and a coat and all sorts. So he won't get cold tonight.
He won't. I probably will.
Well, let's confirm selections. I'm going to go 14, Tom.
Horse number 8, Das, for me.
Okay, 14 for me, 8 Das. And I think, Callum, you're with Tom here.
Oh, no, team, I'm against Tom. I'm with the 3. Mohammedi is the pick for me. I thought this horse can hold up the form he showed against Das. I understand where Tom's coming from, but looking at them both in the parade ring, Mohammedi was just a little bit, I'd say, wasn't showing the effects of that last run as much. Alawaji's gorgeous, but again, this will be a bit sharp for him. I imagine his future's over 2,400 metres, to be honest. But he's certainly one to keep an eye on. He's a lovely looker who's just, I think he showed too much at 2 and 3 and has now been pitched in at some really tough contests for the 4-year-old. So looking forward to see how he goes. Nawan got very revved up in the parade ring once the jockey got on board. Did the opposite that many do and failed to settle. Took a bit of a keen grip down to post. Zara Latahum was another one who just took a bit of a while to get going. Cameo had to give her just a couple of reminders on the shoulder with the Procus just to get her to take a step forward. You can see as well she's She's not marching around at the back behind the stalls. You'd be wanting to see a little bit more from her, but hopefully she can run a big race here if everyone likes her at home. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira also looking for a first win of the day. He's on Remal Al Mokhtar. She was the one that was just very typical of the type. I think she needs to bounce back from that slightly disappointing effort last time out, but she was the winner on penultimate start, and this doesn't look like the toughest of contest. It would be lovely to see Fly Wing get back into the winners' enclosure after being so promising as a youngster. But for me, team, all about Mohammadi, horse number 3. Hopefully he can get me off the mat, lads. I'm struggling. Anthony Ennis, help me find a winner.
Well, look, there are better minds than me at doing that, Callum, so I have to pass. But look, I'm sure you'll find your form soon. They are loading up for this race. Loading up quickly as well. Mile and a furlong, 1,800 metres here, the 9 furlong trip. Nominals of 4 lifetime on the dirt. And we've only got a couple of empty stalls left. International market, quite an open one this time. Dars that Tom's talking about into 13 to 2 from 8s for Wigberto. Last one in is going to be Ala Al-Badi. Number 7 to complete the line. Then we'll be set for this, our 6th race here at Riyadh today. Just ready for him to go in now, black with the gold on the sleeves. Ala Al-Badi coming forward now. All in. And they're off. They've jumped away. A bit scruffy for 1 or 2 at the start. Ala Al-Badi awkwardly into stride. Also Moscow was slightly crowded early on as they begin to sort themselves out. Breaking well was Mohammadi towards the inside. Mohammadi and Adel Al-Faradi on the inside, the grey and white colours. More towards the outside is Zahara Taham. That's up there as well, the green cap. In between those is Dars, who's very prominent in the mauve and white. Maybe just has overall command now, Dars, and will edge across towards the running rail. So Dars and Wigberto narrowly in front. It's the outside. Zahara Taham is up there as well for Camille Ospina. They're wide apart. They're behind those, racing very wide with these spots on the jacket. That is Ale Wagi, who's right there. Then comes Ala Al-Badi, black and gold colours for that. Green and blue of Nawan is next in the field. To continue down the far side, back towards the inner is Bidawa, and further back at this stage to find Til Al-Fard, and also Fonda is towards the back of the field, also in rear Til Al-Fard. Another one towards the back is Moscow, who wasn't brilliantly away in the orange colours. So round the turn they go, heading past halfway, and up front the green cap of Zahara Taham has now gone on from Dars, who's ridden along on the inside. Still close up in these spotted colours is Ale Waji as well for Ayad Al Tarisi as they come around the turn, and then trying to move into it too in the grey is Mohammadi as they make the run towards the outside. Here comes Fly Wing, who's on the move in white colours around the turn. Zahara Taham looks a sitting duck now for the strong travelling Ale Waji, and Ale Waji in the dark blue sleeves has now gone for home. Giving chase though is Mohammadi towards the outside, but this leader may have flown here, Ale Waji. There is one staying on though, Bidawa, blue and yellow colours, going into second or third, but work to do to catch this leader who's not coming back. Ale Waji to Zahara Taham, who's sticking on well for second, but it's Ale Waji. Ayad Al Tarisi will get a winner as Ale Waji is too good. Second place will go to Zahara Taham, and then home in third will be Dars, who's stuck on ahead of the likes of Bidawa, who didn't really get home. So in the spotted colours, number 2, Ale Waji has won. Well done to Ayad Al Tarisi, who gets his winner. And this horse really picked up in the straight, looked a very straightforward ride too, found loads of pressure, and number 2 is the winner. Good run by the second horse, who I thought was going to drop away, Zahara Taham, but stuck on to be second, and they were pretty much first and second on the home turn, these two. A couple sort of flattered to get involved, but didn't. 1 minute 55.54 the winner's time. To the winner, Ale Waji. Second will be number 14, Zahara Taham, beaten 3.5 lengths in second. And third place will be Dars, number 8. So it's to the winner, 14 in second, 8 in third. Ale Waji too good.
Alawaji is your winner of this contest here, a horse we thought might need a little bit further, but turns out he's absolutely bounced right back to form with a good performance here. Similar connections to what we had in our opening contest, because we've got the girl in her riding boots and riding cap, again celebrating this success. We're looking at a future jockey here, ladies and gentlemen. They're the proper horsey child in front of us here. This was a good performance from Alawaji, always well positioned under the hugely talented Ayed Al-Tarisi, who's using that 1 kilo claim to full advantage and has taken full advantage of this opportunity. This is a horse who I think will do better over further going forward, but the fact that he can win over the 1800 gives them so many more options for the trainer, but they'll be absolutely chuffed to bits with this victory, and hopefully we'll see more of Alawaji in the future. He has got the red ribbon for testing. I'm just going to see if the trainer speaks any English here, because I'm not quite sure what the trainer's name is, but excuse me sir, any English?
Yes.
He's a nice horse.
It's good, thank you. It's a nice horse. It's the champion horse. It's the last race. He's come 6 in King Khaled Cup, and the first race in the season he's come 8 in the Big Cup. All of the races is the Big Cup. He's come 6 and 7. This today is open for a year from 1 to 3 winner. Alhamdulillah, he's a win with Iyad. I hope inshallah next step inshallah the Big Cup or the King Abdullah races inshallah next week.
That's very exciting. I remember him when he was younger last season. He was a very talented youngster, wasn't he? He almost went forward too quickly, winning too many good races.
Yeah, because he's, in the last year, his good races and the good horses, he's come 2 times win, and he's come 4 in the King Abdullah Cup. But he's now go to the Taif season, and I give him the more time to rest. And this starts in this season in Riyadh. This is the 3rd race in Riyadh. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, I hope inshallah next step inshallah be the cup or the big race inshallah.
Hugely exciting. And Ayed Al-Tarisi, a very talented young rider.
Inshallah, thank you. And Ziyad is very good jockeys, and he's now not brandy jockeys. He has I think is more than 51 win, and is now is good jockeys. I hope inshallah to win with Iyad another time inshallah in the races.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, closing stages replay once again. Salahala Taham travelled really well into the closing stages, Tom, but the writing appeared on the wall when Alawaji loomed upon the outside, and Alawaji was taking a drop in grade, capitalises on the easier opportunity.
Yeah, loomed up large, and to be fair, my issues with this horse were that I thought the trip was too short and the wide draw. The wide draw didn't actually pan out to be a problem. We'll see it from the start how Ayed Al-Tarisi managed to get inside, but the shorter distance was actually an asset in the end because he had extra stamina and he was able to just run by both of our selections who finished 2nd and 3rd. From the outset, Mohammadi did take the front as expected under Adel Afredi on the rail, and Wigberto Ramos on Dart was also keen to go forward. And to be honest, when Dart crossed Mohammadi, I was pretty confident that I'd get a good run for my money, and I did. He finished a good 3rd. Your selection on the outside under Camilo Ospina for the white stable, also prominent.
That tanked through the race.
Yeah, really moved through powerfully. Do you think just bumped into a better horse today, or more of a grinder, or I don't know? I don't really know where you go with this, Philly, because she did everything right. She just didn't win.
I think it's meant 1, 2. The winner's been in Group 3s and Group 2s Group 3s and Group 1s the last couple of starts, and he's 83 rated, and this horse was 66 coming here. So, if anything, it's probably improved on the 66.
Oh yeah, and that handicap mark will take a real hit.
So that's your question. I just met 1, 2 good on the day.
Yeah, that's fair. The eventual winner is not in shot right now. I don't think, or is it in
3rd?
Yes, okay, it's in 3rd. It's hard to see from the joint shot.
You can't see the spots on the jacket.
No, exactly. But anyway, he's able to save ground. Doesn't have to go 5 or 6 wide like we saw with Maroof in one of the early races, for example. From gate 13, managed to save ground, and then from there, always had that extra stamina proven over the past over 2,000 and 2,400, where he was just going to run by the white stable horse. Dars at this point on the inside and 3rd. I know obviously I'm biased because I was watching this horse, but he looked like he was just going to wilt back through the pack. He gets passed by Mohammadi at this point, and looks like he's going to get passed by Bidawar as well. And then he re-rallies to finish 3rd at the wire. I wouldn't give up on Dars. I think he's open to a lot of improvement, and maybe when he's ridden slightly differently, he'll get a victory under his belt. But the top 3 home here are all either classy or promising performance.
Das for Tom, he had the form that tied him in with Mohammed. He certainly reversed that off the bed again. You can see the White Stables horse out in front. The eventual winner's up there in second. Striped sleeves back behind him, Mohammedi. Wickets on the rail on Das. Has he maybe just hung fire a little bit?
Das, yeah, potentially. I said just after the race when we were off air that I was kind of hoping Wiggy would be a little bit more aggressive just to maintain that spot.
But he's almost looked to then to try and go around the White Stables horse, decided that he's not got the speed to do that and has come back in again.
I think he may have got tired on his right lead going around the turn because he was going backwards, and then as soon as Wiggy, you saw that dramatically kind of switch leads on him, he started picking up again. So maybe it was a case of just getting tired on that right lead. But I wouldn't give up on him, and I wouldn't give up on the runner-up either, your selection. I think she's open to plenty of improvement. The winner's the class angle. Mohammadi needs to go forward. I didn't like that ride from Adele. Just a little bit passive. I think you have to push forward. He doesn't have enough stamina to come from off the speed over 1800. So again, he also probably has a kind of squiggle next to his name for next time out.
The second though, if she split horses rated 83 and 69, she's probably improved herself again by another what, 7 or 8 pounds?
Yeah, she was getting plenty of weight. She was getting 4 kilos from Alawaji, which equates to £8. So if Alawaji ran to 83, let's say, then she ran to 75, and yeah, she's rated 66. So maybe she'll go up £9, £10 for that effort, and that's probably why Connections put her in this spot. I imagine they could have gone for a non-winners of 2 because she's only won once, but they went for a non-winners of 4 instead. So you know they've gone up to move the rating up.
Yeah, and she's certainly improved on that as well as Alawaji, who was top rated in the field, comes out on top in our 6th race. We are at the halfway point this Saturday, the end of 3 days racing here in Riyadh. We move on to race 7. We're into handicap company this time, Anthony, over the 2,000 metres.
We certainly are, Martin, yes, without number 2, Red Kite, who's the scratching here, but still a big field of runners to have a look at. Number 1 is Freshwater Cliffs for Abdullah Al-Saidi. 2 is a non-runner, take out Red Kite. So 3 is Taff Beat for Louis Morales. 4 is The Ruby, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 5, Clifford, ridden by Abdullah Al-Rashid. 6 is Courageous Knight, Selman Al-Rashid. 7, Ifraz, Tariq Al-Mansur. 8 is Marafiori, over the page, ridden by Fahad Al-Faraidi. Number 9 is Maybury for Victor Gutierrez. 10, Emblem Desert. Nawaf Al-Fayruz is now on board that one. Number 11 is one of the big outsiders, 50 to 1 about hexameter available, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 12 is Senwan, ridden by Ahmed Al-Shrar. 13 is Rebel Icon, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, in the yellow and black silks. Over the page to find one of the fancy runners, Fox Flame, for Adel Al-Faraidi. 15 is Play Actor, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 16 is Rare Ninja for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 17 is Canoed, jockey looking for a quick double, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 18 Carabeno, Thab Al-Timyat. 19 Mujib is now ridden by Abdulaziz Al-Musa in this race. And 20 is going to be Al-Mutib, who's ridden by Muhannad Al-Nassar, who won race 2. So still got a big field of runners here to go to post for this handicap as we look forward to this race on the dirt, 2,000 metres. Back to you, Martin and Tom.
Yeah, big field to dissect here. The 19 of us, Anthony said we are without Red Kite, and top of the market this time around is Mare Furi, who's had 4 runs here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, having left the Marco Botti stable back in England.
Yeah, and Shade last time, like, definitely should have won. We'll see the footage of that in a few seconds. But this horse has seemingly grown since, not in terms of stature, but in terms of ability, since coming over on these shores. Was okay for Marco Botti, there's no doubt about that. It's not like he was useless or anything, but since he's come over here, the dirt surface seems to be in his favour. And yeah, I thought last time he shaped really nicely over the 2400. He does get beaten. Again, I'll say it. We'll see the footage in a second. Does get beaten in this race, but when they come around the home turn, he is travelling miles the best. He goes clear and then gets repassed. I think the drop back to 2,000 is going to be very suitable for Marafiori today. Yeah,
2,500 last time out in 0 to 80 handicap company. He runs second on that occasion. Tell you what, we'll have a look at that forward as second. We'll head out and speak to Callum, who's having a look at Thruby, who we saw, Callum, we may have seen actually, if you're watching the UK racing, winning at Doncaster and Newbury last summer.
Yeah, he wasn't a bad horse over in the UK with the old 3B. He's come over here now in Saudi Arabia, goes for the Almondale stables. He's a gorgeous looking individual. He's been very well clipped, very well turned out, but this team is struggling for form at the moment in time. But this horse is looking in really good nick, and now has had the one run in Saudi under the belt. Should be better for it. Will be hard to do it on the dirt here, but 2,000 metres, he should thrive at this trip, and I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. We must drop back past plenty of these to get right back to horse number 12, who will be the next one we're going to have a look at. This is Senwan, who is an absolutely imposing type. Really caught my eye coming in the pre-parade ring and the parade ring. He's a lightly built individual and certainly probably has some more room to grow despite being 5, but he's just coming past me here. He's gorgeous, absolutely lovely type. He's got a bit of a cob mane, but that's no problem for me at all. He's walked out fine. He's got a little bit of a winter coat. You'd argue he'd probably want a bit of clipping, but there's a tiny bit of dappling underneath. He's getting a little bit warm between his hindquarters, but for me, he's a nice type and certainly one to add to your shortlist. We'll go back to the highly fancied Fox Flame. If you like number 14, I've got no notes. It's pretty positive here. He's a long type with very long back, low withers, which really emphasises how long he is because he has a long neck as well. He's built for this trip. You could sit a family of 4 on his back, but he's certainly not a paddock negative. Looks very well in the coat. The final one I want to have a good look at is the bottom horse here, number 20, Al Mutib. Every single time this horse runs, he always catches my eye because he is absolutely gorgeous. Here he comes here. Huge, imposing type, lovely loose mover, handles everything well, but he's shown very, very little form recently. He does have Mohamed Al Nusra in the saddle here, taking off the 2 extra kilos, which means he comes here only carrying 52 kilos, which would give him every chance, but he needs to turn that form around, boys. It's going to be hard for him to do it because he's shown so little form so far, but he's absolutely gorgeous. He's a beautiful mover. He's dropping back in grade again. I'm going to make him my paddock pick here. Number 20, Al Mutib.
Well, a massive price in international markets early on today. Al Mutib was around 25 to 1, the one win in 30 starts, and the overall form figures aren't very encouraging. But Al Mutib right down the bottom there. Just give us a quick word on, we're waiting to see Maria Fori. Let's have a word on Thruby, who was another UK import from the James Fanshawe team, ran in a local Group 2 on debut and didn't shape too badly.
Shaped pretty well, I thought. I didn't expect it either because I thought she was okay in the UK, but she had lots of issues. She had setbacks, and you know, it took her a while to really develop for James Fanshawe. This is Mary Fury in shot right now. We can finally see that piece of footage in action from last time, and yeah, you'll see her loom up on the home turn. Loom up on the home turn on the outside here. Now it's just hitting the front in the white bridle. He's on the wrong lead. Now switches leads, immediately picks a length up on the horse in second, and somehow gets run down. Just doesn't stay at the 2400. But if we put up this footage a little bit earlier, we'd see Mary Fury make a big mid-race move to come and take the front. Freshwater Cliffs is back in third. Now he reopposes today. He likes the 2400 metres. You can see him staying on powerfully over that trip. It's an interesting quandary, isn't it, whether Mary Fury's going to confirm that form now dropped in distance. I'm going to veer on the side of I prefer Freshwater Cliffs, but either of those 2 horses winning wouldn't be a shock.
Well, it's been about, the horse has aged about 20 minutes since we first thought we were going to see that. I mean, it could be a different a different proposition completely. Let's have a look at Fox Flame here. This is horse number 14. This is a horse who ran 3rd last time up.
Yeah, Fox Flame, not beaten far on this occasion over in 0 to 95, 0 to 85 handicap last week. Advisor replaces blinkers here and he gets class relief.
Yeah, Fox Flame, formerly trained by Charlie Johnson, was sold for just over 20,000, but he was he had the form in the UK over much further than this. He was a good sort of mile and a half horse.
Yeah.
Or 2,400 metres plus even at one stage.
Definitely stays well. Class relief will definitely help as well. And look, it can't be written off. There are several in here that can't be written off. It's one of those races, isn't it, Martin, where there are probably 5 to 10 horses that have winning claims. It's not like a race where you can just pinpoint it down to 1 or 2.
And that was Fox Flame's debut here as well. So you've got 3 UK imports that have been here, had a run or 2, in fact 4, because we've got Sensawan as well had 1 run for William Haggis, 3 goes here in the Kingdom as well. Drops down in trip for the second go at Handicap Company.
Yeah, maiden winner over the 1800 metres in October. Recent spins suggest a handicap is definitely in his locker, so he's another major player in here, horse 12. That's, to be fair, he was my 3rd selection in this race. He's drawn nicely inside. It's just what tactics Jimmy Jerkins is going to ask his rider Ahmed Al-Shah to adopt in this contest. There are several other ex-Brits as well, to be honest. Maybury, horse number 9, I believe used to be of William Jarvis. That horse ran runner-up behind a subsequent Cup winner in Pretty Flag. That came back in October, but recent efforts suggest that could have been a fluke.
Jockey switch as well with Victor Gutierrez was looking to follow up his last race yesterday.
He doesn't get too many rides, does he? But that victory on Almabeer will definitely be a positive for him, and he'll be riding full of confidence. Horse number 6, Courageous Knight, also used to be in the UK, used to be with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby, but has just shown very little form. Albeit the form figure suggests he's been running okay. He's shown little form compared to his previous efforts over here. And Clifford as well, horse number 5, used to be in Ireland, I believe, but has won twice in Taif and doesn't seem best suited by this venue.
Okay, there's the 8 heading down to the start. That is
different cap today.
Yeah, yellow cap as opposed to the sort of, was it goldy sort of colours?
Yeah, goldy beige mix.
And the old green colours of 3B as well for the Anman Deal team. By Teofilo out of Dubai Fashion, well-bred individual, drops in grade for the 2nd start here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So race 7 of the evening. Marifori heads the international markets. Freshwater Cliffs, they've been backed against it, 11-2 down to 4-1. Fox Flame 11-2. 3B at 13-2. Sensor One at 13-2. Rebel Icons also at 13-2. 1 win from 11 starts. Ricardo Ferreira de Souza on board, a horse who was 6th last time. I gets a good draw in 3.
Does. Anytime Ricardo's on a horse as well, it's a major positive. We've covered that numerous times on this channel. Dharma Al-Dahani's having a great week, and he's also had a winner in these silks as well, the Al-Dahani stable silks of his father. That was Monsieur Jumbo back on Friday. Regarding his form claims, he was an eye-catcher in Open Company this winter, but I don't think he stays this distance. 2,000 is a little bit too far for Rebel Icon.
We touched on it today, we don't get too many Dubaiwas over here. We've got one here, bred by Godolphin, formerly with Charlie Appleby. Courageous Knight, number 9, currently 9-1 on the international markets. 11 starts here, the sole win of 19 came in an Epsom Maiden back in the UK.
Yeah, just form is dipping, unsurprisingly. I have this theory, and I'm sure everyone, actually probably the world that likes horse racing does as well, but whenever Charlie or Godolphin get rid of any horse, they're not going to improve or step forward, they're just going to regress. They don't get rid of the rubbish ones. No, they don't get rid of the good ones, sorry. They get rid of the ones that they don't think are capable of winning anymore for them. And picking up off Godolphin, trying to buy these horses off Godolphin is usually tough. However, some people do it for like future stallion prospects. In this case, it's not that because he's a gelding. He wouldn't be one on my shortlist for sure. I would easily write him off.
And just one other to mention towards the top of the market, Tath Beat, who switches back from turf last time, back onto the dirt today.
He's a heavily raced stayer. He virtually runs every single week. I don't think he's good enough at this level. But Louis Morales takes the ride, and who knows? Today could be his day. It just doesn't feel likely to me.
Okay, selection time. I'm going to go with 3B to improve on his run last time. He was progressive for Fanshawe back in the UK. Good run in a local Group 2 last time on his debut over here. There was positives from that, and this is probably an easier assignment.
I had 3B as 4th in my list, so I'm not dead against that for sure. I had this between Freshwater Cliffs and Mary Fury. At the prices, I'll side with Freshwater Cliffs. I hope he gets ridden aggressively because he needs further. He's got plenty of stamina, so just make the most of him out in front, Abdullah Al-Saidi, and hopefully Freshwater Cliffs can come home in front, but Mary Fury's going to be a big danger.
You say at the prices, 11-2 down to 7-2. Bit of massive move on the international markets.
Unsurprising, I'd suggest. It should be, it's not a match between the two, but those two are quite closely matched, and therefore there shouldn't have been such a discrepancy earlier.
Okay, well, that's the thoughts of us here. Let's get to a selection from Callum as they arrive down at the start as night falls here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, guys, Al-Matib still going to be the play for me here. He'll probably slow the boat, but he's a lovely type, and he's just so good looking. Caught up with Jimmy Jerkins regarding Senwan, horse number 12 in this field. He's not much to look at, Callum. He's got a bit of a roach back, which just means he's got that lacking any sort of serious muscle in behind. His hind quarters are a bit flat. famous. If you're watching from the UK, you may remember, you may know a national hunt horse called Handstands. He's famous for his roachback as well. It's not the most eye-catching thing to look at, but aside from him, he does really catch the eye. He's a big, imposing type, son of Dark Angel, and they've had some troubles training him. He had an injury in Taif, took a while to get over that. He ran in what Jimmy described as a pretty weak contest last time out, and he might not be a horse that actually wants this effort here, because this could be another step up in grade that he doesn't want. He said the biggest danger is Freshwater Cliff, the top one here, the one who's got plenty of speed, and that talented Abdullah Al-Saidi on board. Thruby looked lovely. I hope that horse runs a much bigger race than we've seen before. Courageous, so not courageous, they're going, are they? Rebel Icon for Samar Aldahani and the Aldahani stable. The horse that's just beginning to go the wrong way, but there'll be no surprise if they could bounce back. They tend to find a way with these horses. And Fox Flame was hugely intriguing, a good-looking type there, long, rangy type, just coming through shot there. A horse that could be interesting to follow here, Fox Flame. Seems to be just beginning to get his act together, but Al-Matib is still going to be the pick for me here. He just seems to lack some early gears, which always puts him behind, and he plugs on past beaten horses, but he's a massive price on the international market, and I can understand why, but when you just see him, he does really fill the eye, and is a lovely type to go towards with. So sticking with horse number 20, Al-Matib is the pick for me. Anthony Ennis, I think it's going to be highly unlikely I'll find a winner here, but hopefully you can call home a good race.
I'll do my best, Callum. Yeah, big price, the one you mentioned there, Al-Matib, 25 to 1 international market. Mara Fiore is just about the favourite international market-wise. There's a lot of money for Freshwater Cliffs, though, I noticed. 11 to 2 now, 7 to 2. Fox Flame 6s. 6 to 1. Thruby was the horse I thought might run well here under Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Anyway, the runners are going forward here. And shouldn't be too much longer. That was Senwan, the white cap nearest to us. That's colours worn by Maybury's rider, Victor Gutierrez, the red cap. So, store one for Senwan. He's already in. About to be joined by Ifraz in 2. That's blue and white colours for Ifraz. We've got the long sort of stretch down the back here, 1.25 miles, 2,000 metres to 10 furlongs for this handicap. A little bit edgy there is Senwan the gates. Maybury's yet to go in. He's got the red blinkers. The Victor Gutierrez. Wait for the last few to go in here. Horse number 4, that's Thruby in green. It's in gate 7. Now Maybury's turn to load. I think it's the last one, actually. We're just about ready for a start. Here we go. At Riyadh, race 7 off 5:50. Set. Jumped away. They're off and racing. A little bit slow to go. Was Play Actor in the check colours. Rather missed it. And also one towards the outside, I think it was Hexameter, one of the outsiders in green, was rather slowly into stride as they raced over the 2,000 metres here. One that broke well towards the inner was Mara Fiore. The market leader's very handy as they go through the early stages. And also up there is Rebel Icon, who I think has overall command now, the yellow jacket. And also the red headgear up there too, that's Maybury. So Maybury is up there with Rebel Icon. These two begin to press on with towards the outside in the blue and white emblem desert, not that far off the speed. Also right up there is Freshwater Cliffs, one of the well-backed runners in the orange and purple, also with a white stripe on his face as they make the run onto the track proper. The yellow and black of Rebel Icon and Ricardo Souza Ferreira now headed in the red by Maybury. So Maybury goes on. Freshwater Cliffs is right up there. Another one that's prominent towards the outside is Canoed as well as they go through the first 700 metres or so. Dropping in behind the speed is the white cap of Senwan. Also in behind is Thruby, who's quite far back at this stage. The black and white coloured Carabeno is getting into it as they continue their journey down the far side. So quite a tussle on for the lead here. Very wide on the track is Canoed in white and blue. Towards the inside, Rebel Icon has always been prominent. And also Maybury in the red colours is right there with Freshwater Cliffs. That's the front quartet. Looking for the moving line. Making up some ground now in the maroon is Fox Flame, who starts to get interested as they come around the home turn. But the leader is Canoed, has kicked on here around the turn, is going well too. Canoed and Ayad Al Tarisi, who's having a good half hour or so. It's Canoed who's gone for home all of a sudden, has opened up that stride and has a 4-length lead to giving chase. Fox Flame out of the pack. He's trying to run on and also staying on towards the outside, the blue and yellow. Picking up 2 is Mara Fiore now, but work to do to catch this leader, who is Canoed. Canood by 6 lengths with 200 metres to last and is not stopping. Canood is well on top here. Fox Flame giving chase in second position, staying on his Courageous Knight in the black, but Canood is going to be a double for Ayad Al Tarisi. What a day for him. Canood has bolted up here to Fox Flame in second. Third place Courageous Knight. It was close for 4. The running on Thruby might have got that up the inside fence. He's having a good couple of days. Good winning yesterday, double today. Ayad Al Tarisi is hot. Another winner for him here. He's won race 6. He's won race 7 as well for good measure. On board Canood, who travelled like a good thing throughout. Son of distorted humour, bolted up here in the headgear. Not an easy one to find, Canood, but it's far too good for the opposition in the end. This was a ready success. Around 28 to 1 last price I saw on the international markets. Has won like an even money favourite. 2 minutes 09.08 seconds. 17 Canood by a wide margin. Second Fox Flame, number 14. That ran well. Best of the rest. And third was number 6 Courageous Knight, who came from a bit off the pace. Thruby might just be 4 ahead of Senwan. 2 minutes 09.08, 5 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 17 Canood the winner, 14 Fox Flame was second, third number 6 Courageous Knight, and the fourth was Thruby, number 4.
You're hot, and Ayad Al Tarisi is hot to trot, and he's guided Canood to victory. But the story of this race is Senwan, who got no luck in running whatsoever. Keep an eye out on the race replays for the horse that eventually finishes 5th, number 12. Came absolutely cantering into contention, only to be stuck behind a wall of horses going in behind. Canood got an absolute dream ride and the run of the race under this young man who is clearly thriving in the saddle right now, and has guided this horse whose form figures were not too impressive to victory here in very simple fashion. It's often easier to keep it simple stupid. He's been front ranked, he's got a nice spin off the turn, and he's won very, very well. Ayad Al Tarisi, 2 winners on the day, boys. He's impressive.
Well, a great day for Ayad Al Tarisi. Doubles up to a nice winner yesterday. To the previous race with Alawaji. Follows up here with Canood. He was very hard to find, but has been utterly dominant from stall 18.
Yes, has been dominant. Impossible to find. I know you said very hard, but I think impossible. For example, I'll give you a reason why it's impossible. 2 wins from 28 starts. 9-year-old, so not improving. Draw stall 18 today. wide gate. Last time up was beaten 22 lengths by Freshwater Cliffs and Mary Fury in that 2,400 metre handicap.
So just kick that forward into the ditch.
Yeah, it's just impossible to find on that. You can see him break okay. He's 3 from the right-hand side, just in the blue and white silks. He's in midfield at this point of the race. On all known form, he's very difficult to find. The positive for him is that he was coming third off the layoff today, so his fitness may be peaking. But I reckon this is a career best performance from him.
Has to be.
He's won twice before, but those victories came for Fawzi Nas in Maidan in 2020 and 2021. 5 years without a win, almost. And when he won in Dubai, he was rated just 69. He's rated 67 today. I suppose there is a slim case for saying that he was well treated on his best form, but I don't know about that. He was just impossible, in my opinion. But he's won anyway at a big price. You can get shocks in horse racing, of course. It's not even like he got the race run to suit, because there was 5 across the track at this point up top. Freshwater Cliffs is currently in the lead, Tough Beat on the inside, and the black and white. The red stable horses up there as well. That was Senwan, I believe, or no, Maybury. Senwan's just in behind, and he's 4 wide around the turn. It's not like he's got a dream trip. He's covering ground. He's probably been ridden a little bit inefficiently, yet he's still won by a wide margin. 5 1/4 lengths at the wire, ahead of Fox Flame, who was one of the form horses, and Courageous Knight, who hadn't shown much over here. But yeah, no idea, to be honest with you. I don't know how this horse has won.
And he's a 9-year-old as well.
Yeah, exactly. Surely he's in his veteran years and definitely not improving now. It's beyond me, to be honest. But as I say, you can get shocks in horse racing, and that's part of the fun, isn't it, really? That's why we're in a job. We're trying to find the winners of these type puzzles. This one would not have been easy.
Positives for some of the others then. Fox Flames come through for second. A horse who had form in the UK over further.
Yeah.
Ran well here on debut. Another solid effort.
Yeah, and beat the others by 3 1/4 lengths. There's the margin between the second and the third. So, yeah, that horse has run well. She's probably run to her rating and to expectation. The third place finisher, Courageous Knight, probably ran above expectation, but he has a lovely pedigree and previously showed enough in the UK to factor. Callum thought Senwan was unfortunate. I'd probably disagree. I mean, he didn't get the dream run through, but he finished 5th and was beaten 10 lengths, so not enough of a eye-catcher for me to say he should have been there or thereabouts. Your selection ran okay in 4th?
He was a bit of an eye-catcher. He looked well beaten. He got lost mid-race and has somehow flashed home for a place.
That was second time up as well in the country, so could be there. There could be improvement to come, and he could easily get off the board soon.
I mean, given his pedigree as well, TFL Dubai fashion, maybe 2.5. It's got to suit him.
Yeah.
And given the run style as well today.
Yeah, I thought he shaped with promise. We can see the start here. Freshwater Cliffs does jump inside. He was very disappointing in Freshwater Cliffs. He was ridden aggressively as I hoped, but yeah, he went out of contention early. Mary Fury actually travelled well, coming around the home turn as well if you were on the international market leader. But again, he didn't factor in the latter part of the race. So a weird result. I think you do get that in racing from time to time. Big field, anything can happen. Anything did just happen.
And we've had a couple of big prices on the international markets today. 25s earlier on, but I think 28 for that one.
Yeah, this one was much harder than the one earlier, I have to say, to find. This one would have been in my last 3 or 4 on my shortlist. Yeah.
It looked wide open beforehand, and that's how it's proved as well. We still have, though, 5 more great races to look forward to. Before we head across to Anthony for the details for race 8, we can head back out into the Riyadh night and rejoin Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that was a fairly interesting race. I thought I'd find myself in a fairly interesting part of the racecourse. I'm right at the edge of the grandstand, and it's wonderful because you get the full views of not just the racecourse but this stunning sunset we've got behind us. Now, if you just turn to your right, my left, we'll see if we still get signal. We'll get yelled at by our director if we don't. There's a beautiful sunset here on this course, and then if we pan back the other way around, you can get the full length and breadth of this wonderful venue. From our left, my left, your right, we've got the beautiful parade ring and pre-parade ring where they're lining up for this local bread contest coming up. Your media centre is just behind. That will be a hive of activity in just a few weeks' time with the Saudi Cup coming into town. We'll also have press conferences taking place just below us as well. And then the main grandstand that you see in all the pictures, it's still very, very quiet as the calm before the storm here as we head on to the rest of the racing. Plenty of big names in that grandstand as well. Plenty of people who will be looking forward to the racing not only on Saudi Cup weekend, but the Holy Mosque Cups coming up next week. That will be a hugely exciting day and will be a much busier day on track too. So plenty more to look forward to. It's a great spot up here. You've got restaurants just in behind. All of your viewing galleries and the hospitality sections are just above as well. And that's not to forget our new hospitality that has been built down towards the bottom of the course. If you are up here on Saudi Cup Day, you will get the perfect view of the Royal Suites directly across the racecourse. That is where MBS and the rest of his authorities will be during the Saudi Cup. It's a hugely exciting moment and it's coming very, very quickly. But up here, you can see it all, and hopefully we'll be able to see a couple more winners from this enhanced view. Anthony Ennis, you can take us through the runners and riders for our next contest. Surely, Abu Sheikha will be very, very hard to beat.
We shall find out, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, good insight into the track. Yeah, Abu Sheikha 6-5, I think, on the international market last time I checked. And he's number 1 for Adel Al Furedi for this our 8th race. Number 2 is Wafi Alayez for Abdullah Alorfi. Number 3, Akko Mubari, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 4 is Armadi, Mohamed Aldaham. 5 is Ala Petit for Essa and Al Shamari. Number 6 is going to be Estahuz, Nawaf Al Fairuz is on board that one. 7 over the page is going to be Kabar for Ali Al Mamoni. Number 9 is Kanajer for Fahad Al Furedi. Number 9 is Mota Simar, ridden by Muhammad Al Yami. 10 is Muhibukum for Khalid Al Mamoni. 11, Sani Al Basmar for Khalid Al Azmi. 12 is Abrak Jadela, Tharb Al Timyat. Scratch the 13, as we heard from Callum earlier. Aziz Al Nabar is not going to run this race. So over the page to find 14, Bajera, Camille Ospina, and 15, Salam Alayez for Alex Moreno is the other one. So let's take out the 13, 14 runners for Martin and Tom to have a look at here.
Thank you, Anthony, and a great look there at the grandstands and the sunset here in Saudi Arabia. It's amazing for people who've not been here before because we are in the desert. The difference between the nighttime and the daytime temperature. You come out to come racing today, shirt sleeves, almost a pair of shorts on. You go to go out tonight, and your 2 coats on. It's freezing cold.
It does get very, very chilly in the evenings. When we're doing our outro outside, usually it's you can probably see me shaking. My hands go as I'm trying to talk. But yes, we're fortunate we're in the studio right now as we've got the heating on, so it's quite nice.
And we've worked out to switch the heating from cold to hot as well, which is even better.
Yeah, exactly, thankfully, because otherwise it does get very chilly. And then when you do go outside, you're even colder. But during the day, as you say, it's a lovely, lovely temperature.
And in our inter-studio tipping competition, we're now, still 8-7? So
yes.
The best of days for us, has it?
Not so far, but there are some shorter price favourites coming up. And how many races we've got? We've got 5 races left, so hopefully we can both reach at least 10 winners.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, we'll look at just a couple of the big names in this race here ahead before we make our way down to see them at the start. Abu Sheikha, the one, hugely exciting horse, won a weaker contest last time out and arguably has been very well placed to win a similarly simple enough contest on paper again. He's a hugely imposing front-running type who was dominant last time, and hopefully him and Adel Al Furedi can get their heads in front here. Let's just drop back to number 3, Akko Mubari. I remember him from last season. He's a lovely, lovely type, and he's a very good mover too. Just watch the way he walks. He really covers the ground as he moves. He's a gorgeous type. He's been very well turned out. Needs to bounce back from a disappointing effort last time though. Here's the best looker though. This is Amadi, horse number 4, who comes towards us now. My goodness, does he catch the eye. He's also got the tongue out like we saw earlier with Mohammadi in the same ownership, but this one has the tongue strap on. So what he's trying to do there is just find a position where his tongue feels better under the bit. I wouldn't make that too concerning. I'd be very taken by the way he's been turned out and how he looks with those visors on too. He's an exciting horse here in an exciting race. Boys, I'll hear from you more when we're down at the start.
Well, at least he's got his trainers on to walk down to the start. It's going to be, he can almost run down there. Given he's getting fit, he could almost run to the start. There you go, Callum. Take the cameraman and run to the start.
He did used to do athletics, so
did he?
He'd probably get down there far quicker than the horses.
Well, he could do hurdles. He could go over the fences on the way down into the next part of the parade ring, down into the paddock, hurdle his way to the start even. Right. Number 8, just on his toes slightly in the paddock. This is Jcsa. Is one of the outsiders in the field, but we can have a look. This basically is between two horses. They are the first and second favourites. Very tight on the international markets. Number 1, Jcsa, who we can have a look the run here on January the 2nd, when coming back to form in a course and distance conditions race.
I followed this gelding throughout all of last year when I was here. Every single time I was here, he tended to run. She's rated 92, and she gets 5 kilos, which actually puts her on top when it comes to the weights. That would put her at basically 102, and Jcsa's 100. She's very consistent, but she does struggle to win. She's only 4 from 33, and she places a lot.
Well, she's 3 times placed of late over the course and distance. Does have winning form over the trip as well. That was a run back on the 14th of December. There's 6 to 5 and 11 to 8 on the international markets. Akama Barry at 5 to 1, Salam Al Ayez at 12 to 1. I mean, is this purely a match between these two?
I think you've got to give the 3 a chance, but I would say from a win perspective, yes. The 3 Akama Barry has only been seen once this year, which was a blow-par performance in Taif, but generally is a pretty capable horse. He's a strong stayer. It's kind of a question as to whether he still retains all of his ability at this age, especially considering the poor run at Taif. But at his best, he would be a major protagonist in this contest. I think it's Jcsa's to win or lose, to be honest with you. If he turns up in that form of last time, he'll win this race.
But how big of an if is that, given his back form this season?
I actually don't think it's a major if, to be honest with you. No. I mean, it is an if, because he has been a bit hit and miss so far this term. But last year he racked up 4 straight victories, so it's not like he's super inconsistent.
And we've got all the big races to come next weekend. One of those is the amateur jockey's version of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, and he was dominant in that.
Exactly, yeah. He looked really good last season. He was a rapidly progressing horse. He's a 6-year-old now. He's probably levelled off in terms of his talent and progression, but he is 100 rated for a reason, and I think he's the one to beat. That being said, we've already talked about the white stable horse is actually better off at the weights, so it won't be a one-horse show. I just think Jcsa's got a lot more to give than the white stable horse. He tends to come up a little bit short, albeit in better races than this.
Yeah, he's been racing in cup races, was 6th in a Group 2 last time out, and is into an open race today, so he should find, or she should find it that little bit easier. We've given a mention as well to the 2. What about Akama Barry as well, the 3 here, rated 94, so not far behind these, but has been off the track since August.
Gets Ricardo Souza Ferreira as well, which is a positive, and an inside gate. As you said, the layoff is the main issue with him. I think they're the only 3 horses that are in single-figure prices.
Correct. Although there is a tiny bit of money for the 15, Salam Al Ayez.
Okay, so that's not surprising. That's basically the order I had them in. Jcsa to beat Bajira, to beat Akama Barry, to beat Salam Al Ayez. He, the number 15 here, definitely looks like the 4th best in if you want to take out the higher rated runners. He gets Alex Moreno again, who rides regularly. He's a strong stayer, but he wasn't beaten far by a good horse in Monsieur Jumbo on his penultimate outing. Monsieur Jumbo came out yesterday and won, albeit on turf. The form of Salam Al Ayez stacks up well against this company. I don't think he's good enough to beat Jcsa or even Bajira, but it would be no surprise if he ran 3rd or 4th in this contest.
And also a quick word, Tom, on number 2, Wafi Al Ayez, who's rated 82. Has a bit to find, but that horse has also been keeping better company.
Yeah, outclassed in cup contests recently. Stamina's just generally stretched by this 2400 metre distance. I don't think he wants to go this far. He probably wants to go to 1800, maybe 2000 at a max. This trip is way beyond his comfort levels, and I think Wafi Al Ayez needs to be opposed. Talk about a couple of others.
Go on,
big
throw them
prices. Horse number 4, Al Mahdi, gets Mohammed Aldaham on board. He's a son of Constitution. I love Constitution as a sire. He was the sire of Tis the Law over in the US. Barclay Tags, very good 3-year-old, who was one of my favourite horses when he was racing. Al Mahdi's got a nice pedigree, as we've already talked about there. He's 1 from 16. He got off the mark 4 runs back. Obviously in the maiden in a handicap contest, that was a 0 to 70. He shows loads of early speed, Al Mahdi. Over 2400 speed isn't the main asset you need, it's stamina, so I think he'll be vulnerable. If you're looking at all the other outsiders in here as well, they've got major question marks. So I know we have seen a couple of shocks today, especially in the last race, but this contest here looks like it's between maybe 2, 3 horses.
And we have seen a couple of odds on winners as well, with Lacey de Violette and Fighter.
Yeah, both very impressive, won by wide margins. Much like yesterday, to be fair, with the Funded and Almabeer as well. Both of those were similarly impressive, short prices, and won by a while. So I'm going with Jcsa, horse I like. What about you?
I'm going to go second favourite, going to go Bajira, so you're one ahead.
Yeah, this is big for the studio.
So we either got to go levels,
yeah,
or you go one ahead, or something's got to completely spoil the party.
Indeed.
Speaking of which, let's get back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, down here at the start ahead of the contest, and we've got some horses who will be coming in and circling us as soon as possible. Here are some of the runners circling us now. Aku Mubari is the first one we're going to look at coming around to us here. Abu behind as well. There's Alays, Abdullah Alorfi, he's there too, and we have Amadi there. The 4 is looking very well under Mohammed Al Daham. He'll be full of confidence, having had a winner earlier on. This is Kaba, the 7. He's come down okay. One who's very keen is the 5, A La Petite, who's just very, very revved up coming down to the start. In behind we have the 6 here. This is Esther Hughes, who's been there and done it and got the sticker. That's Nawaf Al Farouz, I think, is on board that one. The 8 is Kanajer as well. He's down there. Look at that. That's the best smile in racing. Fired Alpha already in the plate, and the rest of them are beginning to join us now. If you liked Bajira, that's the 14. Nawaf, that's just the horse coming around on the outside. Camille Ospina is on board here. As you can just see him, he's a lovely looking type, isn't he, Bajira? Big, strong type who looks like he'll need to take the big step forward. We'll also see Salem Alays. That's the 15 now, who's just coming past us now. Alex Moreno in the saddle there. We've got a few horses getting tack adjustments too. Let's keep an eye on the 5 here. This is one to just keep an eye on here. He's going to come round to us, this grey, the 5, A La Petite. Of all the horses who may not have handled this section as well, I would say it's A La Petite, who's got quite revved up, has had a tack adjustment, and is beginning to just keep jogging around. Comfortable in the plate. I heard Tom mention the horse in behind, the 15, Salem Alays. My concern about him is he's just so slow early on. Look at him physically compared to lots of these. He's quite weak, he's quite petite, he's still quite bony, he seems to have a lot to frame to still fill in. Compare him to Abu Sheikha, horse number 1. They're two completely different models of horse, and you can see why one horse has been so impressive and dominant at this level, and the other has maybe just struggled to get the head in front. A strong stayer, no doubt, but almost looks like a horse who needs 3,400 metres rather than 2,400 metres. We'll go to the 4 here, Amadi. This is to your right now. That's just coming towards us there. That has Mohammed Al Daham on board. He's got a bit warm in the saddle here. He's just straight in front. There we go. We got him. He's just straight in front of us here. He's got quite warm. Now, he's a big, heavy set horse. You'll see it better when he comes into the light here. Now, he looked really shiny in the parade ring now, but that shine has now turned to sweat. You can see it on his neck and just behind his girth. He's getting very, very warm there. Mohammed Al Daham on board. A shout out to any British trainers watching. I think Mohammed Al Daham is angling for some rides in the UK over the summer months next season. So keep an eye out for him if you're interested in getting a very talented rider. Mohammed Al Daham may be becoming available. So we'll certainly keep pushing for that, because he's a very talented rider in his own right and is still pushing to be champion jockey here in Saudi Arabia. Camille Ospina on the 14 is still looking for his first winner of the day. Bajira will give him every chance in this contest, but for me, a clear second best option. Wafi Alays is a 2. That's just a little bit behind here, just 2 more back there now. Yes, the 2, Wafi Alays. Now, this is an interesting one. I remember when this horse showed plenty of ability at the back end of last season, but hasn't quite been able to build on that again. Look at him physically, Wafi Alays. He's a very petite individual. Abdullah Alorfi in the saddle. He's used to riding these purebred Arabians. This will feel like a purebred Arabian for Abdullah, no doubt about it, because he's very, very tiny and small. Amadi just getting even more worked up here. They'll start the loading process sooner rather than later, I imagine. who haven't I given a mention to? The 9 is just coming towards us now. We didn't mention Motashmeh. This is the 9, probably a bit of an outsider here. Mohammed Aliyami, there he is. I knew someone was shouting too much. That's the 12, Abrak Jadla and the Saab Al-Timya, who is the loudest jockey down here at the start. Always very happy to see me. Also has grown out that moustache to convince people he's a little bit older. So he's still a child, basically. He's still growing that all out. Bless him. He can keep talking. I'll keep giving it back to him, but he's a very talented young rider as well worth following too. The rest, they continue to go down. Abdullah Alofi, we've given him a mention. We've not mentioned the 11 now. Stay where you are. The 11's just coming towards us now. Let's talk about that. That is Sana Al-Basma, another one physically you can just see is getting very, very warm behind the saddle and between his withers there. You can see the white sweat patches on display. That's a horse that's just getting a little bit worked up as we continue down the start. We'll get a loading process sooner rather than later, because horses like Wafayalays are getting more and more worked up as they continue to go around. It's worth noting that in these situations, horses that are getting warm in the parade ring tend to be horses that calm down when they get to the start, and horses that are calm in the parade ring are going to get worked up at the start. Anthony Ennis, I think it's about time we hand over to you. We're going to stay here and get a great view of these horses as they start loading.
Thank you, Callum. Really good run down there. Nice bit of chat as well with Tharp, who seems in good terms. These in the red, white and blue colours there. Just gone through our picture. See the white cap of the jockey Ricardo Ferreira. He's on board Akko Mabari. The red cap, of course, for Abo Shaker. But our horses are grey, so he's a bit of a standout anyway in terms of watching this race. They're about to load. There's the started assistant asking the rider on board Wafi Alayez to load. So he's about to go forward. Number 2 in the red and yellow. Far away from the start here. It's the long stretch, the 2,400 metres, 12 furlongs, a mile and a half in old money for this race. It's locally bred horses open. That's Bajira, who is still prominent in the market, very tight between the 1 and the 14 here in terms of market supremacy. Abu Shaker 6-5, 11-8 Bajira. Let's hope we have a proper set 2 between those. This is Abrak Jadela going forward now to complete the line. Just about set for race 8. 6:20 and they're off. They've jumped away. Pretty good start for most of these runners. Up there early is Abu Shaker, the grey, looking for his market rival. Bajira's right towards his inside. She's going to actually drop in behind Abu Shaker as they go through the first 200 metres. And then out in the centre of the track, they race up past me here with a circuit to go. And we have a new leader. It's Canager in blue and white colours, who's come forward to get a view of the front. So Canager is now the leader. So on the inside, Abu Shaker with a lap to go. With wider out on the track, trying to advance them, is Alapatit as well, who's in the green colours. That's the grey with the red blinkers, Alapatit. So Alapatit wide, more towards the inside, Canager. There's one in between those two as well. Armadi it is in the grey and white colours. Abu Shaker is in the 2 part. He also wants a view of the front. So a 5-way go for the lead. In fact, just now dropping back is Canager. He was just slightly crowded there as the grey horse came slightly across him. So Abu Shaker now goes on with the rails to help. So in second place, Armadi, who's in the grey and white, racing 3 wide down the back. Alapatit is on the wide outside. 3 wide is Muhibukum, who gets a mention. Blue colours, blue blinkers for that runner. The front 4 then are followed by Canager, the early leader. And then behind those is Bajira, who also took back early. Green cap for that one. And then wider out the white and red of Moatesamar as they make the run down the back straight. The pace starts to increase. Sunny Al-Basma is next in the field, racing ahead of Salam Alayez. Looking towards the strugglers, Wali Al-Alayez towards the back of the field, also in the rear group at this stage. Akko Mabari, as they continue their journey down the far side, heading for the final 900 metres here. The leader, Abu Shaker, by about a neck as the pace starts to lift. Armadi is the one going with him, the front 2 pressing on. Bajira into 3rd place, now asked to close on the front duo. Looking for anything else from off the pace. Salam Alayez is keeping on, about to take 4th place as they come around the crown of the home turn. It's still Abu Shaker, the grey, who leads now by a length, and Armadi may have cried enough. On the outside, Bajira is the one who's going to move into a share of 2nd, but the leader's travelling well. Up the inside goes Salam Alayez, who's going off in chase. But Abu Shaker has a 4-length lead turning in. It's his race to lose. Adel Al-Faradi had a sneaky look in behind there. He'll like what he sees. Abu Shaker is clear by 4 lengths into 2nd. Giving chase is Salam Alaez, but about 5 lengths behind now. Also staying on one is Kabar up the inside from well off the base. But Abu Shaker has surely got the shot to bits in behind here for Adel Al-Furedi, who's going to run another winner here at Riyadh because the grey is too good. Abu Shaker is well clear. Abu Shaker is a double for Adel Al-Furedi. Second place, running on quite well, was the 15 Salam Alaez, and back in third was Kabar. Winner for Tom Collins, could be an important one as well in their studio battle. Abu Shaker was way too good. Adele won't ride too many easy winners than that as well. It's a double for him. He won our third race today, so it's a double for Adele Al-Furedi. Rode our third race winner. He rides our 8th race winner as well. He joins Ayad Al-Tarisi on doubles on the card. This was a facile success for this galloping grey, and gets an 8th victory. 2 minutes 39.06.
Oh, he's a good horse, isn't he? And Nawaf and I were very fortunate enough, as we saw him at the start, as we're walking down, we get him as he swings in for home. And my goodness, the way this horse lengthened was quite awe-inspiring. What a performance from Abu Shaker. Again, look, the opposition isn't going to blow anybody away, but my goodness, did he put up a good performance there. Remember, only a recent purchase by the Red Stable, but certainly a purchase worthwhile. He's done that in such good style. Adel Al-Furedi just oozed confidence aboard him. Amadi was challenging late on, but just got shrugged off. And then eventually, he just started pouring it on. Salam Alaez has run another absolute corker of a race, but he just hasn't got the toe to latch onto these horses early and just pass his tired runners. He's a good horse in his own right, but he remains a maiden now after yet another start. Take nothing away from this winner, boys. It was hugely, hugely impressive.
It was, and you were right, Tom. You kept the faith. We wondered if it was a flash in the pan last time, but the Shaker is back.
He is. It was a good ride as well. He does get tight for room on the first turn on the first circuit, but from then on it was plain sailing, really. He's a very, very good horse. He's okay. The first few runs this year have been a little bit disappointing, but otherwise he's consistent. He loves winning. This is his 8th victory from 23 starts. He's just useful, and over 2,400 metres, he's tough to beat. There were a couple of disappointments in behind which helped him. That included Bajira, who finished 4th, and also Akko Mabari, who was back in 6th. But equally, I don't think even if they performed to their best, they would have beaten the Shaker today.
No, it was very, very good. Travel with purpose, quick and clear, and it was all over by the shouting down the home stretch for Abu Shaker. We've beaten to second place. Horse number 15, Salam Alaez, who was nibbled at the international market into single figures. You gave him a bit of a shout beforehand.
Yeah, he's the strong stayer. He's back right at the bottom of your screen right now as you're watching in the red and white. He'll stay on gamely at the latter part of the race. Just watch them go past the line there and into the first turn. Abu Shaker, the grey horse in the red silks, just a bit tight for room here. Adel Al-Faredi takes a bump from Ahmadi on the outside and just has to settle him. And then the gap opens up and he pushes straight on through, tries to get to the front. As you can see, it's very, very tight. But when Abhishek gets to the front here, it's virtually game over. He's never going to get caught or reeled in from the front in a race like this.
And once he gets there, he seems to be really enjoying himself.
Yeah, he loves being out in front, bowling along. That's where this horse is seen at his best. And today he was able to do that and picked up yet another victory. He's a cup horse, for sure. It's just there aren't too many cup races over 2,400. And when you run in those, you face the likes of Al-Mabir, who's rated 108. Well, 107. He was going to go up from yesterday's victory. Abu Sheikh is only rated 100, so he does tend to find it a little bit tougher against those types, but he's super useful.
He's out in front at this stage. You can eventually see the white stable horse. He's the one that comes through, or she's the one that comes through to try and pose a challenge. And I just questioned to you off the bend whether she could grind it out and get onto his coattails, but couldn't lay a glove.
Yeah, she's very one pace. She does make a move at this point in the race into third. You can see white silk screen cap, Camilo Ospina. He moves into third, just 2 and a bit lengths behind Abu Sheikha. But he's asking her for quite a lot of effort at this point, whereas Adel Al-Faredi's just sat there and Abu Sheikha covering less ground. She actually closes up to maybe 2 lengths, a length and 3/4 at this stage, but peters out. The horse in fourth is the only one that makes up considerable ground in the race, and that's Salam Alays. Alex Moreno takes the inside route, which is saving the horse ground, which is nice. And he eventually finishes second. The third place finisher was Kabar, who's just entered the bottom of your screen in the blue and black silks. This horse had no chance on form. He was 1 from 25, rated 63, and somehow has finished third. That was a flash in the pan for him. I don't know where that's come from. He was a big price, and he's managed to take 14,000 Saudi Riyal by taking third place finish.
The one I'm just disappointed with was Bajira.
Yeah, her finishing effort was bleak today. Maybe she doesn't want the 2,400, maybe she prefers 2,000. But
she's been placed. She's run so many good races over the 2,400.
Yeah, but she flattens out drastically. She's only 4 from 34 now. She doesn't win very often, and that is a concern for me with her.
And here again, you can enjoy this again off the final turn. Given he was in the custody of the 2 holy mosques for the apprentice jockeys last year, I mean, is he the sort of horse that could back up again next week in that race?
Yeah, I don't see why not. He's very useful. He's talented. He handles quick returns to the track. Last year, he racked up a sequence, as we've already talked about, and they weren't with breaks in between. They were bang, 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 straight within a week or 2 each time. So, yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all. He's a good horse. One of my favourites over here.
He just loves it, doesn't he?
He does.
You can just see. It's hard to describe. You can just see when the horse is enjoying themselves.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself out in front, just giving everything he can to the rider as well. And yeah, it was nice to watch. He's a good horse.
Salam Alays through for second. Kabar was back in third. And the disappointment of the race, Bajira, who was top on the figures, but off the home turn looked laboured and drops back to be out of the top 3. So that was race 8. That was the local bred open horses. The local bred horses open race over the 2,400. And we've got another 4 still to come. 2 cup races. Race 9 is the Asia Region Governorate Cup. We've got a fillies open to come as race 10 as well. Then got race 11, which is another open race. That's over the 1,600 metres for older horses. And we round off with the feature race, which is race 12, the King Khalid University Cup. That's over the 1,400 that it sees Honky Tonk Man. For Jimmy Jerkins, who announced this week he will return to the US at the end of the season here in Riyadh at the end of March. And he's sending out Honky Tonk Man, who was back in form last time out.
Yeah, he's probably the favourite, I think, in the last race.
He was,
yeah. Market. Yeah, so Jimmy Jerkins will be hoping to end the week on a high, and he's had every chance. He's a favourite for our producer as well.
And a favourite for the team as well.
Indeed, yes.
Even Rory Delagi's been getting in touch about getting to see Honky Tonk Man again later on today. And of course, the qualifiers come next weekend for Saudi Cup weekend on the 22nd of February. He actually ran second in the turf sprint qualifier last year.
Yeah, it's surprising he's running today and not in that kind of spot again, but maybe Jimmy thought today's option was better for him.
Yeah, well, he goes in our 12th race. We've got a few people getting in touch on the YouTube channel as well. Jose, what a horse. Stunning physique and so much power. Amazing. Somebody asking for a pick for the earlier race. That's already been and gone. So, yeah, Jose, quite right. Stunning physique and so much power.
Abu Sheikha? Yeah, I thought you were talking about Rory Delagi still.
I thought you were talking about you.
I'll take it. Yes, Abu Sheikha is one of the best around.
And that takes you to 2 clear in our tipping competition between ourselves.
Yeah, 4 races to go, 2 clear.
It's just as well I did bring you a present to give you at the end of the programme.
I'm not looking forward to that.
Well, I might even give it to Callum to give to you when we go outside later.
Oh, don't do that.
Right, Anthony, give us the runners and riders for race 9.
Okay, we'll do Martin. It's the 9th race, the Jcsa Region Governor Cup coming up for the 3-year-olds on the dirt. 1,400 metres, the long sprint, the 7 furlongs here. Number 1 is Ali Al-Hama for Camille Ospina. Number 2, Aban Alasai for Alex Moreno. That's the favourite on the international market. 3, Abu Al-Asul, Mohammed Al-Yami. 4 is Albert for Fard Al-Timyat. 5, Al-Farani for Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 6 is Bar Al-Anaya for Jockey Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 7 over the page, Hawad Adel Al-Faradi on the hat-trick. Number 8, Senor Al-Khair, Victor Gutierrez. 9, Shokab for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Number 10 is Taj Al-Fahad for Fawaz Wanas. 11, Taj Alakim for Ali Al-Matib. 12 is the second favourite, Wall Street, Khalid Al-Mamoni, had a winner in race 4. And finally, number 13, Dak Taurus Alwar for Farhad Al-Faradi. They are the runners and riders for race number 9. Let's get a closer look at the runners, though, with Callum.
So, yeah, in the pre-parade ring, looking forward to this contest. Lovely quarter marks on Wall Street, who was a big eye-catcher for me in this pre-parade ring. Really imposing type. Remember, these are only 3-year-olds, just turned 3. Khalid Al-Mamoni in the saddle, gorgeously well turned out individual by Flashy Bull. Out of Kissy, Missy, and just caught my eye massively. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. It'll be his 3rd race course start. He'll need to show more than he did in his last 2 efforts. There's one more as well, the Daktora Salwa, who's the 13, is a hugely well put together animal. Another one who's just a little bit roached back. You can just see not very much going on in the hind quarters, but he's got that little lump at the top of his bottom there to suggest that he's not got the best of physiques. It didn't stop him winning his first 2 starts as a juvenile. It's been tougher since then. Arguably, this might be a little bit of an easier contest. Boys, they're making their way out into the parade ring. I'll leave you with them for then, and I'll catch them when we get in there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Callum. Interesting to have a look at the horses in the prelims there in the pre-parade ring. They are now making their way into the paddock. This is an interesting race, cup event. 75,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs for the winner. The market seems to be swaying the way of Aban Alasai, who's another red stable purchase, recent red stable purchase under Alex Moreno. Looks the horse to be in here from a good draw in stall 3, and I think the market's probably got this spot on, to be honest, Martin.
Yeah, 9 to 4 ahead of the markets. On the international markets, Aban Alasai from Wall Street at 7 to 2. Ali Al-Hama is at 6 to 1. 7 to 1 for Baha Al-Anaya. Al-Brak is at 15 to 2. But it's the red stables looking for yet another winner on the card. What, 2 so far? Fighter and then Abu Shaker?
Yes, 2 so far. It should be 3 here, in my opinion. But they've got chances later, Honky Tonk Man being one of them. So I would expect the red stable to have at least 3 today. Whether it comes in this race, whether it comes in race 12, we'll find out. But this horse is going to be mighty tough to beat. We'll see a piece of footage of him soon. And in that footage, you'll see that turn of foot that he's got, which is pretty strong. And in a race like this, yeah, it is a cup race, but there really isn't much depth in terms of the quality of horse that we've seen so far. These are all young horses, they could improve, but just watch the turn of foot here. Blue, well, light blue and dark blue, horse number 4, yellow saddlecloth on the outside, quickens up beautifully on the home turn, and then really puts this race to bed. Power's clear in the latter stages. This was when he was racing for Former Connections, subsequently purchased by the Red Stable and run in a much better race where he was outclassed. But yeah, if he returns to anything like this form, I think he'll beat today's group.
Yeah, well, he's had 3 starts so far, and they've resulted in a 3rd and a maiden race here over the course and distance. A win, as we saw there, in open company, and then he was 8th last time out. Whether it was the 1600 or the up in class.
Up in class, I think, caught him out, yeah.
And he's back down to a lower level, back down in distance as well, this sort of commissioner for the Red Stables. We pick up one of his main rivals as well. This is Al-Bark, back on the 2nd of November.
Game up front. It looked like he was going to get beaten this day, but he fends the rival off and manages to get the job done. This was on debut as well, so you know, horses first time up tend to show immaturity or basically not a willingness to fight. They don't really know their job, but he certainly does. Will he improve from this? I think he's probably pretty spot on for the debut run, and he finishes a little bit tired, so I prefer 1 or 2 more in here.
And the first two have come a long way clear, a neck and 4.25 lengths with the winning distances. That was over the 1200 as well. As we look at the third bit of visual form, we can look at, this is Baha Alanaya on debut.
This was an interesting run because he looked beaten, then he got stuck in some traffic, and then once he tipped out in the home straight, watch this horse finish. Looks like he's going to finish third, potentially at this point, but he really rallies under pressure. And I think this horse has a lot of upside, Bahir Alanaya. He hasn't won yet, which is a problem. He's facing winners here. I love the finishing effort, and he almost gets up on the line. I think the 6 could run a place, and at 7-1, if you're looking each way in the international market, there are far worse plays.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be there or thereabouts. In shot, though, we can see the White Stables Contender. All the international markets, Callum, is around a 6-1 chance.
He is a 6-1 chance indeed, and that is horse number 1, Ali Al-Hamar. Just coming around the parade ring in pretty relaxed style. Got the big white headgear on, has plenty of experience, but this is a little bit of an easier contest. Let's pull back to the 2, who's a bit of a better looking prospect. This is Aban Al-Asai, who we're getting a good look at now. A very nice, well put together individual. Still got a little bit of growing to do in the hindquarters, but is a very just hugely nice horse. I like these horses when they break, and recently returned from a layoff. Now that run wasn't much to write home about, but he'll be set better for this effort, and I imagine we'll see a stronger effort. He's a hugely well put together type, looks quite precocious, looks an early speedy type, and hopefully he'll have every chance here over the 1400. I love big flashy ginger, so he's a nice type for me. We'll drop back to the 6 here. We'll skip the 4 and the 5. The 6 is the next one we'll look at. We saw this horse with Baha Alanaya. This is a really nice type too. He's got a gorgeous quarter marks on as well. Caught the eye on debut, as Tom and the guys in the studio have already alluded to. He's a really nice shiny coat. He's beautifully turned out. If he can step forward from that run he showed last time, he'd be hugely dangerous. However, he's not the paddock pick, because the paddock pick is this horse, number 7, Hawad, who's coming towards us now. Oh my goodness, he's massive. He is an absolute monster. Hugely leggy individual, nice mover. Look, he's got to grow into this frame, but he improved from his debut to finish 3rd last time up. He's the ultimate eye-catching type. He's one I'd love to take home with me. I think he's got a lot of growing to do. You can just see how upright he is. If we look at his front legs, he doesn't quite have any bend at the knees, but he's certainly one that I'm really intrigued by, because he's clearly improving. He's learning on the job. He's still a big baby, but my goodness, is he an eye-catcher. Boys, it's a 7 is the pick for me.
Well, the 7 on the international market, currently at 14-1, just eases out from 12-1. Howard, 2 runs so far, both of those have been here, and there was improvement first to second start, but they both come over the course of distance. 8th first time up, 3rd next time up.
Lovely looking horse, isn't it? No surprise. Was that Callum's pick? Is that
yeah.
Yeah, no surprise. I think that was a good paddock pick. He definitely looked the best to my eye as well. So, yeah, I mean, he's got a nice pedigree. He's by Matoli, who's a good US horse. Precocious horse as well. The 2 runs here have been promising. He's highly tried, and yeah, I wouldn't write him off for sure.
Well, Jockey's about to get mounted. Howard is 14-1. The one that would. I mean, there are plenty of these as sleepers, aren't there, that could be stepping forward.
It's a wide open race. Plenty of these are young horses that could easily take a step forward, as you say. Deciding who's going to win is basically down to judging potential while also factoring in previous form. I ended up siding with the favourite, Aban Al-Asai, just purely because I was most impressed by that victory 2 starts back that we showed. But there could be easily 3 or 4 others in here that could take a big jump up and pass him. But I'll stick with the 2. I think he's the most logical winner. I do have to admit, if anyone is somehow reading the race comments, I know this is a worldwide platform, I did accidentally list down as a selection for everyone to see as being horse number 3. That was a typo. I did mean the 2, not the 3.
Okay, but you'll take the 3 if it wins.
No. Well, I mean, if you're giving it to me. but no, I will be with the 2.
Okay, Jockey's then getting mounted for race 9. This is the Asia Region Governorate Cup for the 3-year-olds on the dirt over the 1400 metres. 13 of them heading off down to post. And the standard setter definitely Ebien LSC, who's just had those 3 runs, drops down in grade after Grade 1 company last time out. What are your top 3 picks then? You've got the 2 on top?
Yeah, I've got the 2 on top. In second, I've got the 1, Ali Al-Hamar, who made every yard to win a valuable sales race here in November and struggled in cup races since, including Group 1 last time, but this seems more realistic for him. And then in third, I've got the 9. But, I mean, the 6 is the outlier here. The Bar Al could easily finish first or could easily finish last. I don't really know. He's the joker in the pack. So I've got 2, 1, 9, 6. That would have been my top 4.
2, 1, 9, 6, with 7 a possibility given his paddock looks.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of one of those races, though, isn't it? It's a race where you can make a case for plenty. I will play the 2. Like I think 2 is definitely the horse to beat. But of the others, I think this is a race. I think this is a race where you can watch this, and obviously because it's on YouTube and live broadcast, you can always go back and watch the race and rerun it free for everyone. It's a race where you need to take plenty of horses out for next time because there will be subsequent winners in here, and quite a few of them, I imagine.
Well, I was going to say there'll be 3 or 4 probably.
Yeah, definitely.
You can put into the notebooks.
Yeah.
And just hope that for today that the 2 horse comes out on top.
Yeah, exactly. And this will be an interesting race to review. Of course, we review every race. We watch the full race replays, we watch closing stages, we see different camera angles. Normally, in my opinion, they can be a bit dull, some of these races to review, and not many subsequent winners. This one I think will be fun to review because we'll be able to point out horses who are going to come out on top next time.
And given the lightly raced nature of these 3-year-olds, it's hard to know exactly where the pace is going to come from and how the race is going to map out.
Definitely, yeah. I think Ali Al-Hamar will be the speed. He's drawn inside and he showed speed to win, but of the others, it's difficult to really assess who's going to go forward in here. I feel like we should briefly talk about the 12, Wall Street. Same connections as Hawad, who looked really, really nice in the prelims. Wall Street shaped nicely in a Group 1 last time, finishing 6th. That race fell apart, so I'm not 100% sure if he was flattered or whatnot, but he shaped well, and now he drops down into an easier contest, so he's another horse with a chance in this race.
Did we mention Shokab at any stage, number 9?
Only in my top 4. We didn't actually talk about the horse. Shokab, major eye catcher on the debut over this course and distance. So on that basis alone, you would suggest that maybe he's got a chance. But
then jumped up to the 1600.
He did. I don't know whether the trip caught him out or what really. He was a bit disappointing. I think maybe he was ridden too patiently over the 1600. Today he should be ridden more towards the speed if he has a chance of winning.
Okay, assembling down at the start. I'm with you. I think the 2's the one to be. We've still got to help our inter-studio tipping competition. 8's 9-6?
9-7, but it could add another winner to both of us, pushing us closer to double figures, which is what we're after.
I don't care if you get to double figures or not. That's not my concern. I know you'd love it.
I would love it, yeah.
You'd be getting extra pepperoni on your pizza or something tonight to celebrate.
Oh, don't get me started on that pizza.
Right, so it's 2-1-9-6 for Tom. I'm just going all in 2 to come out on top here. Callum very much with the 7 of this paddock pick. He's had the 2 starts so far. Adel Alfredi on board. So 2-1-9-6 selections for Tom. Thanks for all of your comments on the YouTube channel. Keep coming out on top. We're both with the international favourite, horse number 2. Back to you, Callum. The horse is down at the start then for race 9.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, both of you sticking with the 2 makes a lot of sense. Hugely impressive when winning second time out. Hisham Abdul Wahed has this one. Now, this is not the first of theirs that's been purchased by the Red Stable following an impressive victory. You may remember Rustam Basha from earlier on this week. I think it was yesterday, in fact, Rustam Basha in the opener. That was another one of Hisham's that was purchased by the Red Stable. They've not had so much luck with that, so they'll be hoping for a change of fortunes with Aben Al-Asai in a much easier contest than last time. Could not take my eye off the 2 FMQ runners. They're always very well turned out, obviously, but the Faisal Mohammed Al-Qatani team saddle Howard the 7, who I absolutely adore, and Wall Street the 12, who I'm a huge fan of as well. They've not had the success this season that they would usually be expecting, especially after the success of the last couple of years. So they need more, they need to do more, and these are 2 horses that can possibly take them there. A couple of paddock notes from there. Daktora Salwa got very worked up in the end, but once going down to post when ponied down was absolutely fine. That's the 13 on your race card, ridden by Farhad Al-Faradi, who was in good spirits in the parade ring. Fawaz Wanath partners one of these runners in here. I think it's the 10, doesn't it? Fawaz partner? Yeah, Fawaz partners Taj Al-Fad, who's quite an imposing type. He was telling me how he had to get his legs wrapped right around this one, and they went down to post. He's a very sort of advanced type, very mature, the grey horse, number 10. Hopefully he can run a good race. I'm intrigued to see what the 3 does. That form back in Taif days was just excellent and has now had a run to just blow off the cobwebs, but they've started loading. The pick for me is the giant imposing Hawad. Come on, Adela Al-Faradi, let's have a hat trick.
It could well happen, certainly. Good luck to you, Callum. Runners are loading up for this one. And, yeah, Adela riding Hawad. For Wall Street looked really well there. The prelims got the black cap, the silver coloured with the braid. For Khalid Al-Mamoni, number 12. He's yet to go forward. Alberk in the yellow and black about to go in as well. The favourite here on the international market horse, number 2. Haben Alasay. Waiting for the last few to go forward here. Daktora Salwa going in. That's going to leave Wall Street. Backing away is the darker of the grey Shakab there. It's kind of a steel grey colour. A little bit restless too. On the inside there is Taj Alpha had in gate 1. Hawad has got the silver cap just backing away. Wall Street looks like he'll be the next one to go in. Jockey kept his feet out of the stirrups for quite a while, this horse. He's got a bit of size about him. Clearly got temperament as well. He was just a little bit on his toes. Is he going to go in, Wall Street? I imagine he will. This is the Asir Region Governorate Cup. Governorate Cup. It's over the 1,400 metres on the dirt, which is the 7 furlongs. Looks like Hawad is going to complete the line. Then we'll be set for race 9. So 6:50. And they're all in. Keeping an eye on stall 1, you can see Taj Al Fahad's rider is now sitting up in the stalls. The rider's looking across. Fawas Wanas. Just opened the gate at the back there to make sure he was okay, the horse, and Jockey's back on now. Going to shut the gates and let him go. And they're off. He broke okay on the inside, Taj Al Fahad. Just nudged along early doors as they race away for our Asir Region Governorate Cup. This is over the 7 furlongs, and breaking well on the inside, the green cap of Ali Al Hamar is up there early on. Also prominent is Aban Alasai, the market leader. The yellow and red of Daktora Salwa. Yellow and black towards the outside. Al Burke is up there as well, horse number 4, as they go through the first 300 metres or so. But it's Aban Alasay, who's now just gone on here for Alex Moreno. Leads by 3 parts of a length to Camille Ospina in second, but now Ospina just goes through the gears again on this Ali Al Hamar on the inside, the green cap, and retakes the lead. And these two are having a speed burn up here, and they're miles clear of anything else at this stage. Can they keep this relentless pace up top? It's Aban Alasay who's come back again on the outside of Ali Al Hamar. These two are clear. Now Wall Street's had the perfect trip on the outside, if good enough, the silver colours, to try and run these down. Al Burke as well, and also Hawad has got a shot at the leader. The leader is now Aban Alasay, but can he see this out? Hawad is giving chase in second, looks the danger now, and here comes Hawad. It's Adel Al-Faradi now taking dead aim at Alex Moreno on the leader, Aban Alasay. Aban Alasay, what's he got left? I think he's been softened up by the pace duel, because Hawad is coming thundering down the outside to come and pick it up late on in the silver colours. Hawad, it is going to be a treble for Adel Al-Faradi as Hawad goes on to win. Aban Alasay, to his credit, he battled hard in second. It's tight for third, involving Wall Street, who was involved there as well. But Callum gave this horse a great shout earlier. Hawad and Adel Al-Faradi. It's on one of those streaks. 3 winners on the card. Adel is back. Just saying earlier on that he hadn't ridden many winners in races that I've been calling here so far, but he's ridden a treble today. This horse has done it well. I think the speed burn up did for Aban Alasay, because Ali Al Hamar took him on, and look where that horse finished. So I think the second horse gets a lot of credit, despite being beaten in the end. 7 the winner, Hawad, 1 minute 28.59. Third I thought was really close. Bar Alanaya might have got that on the bob for third. 7 the winner, Hawad. Second, number 2, Aban Alasay, who really went down fighting. Went down by a neck. 1 minute 28.59 the winner's time. Just under the 1 minute 29 seconds. Waiting for the third to be called. Number 6 was running on, Bar Alanaya. This provisional outcome. But Connection's delighted with Hawad. And he got the perfect trip, didn't he? He did much better than Wall Street in the end. And has won. Just waiting for the third to be called here. It has been called. Number 6, Bar Alan Ivan was there, but Hawad was the winner.
I was saying to Rory Delagi when he was over here, I've yet to find a juvenile that I've sort of fallen head over heels in love with, which is hugely unlike me because I'm a big softie and love a nice, young, exciting prospect. Well, it has all changed now because I have fallen head over heels for Hawad, who, when learning all the time, has landed his first success here in the Asir Region Governor Cup for the juveniles and has done it in hugely impressive style. They went so fast early on and he was allowed to just find his own rhythm. He broke well, he got a little bit lost on the turn, started to pick up again, scraping the paint, and then made his way past the hugely gutsy Aben Al-Asai, who has lost nothing in defeat after running a huge race to finish second. Bahar Al-Anaya has ended up coming third, another good run from him, with Wall Street, the other FMQ runner, in fourth, and Shokab then finishing in fifth. But Adel Al-Faredi, you say he timed that to perfection. I think they sort of fell into his lap, but this big boy is learning all the time. He's a hugely imposing individual. He's got up and got his first career victory. I think there's plenty more to come from him, but I imagine he may need a little bit of time as well. You can see he's such an upright individual, and hopefully they'll give him a little bit of time now for him to regather himself and find his feet again. But the future will be over longer distances, boys, but this is one to add to the Saudi notebook.
Expertly picked out by you, Callum, as well. He did look an absolute monster in the paddock, and he's looked a monster out on the track as well. The international market leader, Ibn Asali, has led them into the home straight. Victory looked assured until this giant of a horse, it must be at least a good hand higher, has come bearing down on him in the final 200.
Yeah, it's a interesting. I mean, we talked about this prior to the race. It's going to be a good race to pick apart and review. There are several things I want to mention here. Firstly, great paddock selection, Callum. Very well done. He did look great. I mean, you've got a better eye for horse than I did, but I completely agree with you. Pre-race, he looked by far the best. Secondly, he's won the race well. I don't think his future does lie over further. I think his future lies over 1,200 to 1,400 metres. He could stretch to 1,600, but he was tired late in the race there. And he had the race run to suit. Thirdly, and this is the most important factor, when you watch a race, the eye's always drawn to the winner. Even if you're watching replay, if you're watching live. Let's watch this back. The making and shaping of this race relies upon the front two horses at this stage, Ali Al-Hamar and Aben Al-Asai. Alex Marino and Camilo Ospina, two of the best veteran riders here. They've ridden 1,000,001 horses at this track. They've got into a speed duel that they shouldn't have got into. That is the be all and end all. Look at these two horses drive clear. They're 4, 5, 6 lengths ahead of the remainder. They are going hammer and tongs up front. Alex has now beaten Camilo's horse, Alex in the red, Camilo in the white.
But why has Alex not just taken a toe into the stretch?
Well, exactly. This is the thing. He's used so much of his horse to duel with Camilo on Ali Al-Hamar that the petrol gauge is already running empty when it comes to 200 metres from home. At this point, it's incredible that Aben Al-Asai is still going. You can see the white stable horse already dropping out the back of the TV, Ali Al-Hamma, and he doesn't even finish in the top 6 or 7. Aben Al-Asai is still fighting with Hamad, who just passes right now and ends up winning by a neck. The best horse in this race has finished second. There is no doubt about that. Now, whether that means he's going to be the best horse moving forward, I'm not sure, because Howard's obviously got a bigger frame. He's more unexposed, only had the 2 starts. But the best horse has definitely finished in the runner-up spot. If you bet Aben Al-Asai in the international market, then you are unlucky. And maybe people at home are saying, well, you're not unlucky because the horse had every chance. But it hasn't, because he's been inefficiently ridden. And this isn't against Alex necessarily, but he has got involved in a pace duel that he didn't need to get involved in. The horse is very tired late in the piece, and he couldn't hold off a horse who was slowly ridden at the outset and saved for a finishing kick.
I mean, we could see the big horse, just as they rounded the mid part of the bend, hooking outside to try and come with his challenge. But at that stage, he was just how far for the red stable to land the 3rd winner of the night.
Exactly. And 9 times out of 10, if you ran this race again, Aben Al-Asai would have won. One more point, as we're watching the close-up here, Howard's on the wrong lead. You can see he's putting his right leg down before his left leg, in simple terms. In the home straight, you want to be putting your left leg down first. So he's in 5th gear. He didn't get to go up to 6th gear because he needed to switch leads to do that. So maybe he had a little bit more to come as well. But look, the 2 was the best horse in the race. He's finished second. He's got nothing against the 7, Howard, who's produced a career-best display and looks a promising type as well, as we see connections of the FMQ stable pick up the trophy for the Jcsa Region Governor Cup.
Yeah, 2 cup races on the card tonight. That is the first of them. And there's the trophy being handed over down to the main presentation podium in front of the grandstand. 2 presentation podiums, of course, here. That's the main one, used for the big races. And being used, of course, primarily on Saudi Cup night for the majority of the races. The Saudi Cup presentation, though, often takes place over on the far side by the Royal grandstand on the inner.
Quickly, sorry to butt in, about the 3rd horse there, Bar Alanaya, one to put in the notebook. That was the maiden that was shaped nicely on the debut, finishing second, just finished 3rd in the cup race. If they go back to maiden company next time, watch out, he'll probably win.
So if you've got to track horses, I mean, the first 3 and just natural ones to keep on the right side of.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Howard's a big, scopy individual who's going to improve. The runner-up's very talented, should have won today, and the 3rd is open to improvement and still a maiden, so could run down in grade. Look, there's only 3 race meetings here a week, so unlike back home where we have so many race meetings, you use maybe an online tracker, you can just remember these horses' names, write them down in a notebook or whatever, and they'll probably be out in the next couple of weeks anyway, so that's a good way of following these horses.
OK, well, that was race now. We move on with 3 more still to come. Another one of the cup races as the final race. That's the King Khalid University Cup. Before that, Enzo, we'll turn our attentions to race 10.
We will. Martin Filly's in action here. Scratch the 2. Number 1 is Lethal Talent, son of Lethal Force, or daughter of Lethal Force here for Ahmed Al-Shra. Lethal Talent is second favourite currently on the international markets. 2's a non-runner. Absolute Queen is out. 3 Consoling. She's ridden by Alex Moreno here. 4 is Paradise Row, ridden by Fahad Al-Faradi. 5 is the favourite, Tamida for Camille Ospina. 6 Al Jude, Fawas Wanas. 7 is Lionella, Victor Gutierrez, daughter of Roaring Lion, that one. Over the page to find number 8, Al Nouri. Thab Al Timyat on board. 9 is Bint Always, Abdullah Al Kradis. 10 is Cloudy Sky, Muhannad Al Nassar. 11 is going to be Kel Bell for Abdullah Alorfi. 12 is Montakiba, Ayad Al Tarisi, looking for a 3rd winner on the card. 13, Mother Mary, Tariq Al Mansour. Over the page to find number 14, which is a gay for Naif, which was down to be ridden by Naif Al Nazi. He's now been replaced, actually, by Abdulaziz Al Musa on this one. 15, Calm Universe, Khalid Al Lazmi. 16 is Clodovi for Ali Al Mamoni. 17, Curlin's Jewel, Abdullah Al Khamis. 18 is out. 19 is out. 20 is a runner, Ruan, written by Khalid Al Mamoni, and 21 also gets in, Trixie Lady for Luis Morales. So they are the runners and riders, taking out 18, 19 and 2. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
In the pre-parades for race 10, this Fillies Open, we've got the distance of 1,600 metres to cover here without horse number 2 going to post. Just waiting for the international markets to load up, but where would you be looking first off with this, Tom? We've got Lethal Talent carrying the biggest ticket in the race off a mark of 92.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting contest. It's kind of wide open, but also there's a big gap between maybe the top 5 and the remainder of the field in terms of quality. Maybe Lethal Talent is the horse that is the one to beat in here. She's an 8-year-old now, represents Jimmy Jerkins. She's already had 10 wins to her name, which is way more than any other horse in this contest. So she's prolific. We know what to expect from her. Her recent runs have been average, let's say, for Lethal Talent's ability. But last year, when it came to around this time of the year, she was very, very good. And she's got a clear chance now that she's down in a weaker open. The biggest problem for Lethal Talent today, not only the recent form, but it's the fact that she's drawn out in gate 18. She's a front runner, and from there to grab a rail position is tough.
Well, she was 5th last time out, and she's been quite lightly raced over the last couple of seasons. Back-to-back wins, but they were back in 2013, so only had 3 starts since then.
Yeah, it's...
She must have had her issues, or there's been niggly little problems.
Yeah, or maybe Callum can catch up with Jimmy when they get into the paddock. I'm not sure. I can see him in shot right there, with legs stood in that kind of strong pose that Jimmy often has.
Well, we did set Callum a task as well with Jimmy earlier, didn't we?
We did. I wonder if he'll...
I reckon he'll fail on it.
I reckon he might fail on that as well. But it's to be seen. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what's happened with Lethal Talent from last year. Only had the 3 outings so far, and yeah, she's an interesting runner. There are a couple of other horses that are interesting in this race, including the one in Shot Paradise Row and also Tamida, and we're going to see some footage right now.
And they've both got form at tie-in with a horse called Dance Desire.
Yeah.
That horse has beaten both of them on, well, certainly Tamada on more than one occasion.
Yes. Paradise Row, who we're watching right now, and we'll move on to Tamida in a second. Paradise Row's in and out, really. This day was, I mean, one of the best performances we've seen from Paradise Row. She didn't make her debut until she was a 3-year-old. And I remember actually being here for the debut run, where she won. She's best suited to being on the front end, but there's a lot of speed in this race, and she's drawn wide today.
And the next one we can look at is Tamida, who has 3 times been beaten by Dance Desire. This is finishing 3rd to her back on the 28th of December.
Yeah, Dance Desire cruises up in the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah green and white silks there with the white bridle. Tamida goes down on her own sword. She fights all the way to the line. She's just not good enough to beat Dance Desire, and that's been proven by the fact she's finished behind her several times. She does weaken a little bit late in the day, which is a slight concern, but she's a talented filly. She's won 3 of her 8 starts. She's still improving, and she's drawn the inside, which is key.
Well, the top 3 on the ratings alongside. I suppose the other one you've got to bring into the mix. Well, there's 6 horses basically that have got a good chance, and this Consoling's another one of those. Horse number 4, Alex Moreno on board, a course and distance winner who's been in competitive cup races the last couple of starts, not been beaten far last time for 3rd.
Yeah, Consoling's an interesting horse. Like, again, another one that wants to go forward though, as that's Lethal Talent, a beautiful mare in shot. Consoling's another forward-going type, so yeah, it'll be an interesting race, lots of speed on.
Right, let's head back out to Cannes. Do you reckon he can get Jimmy for us?
Hopefully.
Let's find out.
Trying my best, team. I've got my eyes on him already, and I've got my eyes on his horse too, Lethal Talent. Let's have a look at her to start with. Like you said, she's nearly white now, bless her. She is an 8-year-old, and these greys do tend to lighten with age. Look at pictures of Neptune's Collonge nowadays. He's almost luminous, bless him. She's a nice type, though. She's clearly got huge amounts of ability, but is she vulnerable to these young pretenders now? The ring bit on, she's walking around plenty calm enough, and she's carrying a wee bit condition, but she's an older mare. You wouldn't hold that against her. That's just natural. She's a good-looking girl, and hopefully she can run another big race today. She's dangerous. And we'll miss Consoling and go straight to the 4. This is Paradise Row, who at this time of year is just so dangerous. She maintained the form which she showed last year when winning last time out in good style, and she's been quickly turned out again today in the hope that she can double up. She's a nice moving sort. Look at the way she walks. She absolutely eats the ground, and she was hugely impressive last time. And we'll go back one more to number 5, Tamida, representing the White Stable, who have been quite quiet recently. They'll be looking for some success here. Camille Ospina will be looking to catch Adel Alfaredi at the top of the Jockeys Championship. She's a well put together filly, small, petite, but a very straight back, and she's a lovely mover too. What I like about her is that her form has been incredibly strong of late, and she continues to be banging around in the top 3 in each of her starts. She's a reliable type. Does she quite have the ability to win? win here, maybe she could find this a bit tough, but she's very reliable and cannot be ignored. Now Af will just pull off that horse now, and we'll pull straight back to horse number 9, who for me is the forgotten horse in this field. This is Bint Always coming towards me now. Firstly, she looks absolutely incredible. Secondly, she absolutely hacked up last time on the snaff. Hugely impressive winner a couple of weeks ago. If she continues that form, she could be an underrated player here. She looks lovely in the parade ring as well, shining up in the coat, lots of good muscle definition. Don't worry about the short tail. She's not got the best of walks, but it's nothing to be too concerned about, and she would certainly make the shortlist. The paddock pick, though, has to be the 4, Paradise Rose. She walks like a goddess, and hopefully she can gallop like one too.
Well, good luck to you, Callum. I hope she can gallop like one as well. Consoling, I do think it's got a good chance in here. Now, as we say, 5 or 6 of these have got similar types of ratings. Consoling, Paradise Row, Tamida, Lethal Talent, and further down the list as well, we get down to numbers 11 and 12. Both have got similar ratings as well, but it's hard to know much about the 11, who's making a debut here, having won a Bellewstown maiden for Joseph O'Brien and Ireland.
Yeah, how well does Bellewstown form translate to Riyadh? I'm not too sure.
We'll soon find out.
We will. She was purchased for 42,000 guineas in October, so it wasn't like she's been out here for a long period of time either. She's only been here for a couple of months. We're going to hear from Jimmy Jerkins, apparently.
When you ask, you shall receive, and you wanted to hear from Jimmy Jerkins regarding Lethal Talent, and we'll get you Jimmy Jerkins regarding Lethal Talent. How is she to start with? She's not been easy to train over the last season.
No, well, she had a little foot issue. That's why she got to the races so late this season. Matter of fact, we didn't even take her to Taif. She stayed on the farm. We had to let her foot grow out. She got a bad abscess, and it just was a nasty thing. So it took time to grow out. And, yeah. I mean, I don't know. She should be. I think she'd be tough in here. I'm not crazy about the post, but nothing you can do about that. She's carrying that high rating still because she knocked out 3 in a row last year, going 1800. It's probably her best distance if she can dictate the pace, which what she likes. That's not going to happen here, but she still should give a good account of herself here.
I must admit, she does look spectacular in the parade ring. You can tell she's getting older. She's nearly neon white now, isn't she?
Yeah. She holds her flesh, as you can see, good, but. She's good and fit, coming back in a week's time also. I don't know, her only being her 3rd start, that shouldn't hurt her. She should benefit from her, she first start was going 3/4 and that didn't pan out too well, and at least she got a race under her belt. And then last time she looked like she was going to be tough at the head of the stretch. She slipped through the inside, but she just couldn't muster up enough at the end. She didn't get beat too far, 5 or 6 lengths, I think. So I don't know. Maybe this all sets her up for her best race. So again, the post is a big question mark. I don't, it would be better if she was closer inside, but I think, but I don't know. You can't have everything, right?
Has she got enough speed to get across from over that wide draw?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's 'cause then you got to use them up a lot to do that, and she's always been tough when she can gallop to the lead easy, and then she's tough. She's very tough to run down after that. She's beaten some decent fillies doing that. That filly of Al Musa's, that nice Good Magic filly, she beat last year doing that. But and that's what she's really good at, is when she can get an easy lead, and then they come to her, she takes off again. But I'm not getting those kind of scenarios lately. But again, I think she should be tough in here, regardless.
And just one more quick question before you shoot. Honky Tonk Man in our finale, huge favourite for the channel and for all the viewers at home. They absolutely adore Honky Tonk Man. So impressive last time, reeling in that speedy sort.
Yeah, but this is a lot tougher spot. This is a lot tougher end to end. This race, they're all good in here. Last race it was outside the one horse. I think he's in the cup. He lost his rider at the start. Altuibi, I think his name is. Yeah. So that helped for sure.
And then you had Nonsense just going mad in front.
Especially that outfit, you can't do no wrong. And then Nawaf's horse just opened up too long a lead on a track that really wasn't favoring speed. So, and he ran him down. But the rest of the field was very suspect. but he did run good, you know, and the time was decent. So, you know, he looks good, and you know, if he gets a nice trip, he ought to make his presence felt.
I'm getting the sense that Jimmy Jerkin's double could be on the cards. Lethal Talent followed by Honky Tonk Man. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. We need a win. We've been in a little bit of a lull lately since that 2-year-old won. I mean, that 3-year-old won first time out. We haven't done very well, but keep plugging.
Well, hopefully we can get some success after Music Critics' exciting victory earlier on this season. Best of luck in this one, and hopefully we'll catch up with you later on.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
It's always good to hear from Jimmy, and as we were saying on, I think it was Thursday, it's going to be such a shame to lose him from the racing scene here. It's made it so accessible for so many people.
Yeah, exactly. He's great for our channel, isn't he? Always provides in-depth interviews where he's honest and gives a full overview of his horses. And unlike some people, he's very willing to talk pre-race, as we've just seen.
And the more he talks, the more he talks.
Yeah,
he sort of winds himself up and he goes. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And just great insights. I was making a couple of notes there as he was talking there that the mare's had a couple of runs back. She's coming back quite quickly since her last run, but it shouldn't be an issue because she should benefit from the last couple of runs. She's best at 1800 dictating. She probably can't dictate over the 1600, and she's drawn badly, but hopefully it's not too bad. I mean, everything he says is interesting and informative.
100%. So with that in mind, it sounds like she's going to take back into a stalking role, which kind of helps the likes of Consoling, who's a forward going tight, Paradise Row, Tamida, all of these other front runners in here are now benefited by the fact that Lethal Talent may not lead.
I mean, Paradise Rose, would she struggle to lead from 16?
Maybe, but she's going to be pushed forward. There's no doubt about that. She's only got one way of going. The same with Consoling, the same with Tamida. Tamida's probably going to grab the rail because from gate one you can't pull back. It's just not going to happen, especially with Camila one, who's very aggressive anyway. So she's going to go forward. I think Consoling with Alex as well. We've just seen in the previous race, Alex and Camila go head-to-head from the outset. It wouldn't be surprising if they do it again.
But lots of the fancied runners are posted wide. We've touched on Lethal Talent, we've touched on Paradise Row, and also Montekibar as well.
Now, she is the odd one out here. Yes, she is drawn wide in 20, but she's a deep closer.
Okay.
So she's going to tuck right in, and if they go hard up front, she's going to be the one that benefits because she's going to be coming with a late challenge. It'll be an interesting race to watch in the first 200 metres, depending on how fast they go. We'll be able to work out whether Montekiba is going to have a role or not. But I think she's dangerous. I think she'll finish in the top 3, Montekiba. She's not going to be my pick. I will stick with Tamida in here. I just think she's got the most natural progression. But Montekiba winning would be no surprise.
The 1, 2, 3 would be?
5, 12, 1.
5, 12 and 1. I'm going to go Consoling. Course and distance winning form, been running well in cup races, not beaten far last time out. Alex on board. Only beaten 4 lengths, won 3rd here last time out. And arguably a better race than this as well. Good luck to Jimmy though with this horse, and then Honky Tonk Man coming up in the final race tonight as well. There's 21 in shot, one of the outsiders of the field. Trixie Lady. So having confirmed what we're going for, we can maybe head back out to Callum and get his final thoughts. Runners are down at the starts. What's on top here, Callum?
The one for me, it's got to be Paradise Row. I think she's in really good form within herself. That win last time out was hugely impressive. I think a repeat of that might be too good for these. Lethal Talent, the draw is brutal, but I sense from Jimmy there's a little twinkle in the eye. I think he thinks he's got to absolutely bang on for this. So if she can overcome that wide draw, she'll be dangerous. Tamida, she doesn't do much for you in the parade ring, does Tamida? As we see Farhad Al-Faredi adjusting his own girth there. This is usually the ride of Abdulaziz Al-Faredi, but he is currently on a bit of a holiday after that ride he gave Talal Al-Qaladir in the purebred Arabian race last week. For me, I think Tamida, who you can just see in shot, she's a good-looking filly, but she doesn't take the eye, but she does all her talking on the track. And like a lot of these white stable horses who blow you away in the prelims, she doesn't. But what she does when she hits the track is hugely effective. Consoling, the concern is the form of the owner's horses. They are just not doing anything at the moment. You can almost draw a line through all the Almondale horses until one eventually wins, because the whole team has just been a really, really disappointing this season after such a promising year last year. So for me, Paradise Row is the pick. I'm concerned about Lethal Talent here, but maybe just 1600 metres might just quell her speed. She likes the 1800, where she'd got a bit of chance to get rolling. She doesn't quite have that same opportunity here. Paradise Row is just in such good nick at the moment and has to be dangerous. Lionella is the mount of Victor Gutierrez, who'll be looking for a second win in 2 days after he had a well-deserved victory on Alma Bean yesterday. So well done to him, and congratulations to him, because he was really crying out for a win. And also, well, Jimmy's crying out for a win as well, and I hope the Jimmy Jerkins fan club is watching. Keep an eye out for Bint always. Like I said, she hacked up last time out, travelled like a good thing, cantered all over them and won well. This is a big step up in class, but clearly, you know, with these fillies and mares, once you get them right, they're very hard to knock out of a rhythm, and you've got to keep running them. So hopefully they can put their best foot forward here. But they've started loading. So Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, good rundown for some of the runners there. They're loading up. Number 4 going in Paradise Row. So one of the greys in this race, Lionella, daughter of the sadly no longer with us Roaring Lion. There she goes into the stalls. Next one to go for the blue and red, Curlin's Jewel, has gone into stall 2. Abdullah Al-Khamis. We're getting almost ready for a start here. The fillies in action this time. Over the mile. Big field of runners as well. Just about ready for a start. Race 10. We're almost set for our 7:20. Under the lights at Riyadh, they're off and racing. Started caught them in a pretty good line this time around. And they race over the mile distance towards the centre. One that's up there early on, Al Jude, and also showing some bright early speed is Kel Bell in the green colours, who's right up with the gate pace with Consoling as well. Consoling it is, the green cap. Kel Bell, the red cap, is a little bit wider out as they go through the first 300 metres or so. And now Paradise Row, and Fahad Al Faradi is up there as well, orange colours, and now emerging towards the inside is the grey Cloudy Sky as well. So Cloudy Sky has come through now just to pick it up to in second place Kel Bell, with also Consoling towards the inside. These three are ahead of Paradise Row, who sits 4 deep at the moment. Very wide is Lethal Talent, the grey, going 5 wide around the turn there, covering a few extra metres, and they're being followed then by Montequiba in the red and black colours. Just off the pace is the favourite. Tamid has got a nice sit there in about 6th place. Spot the green cap, white jacket for Camille Ospina as they head around the turn, and they've gone pretty hard up front, these leaders. Cloudy Sky on the inside, now taken on by Paradise Row in the 3 path. The cheek pieces of Kel Bell just drops away. Here's Lethal Talent very deep on the course, but has done plenty of running. Tamid has had the perfect trip if good enough as they make the turn, and also Agay is making ground towards the outside in the very dark green colours, the green headgear. Up front, Paradise Row, though, trying to turn them all back, still leads to in second place under pressure, Lethal Talent. Now Tamida is given her cue if good enough down the outside, but Paradise Row has got a kick and still leads here for Fahad Al Faradi. Now Ospina is trying to be able to get Tamida to try and close the gap. Paradise Row, can she hold on from Tamida? She's very gutsy, Paradise Row, and she'll hold on. Paradise Row turns back Tamida, with Montequiba in 3rd, and 4th was Lethal Talent. Tremendous stuff from Paradise Row, who's being cheered home in the final 200 by Callum. I can hear him. Well done to Callum. Another winner for you. You've had 2 very good winners today. Paradise Row, Fahad Al Faradi, not the regular rider, but he got a tune out of her here. Drifted off the rails, but she was well clear. And she was up, if you think she was involved in that sort of 5-way speed burn-up as well early on. This is a massive effort. Thought Tamida had every chance, finished 2nd, number 5. Well done to Paradise Row. Connections delighted. 1 minute 42.04 the winner's time. Good work by Callum. 2nd, number 5, Tamida, beaten a length and a quarter. 3rd, number 12, Montequiba. So it's 4-5-12, 1 minute 42.04. 1 1/4 lengths the winning margin. Paradise Row, very game. It's your winner.
Oh, you can set your watch by her. At this time of year, Paradise Row is simply too good for a lot of these fillies in open company. She's from the same owners as Sail on Silverbird, similar buying structure, similar sort of career path to Sail on Silverbird as well. And while that horse remains out of action, Paradise Row continues to pick up the pieces. She was good last time and she was very good today. First thing first, spare a thought for Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, who would be the usual partner for this horse. But the Al-Faradi family keep enjoying the victory as Farhad takes the victory on this occasion. That's 4 wins for the Al-Faradi family today. The Dells had a hat-trick and Farhad has his first. Well done to all involved. She's a hugely gutsy filly, isn't she? She really tries. She was up there with the early speed from a long way out. She just got the best of Lethal Talent, who probably was denied because of that wide trip. Both of them travelled really well into the race. She found for pressure, and then when Tamida went to try and close her down, she found again. Montekiba has run another typically good race in third, and Lethal Talent has ended up finishing in fourth. You could almost argue that this race has kind of gone to form. The horses who continue to run well all season have continued to go well again. And boys, Farhad Al-Faradi continues a very good day for the Al-Faradi family.
Does indeed, yeah. In this Phillies Open, Lethal Talents with a good race off the bench. He was going particularly well, but Paradise Row has seen it out to land a 4th win. Goes back to back after a strike here in handicap company last time out.
Yeah, has done it nicely. Was always near the speed, kicked off the home turn and got the job done. She was under pressure a long way out. She was not travelling the best turning in, but she finds a lot for urgings, and yeah, provides Farhad with a good win. I think it's his first on the week. Obviously, Adele's had a fantastic day and had a couple winners yesterday as well. Lethal Talent showed a lot of her old ability, but she faded back into 4th come the line. My selection, Tamida, I thought she was going to get up, to be honest, so much of the home straight, but she couldn't go by. She finishes 2nd, adds another place to her record. And Montekiba was 3rd, who was the horse we were talking about would be the one that benefits from the fast early speed. We take it up here as we come into the home straight. Paradise Row's in front. Lethal Talent's travelling best of all, but she doesn't seem to find much under pressure. She was already on the wrong lead. Well, she was already on the right lead, but the wrong lead going around the turn. And then she kind of wilts. Tamida picks up down the outside and then flattens out in the final 100 metres. And consequently, Paradise Row had nothing to really challenge her in the latter stages. She ends up winning by a length and a quarter.
She's a big filly, isn't she?
She is, yeah. Scopy. How old is she? She's a 5-year-old. She didn't make her debut until 2 years ago. Maybe that's why she's always been a big frame.
And again, it's another boost to that Dance Desire form, because the horse that she's been thumping has finished 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. She's a good horse, Dance Desire, for Tamar Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah.
And Lethal Talent out on the outside has done what Jimmy said she might do, crosses over and just takes a slight lead, but she's been trapped wide for all the way round.
She is, yeah. But Paradise Row's not exactly got the best of trips. She's just in front of Lethal Talent. She's, 5 wide at this stage, maybe 6 wide. Going to move into about a 2 or 3 wide position on the turn. Lethal Talent was just going to track across. Consoling was up there from the outset as well.
She backed out of it very quickly.
Yeah, she did. Don't really know. She must have underperformed, but I don't know necessarily whether these big field contests are for her. Maybe they hold her up next time. They kind of need to do something different because it's not working with Consoling. And she has lots of speed, but she tends to blow out in the latter part of the race.
As they come around the final turn.
I thought Tamida was going to win at this point. 4 across the track. Tamida's getting that perfect stalking roll. Camilo's about to tip out into free air. I thought she was going to roll on by, but Paradise Row's super game, isn't she?
Just trying to work out what the... Is that Consolo just starting to back up with the red cap?
Yeah. Montekiba's the only horse making up considerable ground from behind. She's widest on the track, about to go into 4th, and eventually finish 3rd after Lethal Talent wilts. Tamida gets within 3/4 of a length of Paradise Row and ends up being beaten a length and a quarter. So Paradise Row actually goes further away from Tamida in the latter part of this race.
It's quite a takey display from Paradise. She's certainly on the improvement. She won a handicap last time off 78. She's gone in today off 87 in open company and managed to repeat it again. So for a 5-year-old mare who's had 15 runs, she's arguably really hitting a best stride.
She is, yeah. She's only improving. She's had 4 wins now from 16. That's a 25% strike rate. She's been really good for connections who don't have too many horses. Obviously the trainer does, but the owner, you don't see his silks too often on the track. And she's by Zoffany, and you don't see too many Zoffanys win on dirt. So she's belying quite a lot of negative trends there.
And would Jimmy be overly disappointed with Lethal Talent, given he thinks she likes to bowl along over the longer trip?
I wouldn't say disappointed, maybe just kind of content with her performance rather than overjoyed. She ran okay. Maybe they step her back up in trip next time from a better draw. She's got a good chance.
Like, he didn't sound overly bullish beforehand, did he?
No, he didn't. But he never really does. He didn't sound overly bullish about Honky Tonk Man later either.
Well, let's hope he's wrong about that. It'd be great to be here to see Honky Tonk Man back in the winners' enclosure. So still 2 more races to come tonight. We have got our next, which is race 11. We've got this open race and then the feature race to come a little bit later as well, around half an hour away to that. In fact, 40 minutes away until our feature event, the King Khalid University Cup. Before that, though, Enzo, give us the news on race 11.
Yeah, we've got a big field of runners here, Martin, headed by Painter's Palette for the next race, and open over the 1,600 metres. The mile Painter's Palette is ridden by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2, Sunset and Vine for Abdullah Al-Saidi. 3 is Tudor Abdullah Al-Hussein. 4 is the second favourite, Los Andes, for Camilo Espina. 5 is Saudi Empire, who is the favourite, Adel Al-Faradi, looking for 4 on the day. Now 6 is out, Yadar is a non-runner. 7 is Gesture, Muhannad Al-Nassar. And 8 is out as well, Golden Line doesn't go. So 9 is Shawash, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 10, Agua Plano, Alex Moreno. 11 is Eshgal, Fab Al-Timyat. 12 is High Zoom for Anthony Campos. 13, Shama Star, Muhammad Al-Yami. 14 is Vasilikos, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 15 is Emblem Speed, another informed rider, Ayad Al-Tarisi on a treble. 16 is Kahalan, who is now ridden by Abdullah Al-Rashed. And number 17 is Ocean Cruiser, Fahad Al-Faradi, who just had that winner Paradise Row. And 18, Seven Drums is now ridden by Khalid Al-Mamodi, who won race 4 earlier on. So some informed riders in this. Take out Yadar, take out Golden Line. The others are coming to the paddock. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Race 11 then. This open contest over the 1,600 metres. And again, we've got a couple that you can really focus in this on the official figures. Top rated in the lineup of 97, Saudi Empire, second in the European Union Cup back on November the 30th. And down the field enlisted company last time. Just confirming 8 Golden Line is a late scratching, so 8 doesn't go. What do you reckon, Tom? Do we have a look at a bit of form now, or do we go to Callum?
Yeah, let's
look
do
at
some form. Yeah, let's do
Okay.
some form.
Let's look at Saudi Empire then. If we could look at finishing second in that European Cup 2 starts back.
Had a wide trip this day. As you can see, he's 4 wide on the turn, but he's making considerable ground under Adel Al-Faradi for the FMQ stables. The eventual winner scoots up the inside and gets a lovely trip, but Saudi Empire runs well. And this was kind of a big step forward on what he'd previously done, despite the fact that he'd already notched 2 back-to-back successes. He was a cup winner last March, so we know he's capable of winning at high levels. And I thought last time he was a touch disappointing. If he didn't have that run last time next to his name, he would win. Well, he'd be a very short price favourite today. That run last time provides a little bit of concern, but otherwise he's a leading player.
And that 50% strike rate's quite taken as well.
It is. It's much better strike rate than Los Andes, who we're seeing footage of right now, who's only 6 from 37. I say only 6 from 37. That's still a good strike rate, nearly 20%. We can see him finishing second. This day, he's filled the runner-up berth 3 times in the last 4 races, but he gets beaten by Dahi in this contest, and Dahi came out yesterday in a good race and finished 3rd. So, you know, I think he's got the form to go close. I love how he finishes over this trip, and those 2 are the top 2 in the market for a reason. They are the best 2, Saudi Empire and Los Andes.
And the top 2 rated as well, 97 and 93. Not far behind them, though, is Painter's Palette, who we touched on at the very top of the broadcast today. Formerly trained by Rebecca Menzies in the United Kingdom, and has had 8 starts here in the Kingdom.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of this horse. In the UK, 5-time winner, as you say, for Rebecca Menzies. Rebecca wouldn't have the best of stock, just generally. She doesn't have the big money owners sending her horses. She did very well with Painter's Palette. But is he a proper horse? I mean, Los Andes and Saudi Empire just seem to have much more ability than Painter's Palette to me. I think he's too short in the market, and he wouldn't be on my shortlist.
He's 11 to 2, it's just over 5 to 1. The 2 to concentrate on, Callum, appear to be Saudi Empire and Los Andes.
Not wrong, team. I'm going to start by looking at Los Andes here, who's just walking towards me now. I've got to make sure I'm ahead of the cameraman here. We're in a race. Los Andes is a really good-looking individual here. He looks like the team's first string here for the owner. We'll talk about the other runner for them later on. He's shining up really nicely in the coat. He's a good-looking individual. The only problem is that Saudi Empire in behind him is going to blow you away, but he's a lovely type. He's moving well. He comes here on the back of 2 very good efforts, and he certainly can't be discounted here. However, we will pull back, and I will show you yet another FMQ horse who will blow you away. We've already seen them have success earlier on in the card, and now we get to see Saudi Empire, who again looks absolutely magnificent. He's one that's got everybody talking. We got into the parade ring early and everyone was talking about Saudi Empire and how well he looked in the pre-parade, and that reputation has gone forward into the parade ring. He is absolutely stunning. You might not get the impression at home of just quite how imposing he is. He really does fill the eye because he's not short. He's probably about 16'2" in height, and he's got a real sense of thickness about him as well. He's a lovely, lovely looking animal. I'm hugely, hugely impressed by him, and hopefully he can give FMQ a second winner of the day. Let's pull back now to the next one we're going to have a look at. The next horse is the 10. Aguaplano, who's just coming towards us now. Again, going for the Almondale Sons team. Just give him a little bit of space now, because we don't know. They'll have a good old look around here. He's looking at the outrider horses. Not too much of a concern. He's a lovely looking type, Aguaplano. I remember when he first came to Saudi Arabia, I was really intrigued by him. Alex Moreno takes the ride. He's not been too badly out of form either. The form figures are give pleasant reading. I think he's got every chance of having place claims in this race. Is he going to be my paddock pick? No, but he's shining up well in the coat. He's handling everything very well, and he's a clear stunner in the parade ring. And finally, we'll talk about a horse with a very different profile to a lot of these. The 4-year-old High Zoom will be getting won't be getting any weight for age here, unfortunately, but this was a really talented juvenile last season. He was a big juvenile, and he's growing into this frame steadily. Now obviously you can see he's got very high withers, and you can see just how propped up his saddle is, but he's developed in behind. I remember when he was a baby, he didn't quite have that hindquarter development. He's slowly building that. Now I'm not going to lie, I think there's still more to come from him physically. He could be a horse for the future, but he's a lovely looker now, and maybe he's one who could continue to push on. He gives me very much Aloisi vibes, who we saw earlier on win a race early on in the card, so well worth keeping an eye on here. Anthony Campos doing the steering and Nicolas Bachelard doing the training, but team, I can't look anywhere apart from Saudi Empire.
I kind of agree with you as well, Callum. Saudi Empire. I know that was disappointing last time, but it was listed company. His overall profile is that he's on the move, this horse.
He is. He's progressive. He's a 5-year-old, so something's obviously got to miss, is why he's only had 6 starts. But he's unexposed. He's very talented. He could easily get the job done. He's the highest rated horse in the race, and he deserves to be favourite as a result. He is drawn in stall 10, but Los Andes, his main danger is in 12. Painter's Palette, the third favourite's in 15. So, I mean, stall 10 actually looks like quite a nice draw when you consider where his rivals are pitched in. I mean, even if you go further down the betting, Aguaplano is 15-2, is drawn in 11. High Zoom is drawn in 14. Vasilakos is drawn in 9. Basically, all the protagonists are drawn wide, middle to wide. So even his draw is not a negative.
Okay, Vasilakos you touched on. That's currently around 9-1 single-figure odds for the 14 here. Vasilakos, who's won from 23 so far, been bringing handicaps over a little bit further.
Another horse that was previously bred by Godolphin, a son of Dubawi, and has been offloaded. But his recent form has been a bit hit and miss. I genuinely think he should have won a lot more races in his career. He's only 1 out of 23, as already talked about. I don't know if he puts everything in, to be honest, and that would put me off him.
And Aguaplano as well, 15-2, horse number 10. He's been second on 2 of his last 4 starts. We've not seen him since Taif back in September.
I believe he was with Marco Botti back in when he was a young horse, 3-year-old. And yeah, subsequently he's not done much over here. However, I did think he shaped like a future winner when he was runner-up in a Taif Conditions race back in 2023. I watched the replay of that, and that gives him a chance, but otherwise he's probably one to avoid.
Number 7, Jcsa, we should give a mention to. Short enough in the international market as well. He's making his debut here, probably trained by Owen O'Neill. and a horse who does stay further than this 1600.
Yeah, makes the local debut. 2 career victories, both on synthetics, so we kind of need to know whether he handles dirt, I suppose.
As they make their way down to the start, on breeding, Bated Breath, out of curtsy, I mean, would dirt be a surface that you think would be suitable?
I mean, it doesn't scream dirt.
No.
But it could be suitable. We don't really know. We've got to find out today, I suppose. It'd be handy just to see how these horses work in the morning on the surface, but that is never a real hard and fast rule to suggest they'll handle it in a race anyway. You know, that works completely different to a race.
I've got to give a mention to, I know it's a big price here on the international market, here around 25 to 1 for these. Now, you can't believe it's only just 6. Sunset Nirvana seems to have been around for ages.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of back class as a sprinter, but the surface maybe not ideal.
Yeah, I think he's a turf horse nowadays. He bounced back to something like his best in November, 2 good efforts in handicap company, but he probably wants turf. There just wasn't a turf race for him this week.
Okay, well, I think Saudi Empire's got a big chance here. He's certainly on the improve in that run that was... If he runs like he did in the European Union Cup, is that good enough to win this?
I think so, probably. I'm not going to be with him, but I do think it's probably good enough. He is definitely good enough to win. He was the last off my shortlist. I just narrowly prefer Los Andes to Saudi Empire, but I can certainly see why Saudi Empire's favourite.
So we've gone head-to-head at the top of the market, are we? I'm going to go Saudi Empire, the 5.
You need this as well. You're 2 behind with 2 to go. Could be the best comeback ever.
Well, I was leading for a long way. It's not like a huge comeback.
Until, halfway through yesterday.
It's not like I was Callum.
No, sure.
But Callum, you are edging back into the sort of, I wouldn't say contention, but you're edging back towards us.
Guys, I'm edging back towards a respectable number. That's all I'm edging back to. Hopefully Saudi Empire can continue that trend. I've just spoken to Nicholas Bachelard here just to discuss High Zoom, a horse who I'm a huge fan of from his younger days. And I said to him, look, he's filled out his frame, he's growing up. And he looked at me and he said, look, this just isn't the race for him. They're the non-winners of 3 that comes up later on in the season. In fact, sorry, a non-winners of 2 that comes up in a couple of weeks' time that they're really eyeing up for this horse. Now, I'm not quite sure whether the trainer particularly wanted him to go to this race on this occasion, but it's just an opportunity. But High Zoom, for me, is a horse who's really, really interesting in the fact that this might not be the end goal. He's going to be looking for this non-winners of 2 contest later on. Obviously, he also trains Los Andes. He was far more confident about that horse's chances than the other one. That's definitely the stable's first string. It's interesting to see the booking of Camille Ospina on this one as well, and seeing Anthony Campos, who was partnered Carucci to that big race success a couple of weeks ago, has been put down onto definitely the stable's second string. I would say that's a very positive jockey booking. The only concern you'd have is that if this turns into a speed duel, could Camilo get locked in early? And I don't think that's what Los Andes would appreciate. For me, it's all about Saudi Empire in this contest. The 5, I thought he looked absolutely magnificent in the parade ring, and there was no way I could take my eyes off him. Of the others who are worth a note, I think Vasilikos was trending to be like a quite decent performer a couple of weeks ago, but the form has fallen well and truly off a cliff since then, and he's probably one that you'd look to avoid. Aguaplano was the one that I thought looked really well in the parade ring, and the form figures are too embarrassing, so that's certainly something to keep on the right side of. Shawash, the 9, that looked good, actually better when the jockey jumped on board in the pink colours with the blue slash across the front. Looking forward to seeing him. He's bred by Westbury. Abdullah Al-Khamis, on board there, looking for only a 3rd win here. Now, it's really interesting speaking to trainers who say basically it's all fine and well if you've got a 2 or 3 year old, but once they turn 4, the amount of 4-year-old only contests really start to diminish. And I think lots of traders are finding it quite hard to make that step up from 3 to 4 when you're ending up against all these older horses. So remember, the season works slightly differently here. They start as 2-year-olds, but by the time we get to the good racing at this time of the year, those horses have now turned 3. Obviously, Northern Hemisphere timings with thoroughbred births. And then obviously the 4-year-olds next season, when they turn 4, they find themselves in some really tough competitions. And I think more trainers would like 4-year-old only options. But the program is what the program is, and you have to try and take advantage of what you can. Just seeing the 13 in shot now. now. That's Shamastar looking for a second career victory. That one probably best to watch today. Any of the others that are worth noticing, I thought Jcsa looked quite good in the parade ring. That's a 7 on your race card. Not the most imposing of types, but certainly was fit and ready to do justice here. Emblem Speed, not to be confused with Emblem Road, obviously. That horse is still a maiden here. Needs to take a ginormous step forward to enter here. But this is a problem. There just aren't the races for a lot of these to enter. So some of them are trying to find options because there's just no other options available. So you do kind of get stuck with horses like Emblem Speed with a rating of 50 in a contest like this. Surely there was another option for them to go down. Okay, the same can be said for Seven Drums, who's also comes here with a rating of 65. So the pick for myself and Martin is Saudi Empire, and the pick for Tom is Los Andes. Keep an eye out on number 4 and number 5, Anthony Ennis. It's all yours.
Thanks, Callum. You've been in good form today. There's money for Saudi Empire on the international market, 13-8 from 2-1. Does look a striking individual as well, doesn't he? Son of Hard Spun. Los Andes 5-2. Painter's Palette 11-2 as the runners go forward here. Really interesting open race, this one. 4-year-olds and upwards, 1,600 metres here. So they're going the mile, a long stretch down the back here on the dirt under the lights at Riyadh for our penultimate race, the 7:45 local time. Going in there was Agua Plano. He's a very good looking individual, that horse, wearing a noseband. Alex Moreno. Still to go forward is Eshkar, who's got that white bridle on. Snarbaltum Yak riding. For the Wanas family, that one, Eshkar. They are loading. Couple to go in. Shawash in the pink and Eshkar the other one. Mind you, again, the two absentees here. Yadar, 6 and 8 golden line. Seven Drums, that is just not sure whether or not that one was in, but has to be reloaded if so. 11 going forward, that's Eshkar. So they'll try again with 7 Drums. The yellow Khalid Al Mamoni is the rider for this one. He's already on the score sheet, having bagged race 4 earlier on today. So we wait for 7 Drums to go in, and then we'll be set here at Riyadh for this race over the mile. I think we're good. All in, and they're off. All got off to a pretty decent start there. Maybe a step slow towards the outside Painter's Palette with a big white blaze missed a kick, and also knocked that one into stride on with Shawash. The others broke well, and showing bright speed is Agua Plano in the green for Alex Moreno to come across and head them off here in the green colours, leading up by about a length towards the outside. Also showing pace now is High Zoom as well. High Zoom, Agua Plano, these two gone at the head of affairs, just dropping in behind towards the inside there. Very handy as well is a horse number 13, that's Shamastar with a noseband, and that just takes back. Then comes 7 Drums, the yellow jacket, further back to find Eshkar in the green and white as they race down the back. The leader is Agua Plano by a neck. So on the outside, Shamastar trying to go with this one is High Zoom. High Zoom now laying it down to Agua Plano. 9 lengths back to the others now. Shamastar is dropping away on the inside. Front two have gone hard early. Saudi Empire is trying to get closer now. Goes into 3rd place. Los Andes, the market rival, is also making ground, but ridden along to do so. The noseband, the blue caps. On the home turn, Agua Plano in the green is still travelling well, but has had a lot early on. Chased hard by High Zoom in 2nd. Here comes the moving line. Saudi Empire on the move with the silver colours. Also Sunset and Vine is running on towards the outside. And Painter's Palette from a mile back, right down the middle. Big white blaze, red colours is running on. But Saudi Empire got the jump. Can Painter's Palette run down Saudi Empire? These two will sort this out together. Saudi Empire's in front. Painter's Palette, though, is making relentless headway for Abdullah Ranorfi. And here comes Painter's Palette on the outside. He's beginning to get up late on. And Painter's Palette slowly away. Strong at the line, wins. So Saudi Empire went down fighting in 2nd. They were clear of Ocean Cruiser back in 3rd. Painter's Palette, who missed a kick. I called this horse home when he won a race at Wolverhampton over in the UK many years ago. He's won today. Really gutsy effort to wear down Saudi Empire. He ran a cracker, considering he was using quite a lot up in the early part of the straight. 1 minute 41.34 seconds the winner's time. Painter's Palette getting up late to beat Saudi Empire. Oh, he back Saudi Empire, just a bit frustrated there. He beat the others by a mile. He lost out by a head. 1, Painter's Paddock the winner. 5, Saudi Empire was second. 1 minute 41.34 seconds. He was coming back again, wasn't he, Saudi Empire, or trying to. Not got beaten far here, only a head in it at the line. But clear of the others. Ocean Cruiser, I think it was, got third. There's the photo finish print. Yes, 17 for third. Painter's Paddock, Saudi Empire, Ocean Cruiser, the Silicos back in fourth.
And Painter's Palette have come here under Abdullah Al-Lawfi to score in this absolutely cracking open contest, giving the Red Stable another winner on the day. They were just denied by FMQ in the Jcsa Region Governor Cup, but they have got their revenge in full here by denying Saudi Empire in an absolute humdinger of a finish. Great call by Anthony Ennis, who basically called this from a long way out, as Painter's Palette, who merely fell out of the stalls early on, has come home really strongly on the stand side and has won well. Ocean Cruiser in third, Vasalikos in fourth, Los Angeles in fifth, and Aguaplano, who hacked out the early running, ended up only finishing in sixth. The story really was Aguaplano and High Zoom setting those early fractions, but they couldn't maintain. Saudi Empire, did Adele go too early? You will never know, because Painter's Palette has mopped up in the end. Congratulations to everyone involved with the Red Stable, and a horse who at one time was winning at Wolverhampton is now winning at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
Yeah, quite a journey for Painter's Palette. It was a bit of a winning machine for Rebecca Menzies. Had yet to win in 8 starts here in Saudi Arabia, but he breaks through here and breaks the hearts as well of Saudi Empire fans who he doesn't do much quickly, does he? He grinds away, and he ground his way to the front.
He did, yeah. It looked like Saudi Empire was home and hosed. I do feel sorry for you and anyone else who liked Saudi Empire in this race, because he was the best horse. He just went for home a little bit too soon. He got chopped at the start, which put him on the back foot at Saudi Empire, and at this stage it looked like he was going to go and win comfortably. And to be fair, he beats the remainder of the field by 6 1/4, and then obviously the rest of the margin.
There's no consolation.
It isn't a consolation. He just hangs a little bit under pressure in a second. You'll just see. Focus on Saudi Empire here, Silver Silks. Adele switches the whip and he hangs away, switches leads.
Yeah, he runs around a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's probably why he lost. Switch lead, hung away from the whip, and that's cost him more than the head that he's been defeated by.
He ends up right over on that far side rail, but the winner, Painter's Palette, another one for the Red. That's 3 for the Red Stable today?
It is. We did say they were probably going to get another one. We didn't think it'd be this one. But
Could easily been 4.
Yeah.
And it could be 5 by the time Honky
Tonk
Man runs in the last race.
Yeah. They've had a great day and it could get better. We just take it from the start here. Saudi Empire was chopped off there in Silver Silks. He's in about 8th place right now on the outside.
And the winner nowhere to be seen?
No, comes from way out the back of the pack. Connections have done really well with Painter's Palette because I just didn't think dirt would be suitable for him, but it quite clearly is. He relishes the distance as well. That's the key to him. Saudi Empire does the best of all the forwardly placed horses. Los Andes, you can see alongside him in around 5th right now in the blue and white. He runs okay. He finishes 5th, but just not up to the standard of winning today. And the 2 front runners who have gone hammer and tongs up front again, High Zoom being one of them. They've faded out of contention. Aguaplano, the other. So Saudi Empire's done way the best of those who have been anywhere near the speed. So you can mark up his performance yet again. But he's fallen short.
Would you take a deposit from Aguaplano, a bit off the track for a while, still it hard up front? He's got to benefit from this.
Yeah, he's run 6th, so it's not like he's been completely whitewashed after showing speed. He's run okay. He's obviously got very tired first off the layoff, but he could easily come out and win next time as well. I don't have a problem with that theory for sure.
You just get the impression now just how this horse has hung. He's going to go right just now towards Painter's Palette.
And then goes ducks left now. And he had the neck advantage, and it's not as clear from the drone shot, but ducking left does hurt him. But he's in front after the line, see?
Yeah.
Usually it's good for a jockey to change whips, the side that you're using the whip on, because the horse can find more, but in this instance I think it's probably the reason why the horse has lost. We'll see it from the front on. Yeah, it was what would you describe this as, a car cam?
What, the camera shot?
Yeah, it's not head on, is it? It's more like car cam. He's on his left. Look, he's on his left lead here, front left leg coming down first. Adele switches the whip here to his right hand. Wait, after this one, the whip goes over to the right hand to ask the horse for more. Now, flops leads to his left, to his right lead, drifts drastically left-handed, and that's been the costing of the race. And he's in front after the line, which suggests it's nothing to do with the trip. This is a great piece of footage for what I'm saying about the lead switch. He starts to hang a little bit to the right after these 2 reminders. Adele will switch the whip and watch his front legs. He'll flop leads about there, puts his right leg down first, and then hangs to the left away from the whip, and that has cost him victory in this contest.
But at least he's back. He got a little bit lost in that listed race last time, but
yeah, well, he's a very exciting horse, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a young horse, he's exciting, unexposed, and the best in the race. I would be, if he was in a similar kind of contest next time, I'd be with him.
And he's got the upside being he is 97 rated there coming into that today. He's not going to change much of that today. He's beaten an 88 rated horse he's been beaten by an 88 rated horse, but he's got the upsides to be hitting the hundreds.
Yeah.
If not this season, into next.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be harsh to punish him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was put up to near 199 maybe. Yeah, because the handicap will surely see that he was the best horse there.
And he was, 6.5 clear?
6.25,
6.25.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see what are 2 promising types of horses that maybe were the best in the race not coming home in front today. They've been relegated to 2nd or 3rd places. Hopefully, Enzo, it won't be the case for the old honky tonk in our final race.
Yeah, I think you're getting very excited about this horse running, Martin, aren't you? A lot of mentions today for the honky tonk man. He is number 8 on the car. We'll get to him in a moment, but scratch the 1 here. This is the King Khalid University Cup without Al Mansa. 2 is Al Makdam for Abdullah Al Khamis. 3, Al Mutajiz for Alex Moreno. Number 4, Alatabi, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 5, in the same ownership as Sadna, Mohamed Aldaham. 6, K Rama, Wigberto Ramos. 7 is Fast Start, Ali Al-Matib. Over the page, here he is, the honky tonk man, Nawaf Al-Mudiani, on board the favourite international market. Number 9 doesn't go, Masaya is out, so 10 is My Map, Eddie Castro, and 11, Power of Beauty, Luis Morales, on board the horse who is the 2nd favourite. But honky tonk man around 15-8 to win the feature race as we go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, the King Carlo University Cup over this 1,400 metres does feature a field of 9 runners. We're taking out the 1 and the 9. But going through this morning, Tom, I couldn't come down with a real conclusive opinion. You could give all of these, not all of them, but certainly 6 of them a bit of a squeak.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a one-horse race by any means. It's not like yesterday's Cup feature, where Almabia was the clear standout, and he was a very short price. This is relatively wide open. I'm interested in a couple of them at bigger prices. Honky Tonk Man's obviously the horse to beat in here, but does he deserve to be this short? I'm not too sure. He was impressive last time. This race seems a little tougher to me.
Well, let's have a look at a few of these. We've lost Alman. He was number 1 here. Doesn't go for the red stable, but we do have a form clear here with Power of Beauty was in behind this day.
Yeah, you'll see the caption for Alman, but just ignore that one. Power of Beauty's out in front with the white cap and the blue cross belts. He runs a good race, Power of Beauty. Oh, or is it a she? No, it's a he. He's always out in the lead, this son of Slay Power. He's a prolific horse. He's won 6 of his 22. However, he has started to just become vulnerable in cup races, and the form figures 3-4, 3-2-4 suggests what happens. He goes forward and he gets passed by the closers. I think it'll probably happen again today. He'll be part of the speed, and look out for the closers to pass him late.
Rated 102, but here he is, the main horse. He was on the turf last year, almost 12 months ago to the weekend in the turf sprint, but here he is returning to winning form on the dirt.
Doesn't have the best of head carriages. It's pretty high. He didn't switch his leads very well easily there, but watch him rally under pressure. He really knuckles down the Tonk to get the job done, and this was his 5th career success. I think he was probably helped by the way the race panned out. Nonsense is the horse on the inside, I believe, or is it Jcsa? It might be Jcsa actually. No, it was Nonsense, and he just gets tired late over the trip. Honky Tonk Man just benefited from the way the race panned out.
And the third bit of form we'll have a look at is My Map.
Yeah, on the outside, the grey horse in the black silks. He wins this race, but he makes the big move around the home turn that we don't get to see, and then he battles late on to fend off his rival on the inside in the red stable, 2nd string silks. He's a useful performer for Shalat Al-Diani and Prince Sultan bin Mishal. I think he's the 2nd best of their horses in this contest, but Eddie Castro takes the ride on this son of Liam's Map, and he stays very well at the distance.
Well, that's My Map, who that was the 1,200 metres he went over last time. He does stay further, as we see in shot the winner of the race 12 months ago, Callum.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here is Sadna. Hard to believe that he was a winner earlier on in his career, and it all sort of went horribly wrong after that. But hopefully he can bounce back to some semblance of form. He's a nice-looking type. Of the 2 Al Sabah stable horses, I think he's the better looking in the parade ring. He's carrying a little bit of a belly, but he's got really good muscle definition in behind. And he's got a lovely walk as well. Look at the way his hind legs are coming right the way through. He's got a good walk, and I like him quite a bit. In behind is K Rama, typical of the Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz colours here. So well turned out, and a real stamp of a horse, isn't he, K Rama? He's now a 6-year-old. He's been around for a while. He's got great muscle definition in his hindquarters. He's not carrying any condition. He's got a bit of a long neck on him, and he's not got the strongest of necks, but he's certainly a player here and would have each way claims. Pull back now to Fast Start. This is one who may find this all a bit too difficult in comparison to a lot of them that we've seen before. He's a little less exciting to look at, but he's got a great neck on him, hasn't he? A big, powerful, strong neck. Now this will be a tough ask, but certainly this 7-year-old will need to be at his best to get in the placings here. But he was a winner 3 starts ago and wasn't disgraced last time out. Now, here he comes. When I say honky, you say tonk. Honky Tonk Man is the 8 coming around to join us here. He maybe took advantage of a bit of a falsely run race last time out in a weaker field. This is a tougher contest, but Jimmy Jerkins had a twinkle in his eye about this one, and I'm sure they'll be keen to see him get his head in front. He's a nice moving sort. He reeled in a runaway leader last time. He's got no problems with his attitude. He is one you have to keep on the right side of, but maybe I'll be looking elsewhere for my pick. In behind, here is My Map, and this is my pick. Beautiful grey with all the dappling on. We're going to see Eddie Castro jump up. Eddie has been sharing this horse all over his social media. He's hugely keen to ride this one and hugely keen to get some success. Really thrived dropping back in trip, using his stamina to his ability last time out. Back up to 1400 today shouldn't be too much of a concern. He looks absolutely rip-roaring fit. He's got beautiful dappling all over him, and he's clearly in good form. I think he's the one they've all got to beat. And finally, we then have Power of Beauty, who was a hugely eye-catching horse at the beginning of his time here in Saudi Arabia. But although he's not been winning too many races, he's certainly been running respectfully. He is looking for his 7th career victory. He does look in great shape as well. He'll be bang up there with the early speed, and Louis Morales will be in the plate. The question is, where is Louis? Because we found all the other jockeys, but we're still missing Louis Morales.
Well, I'm hoping one of my favourite horses from last season here. He was a bit of a superstar. And if you go back to the Turf Sprint qualifier, which we'll have next weekend for Saudi Cup weekend, Honky Tonk Man was 2nd that day. Sunset and Vine was back in 3rd. We saw him in the previous race. And Power of Beauty was back in 6th place. I think Alatobi was in that race as well. He was back in 7th. So on last year's form, the Tonky Man's got the beating of a few of these.
He does, yeah. And even on this year's form as well. That victory last time, albeit it didn't look aesthetically pleasing in the way he went about the lead change at the top of the turn. He knuckled down and he looked like he retained all of his ability. So he's definitely the horse to beat. He deserves to be the market leader. And what price is he? 15 to 8? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him sub 2 to 1 in this spot. It's not a one-horse race. There are others in here. It's not like he's the clear standout, but equally he's got the best form.
And the Red Stable have done well today.
They have done very well. Jimmy Jerkin's looking for that elusive winner that he has.
And he said they just had a bit of a lull recently, the stable.
Yeah, last week wasn't great for him. This week hasn't been good. He hasn't had a winner so far this week. So hopefully Jimmy can get that winner on the board for him anyway.
So Honky Tonk Man, solid 15 to 8. Power of Beauty can be touched on, likely to go forward from stall 11. He's 5 to 2 from 11 to 4. Last year's winner, Wiggy Ramos on board. Kiarama, 5 to 1 to 4 to 1.
Yes, and he's going to be my pick in the race as well, Karama. I quite like the price. Obviously, I prefer 5 to 1, but I think 4 to 1 is very fair as well. Great, 103, so £3 superior to Honky Tonk Man. They carry the same weight, so technically you'd say you'd finish 3 lengths roughly ahead of him. He's drawn better than Honky Tonk Man. The only negative for him is that his recent form isn't as good.
But he was in good form in Taif back in.
He was. But
it was last year.
It was a really bleak run at listed level though last time, wasn't it? Considering his talent, he won this race last year. I imagine they were just teeing him up for another bid at this contest, and hopefully that's the case because he will need to run a lot better.
And he is, I think, of all of these, a real 1400-metre specialist.
He is, yeah. He loves the distance. He's got lots of tactical speed, so he should be near the front in the early part of the race and look to move through on the turn. He's a horse. Well, he is a horse. I didn't mean to pause there. Of course he's a horse. The reason why...
Is that the end of your argument? Yeah. He's got to win because
he's a horse.
He's a horse.
The reason why I'm with him is a bit of... I don't know how to describe this, but tipster's fallacy, let's say. I've been here, obviously, several stints. I think 11 stints in Saudi over 2 years. I've watched him race 3 times in person. All 3 times, I've not tipped him, and all 3 times he's won. So today, I've decided to tip him because I don't want that to happen again. Maybe that's looking into things too deeply or trying to find a different
that's
angle.
kind of thinking there's some sort of tipping god above you.
Well, of course.
Pulling your strings.
At the same time, he does have winning chance on form. So, it's a mixture of the two.
Well, he's been backed. He's now 7 to 2 from 5s.
Okay. Now we're getting into the price he should be. He should be second favourite.
Power of Beauty is the second favourite at 5 to 2. Honky Tonk Man at 15 to 8. Aside from Power of Beauty, anything else that's got to push forward?
Well, I think Karama will be up there. Alatabi's probably going to be up there as well for Tamar Dahani. Fast Start maybe as well, the ex-Godolphin horse. I wouldn't be surprised if he pushed forward. And My Map, we saw in the footage, wasn't too far back on his last run. I'm going to give a real late, last-minute shout-out to a horse at a huge price, and that's Al Mugdam, horse number 2. He's been extremely consistent, despite the fact he just doesn't possess enough ability to win a race like this. He's only rated 75, so has roughly £25 to find with the market protagonist, but he always tends to outrun his price. He is 33 to 1. Maybe Al Mugdam could run 3rd, 4th, 5th kind of spot. He wouldn't be a play for me in the international market, but I don't think you should overlook the 2.
And what about Emertages? Only £2 behind Honky Tonk Man. Well held last time in listed company. Comes down in trip today. Did win over this kind of a trip in Taif as well.
Yeah, he began the season in fine form, didn't he? But he's struggled of late. His last 2 runs have been disappointing, and he wouldn't be for me here.
Right. We're just about ready. It's a big moment, this, Enzo. It's one of our big favourites here is Honky
Tonk
Man.
Brilliantly done. Yes, there he is as well, the Honky Tonk Man in the red colours. 15 to 8. Interesting that also Tom likes the money coming for that K Rama as well to win this race again. 7 to 2 from 5s. Honky Tonk Man steady at 15 to 8. His price hasn't budged at all. Power of Beauty 5 to 2 from 11 to 4. My Map, the Grey, 6 to 1. Al-Murtajiz 13 to 2. Alatabi 10s from 9s. And the horse that Tom mentioned, the big price, Al Muqdam, is still 33 to 1. The runners then at the start here. Just the 9 of them for our final race, the King Cardiff University Cup, race 12. Our feature race of the night. It's over the long sprint, the 1400 metres, 7 furlongs on the dirt, under the lights here at Riyadh, for our 8:10 as we tick towards 10 past 8 local time. Colder here now in the evening. It's a magnificent setting under the floodlights here at Riyadh. And runners will shortly be loading up. White cap for a Sadner there, you may have seen in the prelims. Alatabi's got the first colours on. There is Al-Murtajiz, the diamonds. That's Al Muqdam, who's got the black cap. Jockey on board that one. Just on the background of the white cap for Mohammed Aldaham on board a Sadner. So the runners will shortly be led forward. First of the runners is in fact now going into the stalls. So a Sadner, the first one to go in the white cap. It's joined by My Map. White cap for Fast Start, who's in the same ownership as Al Muqdam, is about to go forward. And then it will be Al Muqdam, who's wearing the black cap, the first colours. Al-Murtajiz, he's got a white cap on that one as well. Alex Moreno. K Rama, noseband for Wigberto, goes in. And the last one will be the Honky Tonk Man. Red colours, the favourite. The Nawaf Al-Mudiani. And we're set for our last feature race, race 12 here at Riyadh. 7 furlongs, they're off for the King Cardiff University Cup. Our final race is underway, breaking well towards the inside of Sadner. And also showing bright speed too is Fast Start, who is living up to his name here. Fast Start with a Sadner, they're 1 and 2. Very wide on the track then we have Power of Beauty up towards the outside. And they're followed by K Rama in the black colours. And the grey horse My Map is next, Jockey with the white cap. They're followed by Alatabi. Honky Tonk Man is playing the waiting game here. Plenty of speed to run into as well. He's just off the pace in the red jacket. Towards his outside is Alatabi. Towards his inside is Al-Murtajiz, who's got the blue cap as they make the turn. And Al Muqdam is run off his feet at the moment. He's the back marker. And they're not hanging about here as they come already towards the final 550 metres. Making a move here is Power of Beauty. And Power of Beauty has gone for home here. Wants to try and settle this right now. Leads by 2 lengths to My Map, giving chase in second. Honky Tonk Man just got caught in a pocket on the rails here as Alatabi sweeps around the outside into third, but the leader is clear. The leader is Power of Beauty. My Map is off in chase though. Here comes Alatabi down the outside, who's now out in the clear. It didn't happen today for the Honky Tonk Man. He's too far back. And the leader is Power of Beauty. I think the bird has flown here. It's Power of Beauty who made that big move around the crowd of the home turn and will win this in some style for Luis Morales. Power of Beauty is too good in the King Cardiff University Cup. Power of Beauty first. Alatabi maybe just second, from My Map in third, and fourth was the Honky Tonk Man. An impressive turn of speed around the 400-metre mark from home was enough to decide this race. Power of Beauty. Luis Morales, he made a very early bid for glory, and it paid off. This powerfully built horse has won well here. 1 minute 26.41. Power of Beauty is first under Morales. He liked that as well, didn't he? Little clenched fist there. Alatabi ran one in second. I think the second. Yeah, Alatabi second. Beaten 5 3/4 lengths by the winner. Ahead back to My Map in third. So it's 11 Power of Beauty first. 4 was second, Alatabi. Third number 10, My Map. 5 3/4 lengths. 1 minute 26.41. Power of Beauty impressive in the last.
Well, to get Power of Beauty, he sat box in about 4th position and has scorched away down the home stretch to win. Reverses form from around this time last year, as we see Louis getting his picture taken. Reverses form from last year from the Turf Sprint qualifier with Honky Tonk Man, but they've gone fierce there early, Tom.
They have. They went very hard. Fast start was forwardly placed, as was Asadna, and they set it up for the closers. I didn't think Power of Beauty would be the one to take advantage, I have to admit.
Because we thought he'd be on the lead.
Yeah, or very close to, anyway. He ends up getting rid of that sequence of places that probably would have frustrated trainer Nicolas Bachelard, and records a really nice victory for Louis Morales. The first win this week for Louis, actually.
Big race Louis, that's what we call him. Because he only comes in on the big days and he only rides big race winners, and he is a man to be with when under pressure. He is a proper jockey, and he's done well here.
Yeah, he's come in for the big race ride of the night, and the early pace, Tom, has come from Asnar, who's pushed forward very hard early.
Yeah, well, Asadna was considered to be a really good two-year-old in the UK, and it just hasn't performed well since. So maybe he was in here as a pace setter for Alatabi, who did run very well back in second. The pace has kind of crumbled, but Power of Beauty is always towards the front, isn't too far off the speed. And Louis Morales set sail a long way from home. I thought Keirama was going to make a run at this point, as well as Honky Tonk Man. They're in 4th and 6th, respectively, neither of whom really quicken when their riders ask. The only horse to come out of the pack, apart from Alatabi on the outside in the green and white silks in around 6th, 7th, is My Map, who runs a very good race, Callum's selection in here under Eddie Castro. That was a big step forward for that son of Liam's Map to run a cup race and finish a good 3rd. But those two have run okay races. They just didn't have the same kind of firepower in the home straight to live with Power of Beauty.
And just watching that throw, I just wondered if the old Honky got a bit messed around off the bend, but he didn't. The gap was there towards the inner. He's then peeled one off the rail, and he still had racing room all the way. Yeah,
just didn't have enough today, did he? It was a similar kind of setup to what he had last time, albeit, last time he had a better toe into the race. But today he had no turn of foot, whereas last time he really knuckled down under pressure. So he's been a bit inconsistent, Honky Tonk Man. I don't really know what to make of him.
Is it maybe best when he just gets his own way?
Well,
he's allowed to sort of sweep around the field last time, wasn't really put under pressure, whereas today, we know his head carriage isn't the most attractive, and if he's just got into a bit of trouble today, he's not really given his all.
I mean, there is that. Jimmy Jerkins didn't sound overly bullish earlier when he spoke to you, did he? So maybe today he didn't think this was the right spot for him.
I think he made the point that was very, very clear that he thought that the last race was a soft touch for him. It was a bit of a penalty to kick, especially when one of the horses unseats at the start. One of the other runners is set for home far too early, and it all falls into his lap. This is always going to be a harder contest. Just a quick note regarding jockeys. You'll see Louis Morales, one of All Power of Beauty. Now, he tends to be your number one guy for Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz. He saddled Keirama and My Map. Eddie Castro was the jockey who took advantage of Louis being injured almost all of this Riyadh season, has been riding plenty of winners for those connection. They kept loyal with him, and they've been beaten by their usual number one go-to guys. So Louis Morales will be very, very happy to take advantage of a very good opportunity here aboard Power of Beauty.
Well, that was the feature race of the evening. It was the King Khalid University Cup, and it's gone the way of Power of Beauty. 12 races been and gone. We've had 2 cup races. We've had a handicap, a host of opens as well, and a couple of Arabian races, Tom, which I fancy might contain your highlight of the day.
Look, I was so close to putting Abu Shaker up because we all love Abu Shaker here. He's a very good horse, but we have to go to the Arabian, the potential star, Lacey de Violettes, who ran in race 4. She was a very short price favourite. She was 1 to 8. You can see her out in front. She's the grey horse with the jockey in the black and blue silks. She quickens up so well off the home turn, and okay, she's done what everyone expected her to do in this contest, maintain her unbeaten streak and beat these inferior rivals. But the way she did it suggests that not only can she definitely handle Riyadh, she'd never run here before, but also that she could step up another level, go into cup contests and hopefully apply her trade to good effect. I don't think she's going to be one of the best Arabians around, but she might be one of the best Arabian fillies in the country, and that will provide her some lucrative races where she can win big prize money.
I remember it's worth mentioning that she'd be one of the best Arabian 4-year-old fillies.
Yeah, definitely.
Real talent in the older mares category who would make her look a bit silly at this moment in time. But at this level...
think?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like who, though? I mean, you've got the likes of Takaruda, but I think Lacey de Violettes could run close.
No, I think you've got some proper things at the Al-Qadir yards that would make her look pretty average. Let's not
pretty average?
Yeah, let's not beat around.
She's still rated 108.
She's rated 108.
So if you've got to be pretty average, you've got to be 75, surely. Not 108.
Yeah, I mean, make her, if they ran against each other, they would make her look pretty average. I'm not saying she is, but I think there's some really talented fillies.
But you've got to need 150 horse to make her look pretty average.
No, you won't need 150 horse beat. She's beaten a bunch of her own sex at her own age.
She's still 108 on her fourth start.
She's 108 about what? But look at the horses she beat in that race at Taif. They've come out and they've struggled since. The form of that race isn't looking as strong as we thought it was, and we know these purebred Arabians get much higher ratings than before. I would just hold our horses
let's
a
call
little
her
bit.
say she's 100. She's still going to need a horse 3 stone in superior to make her look ordinary.
Yeah, well, I think there could be a horse who's going to be out there. I think there could be horses, multiple horses.
Is Pegasus back in training?
You're killing me.
Let you two squabble. She was good today, regardless of what we think she'd do in high grade.
Very good today.
She was the highlight of the show, and yeah, I'm excited to see where she turns up next.
Yeah, certainly a proper filly, no doubt.
Yeah. She's very excited. She's 4 from 4 so far, and she's come across from Taif and given her all here in Riyadh. Today's the prize giving for the last connections of Power of Beauty, stepping forward to collect the trophy for the final race of the day, the King Khalid University Cup, and there is the cup being handed over to winning connections of our final race after 3 good days. I suppose we've got to give a word as well to Adel Al-Faradi. 3 winners on the board today.
Yeah, Adel was in fine form. The Al-Faradi family in fine form with Abdul Aziz currently serving a suspension. Farhad took advantage and got that winner aboard Paradise Row, which was really, really nice. And then obviously Adel with the 3 winners too. He was having a bit of a tough time with struggling for some winners. So we're just getting some information there through my ear, and we think Mohammed Aldaham has gone second in the Jockeys Championship behind our leader at the moment, Adel Al-Faradi.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina came into the week 1 ahead of Mohammed Aldaham, and then over the course of the week, Aldaham I think has gone 1 above Camilo. So it's not been the best of weeks for Camilo, though, has it? He's had plenty of white stable horses to ride, but they just haven't been performing as expected.
Has that got 3 winners?
Yeah, I think so. But one of those was for outside connections as well. So it's not been his week, but maybe they're saving all their best horses for next week and the big contests.
And just looking through the winners today, the Red Stable, got a quick mention to them. 4 winners today.
Yeah, they were flying along. Some really, really good performances, especially after they got just touched off by that FMQ runner earlier on in the card, who I think that's a race we'll see plenty of good horses come out of.
Definitely. That horse is the one to follow. Not the FMQ, well, the FMQ horse is, but the Red Stable horse, Anna Al-Wasay. A good performance today, considering the ride wasn't the best from Alex Moreno. I wouldn't be surprised if she went out and won next time. Fighter's another horse that we should talk about. Justified short price, favouritism for Adele in the Red Stable. Looks to be a 7-year-old that's improving at the time.
Yeah, certainly an interesting one for them. I'm looking forward to next week.
Yeah, next week's going to be brilliant. 3 days live here from Riyadh. Building up to the big trials day on Saturday. Trials for the Saudi Cup, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. We'll see one of the local horses guaranteed entry. And we've got a whole host of qualifiers for the big night itself. It was an informative night 12 months ago, Tom. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of clues again this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Next week is one of the best weeks in the whole calendar, isn't it? There's no doubt about it. I wasn't here this time last year. I think you might have been.
I was here.
Yeah, and I was jealous of you that time. I was watching from home on this live stream that everyone at home is currently watching. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all these top-class animals and plenty of winners for Camilo, Mohammed and Adele.
And remember, the Friday is just as important as well. You've got the King Abdullah Foundation, their race day, so there'll be races for prizes on offer. 3 cars, I think, are on offer for people coming racing as well. So it's not just everyone watching on the stream at home. Remember, people coming racing can also enjoy a really, really good day.
And on this day as well, we often see, and as we've seen through the season so far, we've often seen William Buick, James Doyle come over. This season, Mikel Barcelona, Ross Orion. I think Sean Levy's been booked for next weekend. And even going back over the years, Frankie Dettori and Ryan Moore have even appeared for this weekend. So it's got a big place in the calendar.
It's a great way to get jockeys to get their eye in as well, because Saudi Cup just coming around the corner, especially jockeys like your Ross Orions and all of those guys. They've not been having too much dirt track experience. It's a different course.
And I'll tell you what, it was going to make Callum's job a lot easier out there grabbing interviews,
isn't
it?
Thank you.
And of course, we'll keep an eye on Meydan as well next weekend, because we've got the likes of Romantic Warrior, Laurel River and Factor Cheval, all contenders for the Saudi Cup. They're going to be trialling at Meydan next weekend as well. So much to look forward to over the course of the next 5 weeks here in Saudi Arabia. We'll see you back next Thursday. We're also with you on Friday and Saturday. Today's been great, though. It's a day that really, though, has all been about, despite getting beat, honky.
Tonk.
Man.